U.S., and we will go to Tony to see if we can get the answer. Hey, Tony, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
All right, buddy. Highest grade stakes in the U.S. What do you get?
Prime.
Prime. Yeah, hang on, Tony. We're going to give you a 4-pack of tickets for the 12th annual Wildwood Tattoo Beach Bash, Friday through Sunday at the Wildwoods Convention Center. 400 of the world's best tattoo artists are coming to the Wildwoods to tattoo you, and you can visit villainarts.com to get
You know what I love? Meat.
your tickets. Where did that come from?
I have no idea. It actually scared the hell out of me.
All right, so we're going to start with Millie Bobby Brown. She is finally opening up about comments that TikToker Hunter Esimovich, I'm not sure I don't know who this person is, made about grooming the actress prior to their alleged relationship. The Stranger Things star told Allure that she was in, quote, an unhealthy situation with him, and added, walking away and knowing what I'm worth, knowing that I'm worth everything, and this person didn't take anything from me, I felt very empowered. It felt like my life had finally turned a page and that I actually had ended a chapter that felt so effing long.
So this is a former boyfriend of hers who's some sort of TikTok star, correct?
Yeah, so last month a shirtless Esimovich, I guess is how you say his name, appeared in a live stream bragging about the sex acts performed on him by Brown when she was 16 and he was 20.
Wow.
He also claimed that her parents were aware of the relationship because he lived with the star for 8 months. He later claimed that he was drunk at the time of the live TikTok stream.
How old is she now? And on that first point, that would be illegal, right?
Is she 20, 21, something like that? That's what I'm saying, too. I don't know where this happened or anything like that or where this guy is from, but so she's kind of opening up about it.
Do you know what they pulled off really well? They pulled off flashbacks of her in this last season.
Yep.
And obviously she's much older, but they made her look like her original self.
They used a body double, and then they kind of CGI'd some of her face in it as well. It was really well done. Yep.
It looked great.
Olivia Wilde has legally filed to dismiss the custody petition that she received at CinemaCon in April. According to court documents obtained by the Daily Mail, the actress accused her ex, Jason Sudeikis, of intentionally trying to embarrass me professionally, she said, by having her served with papers while she was on stage during the Las Vegas event. In his own filing, the Ted Lasso star wrote that he was very, very sorry that the incident marred her special moment and added she was supposed to be served while at the airport.
She's saying, and her people are saying that's not true. It was done intentionally with his consent. Is that the idea?
I guess so. Yeah, she said that it was, to embarrass her professionally. So
I don't want to think of Ted Lasso being vindictive this way.
I know.
I don't think so.
He would
No.
never.
I think it's, I honestly
The
feel
story's somewhere in there, but this isn't it.
Yeah. People reports that a judge sided with Wilde, who filed for custody in Los Angeles, stating that New York does not have jurisdiction to hear of the custody petitions, as New York is not the home state of the subject children.
I think he was kind of leveled when she, we don't know. I don't know how the progression went, but as I recall, she got involved with Harry Styles. And from what we had heard, that sort of broadsided him. Yeah. And so I can understand that, but you'd like it to be a little bit more pleasant from the the most positive character on television.
Yep. So they have 2 kids, 8-year-old Otis and 5-year-old Daisy, by the way. Follow up on Anne Heche. She is officially under investigation for felony DUI in connection with Friday's California car crash. The LAPD told TMZ on Wednesday that the investigation has been upped to a felony because the woman inside the home that Heche hit with her Mini Cooper claims that she was injured. So that now makes it felonious.
Well, that home, when you see it, and I've seen more pictures of it and the destruction, it was a small home. And the fact that she drove the car almost all the way into it.
Yeah. Officers believe the actress was driving under the influence of drugs and or alcohol because she was driving recklessly and appeared to have a bottle of alcohol in a cup holder, but they have to do the official run through to find out if she was indeed impaired. She remains hospitalized. She's on a ventilator to help her breathe, and she was supposed to have surgery on Tuesday. I haven't seen any follow-up to that yet. A spokesperson said she has significant pulmonary injury, which is, of course, your lungs, required mechanical ventilation and burns that require surgical intervention. So
she seared her lungs. I'm wondering how much of her body is covered with
burns.
These burns. Yeah,
we'll see.
And do we know, is she still in the coma?
According to
I'm not 100% sure, but maybe.
There was an update that came in last night, Kathy, that said she is, and now, and Steve, like you said yesterday, or at some point, she's under this investigation. So this came out last night, yeah.
All right, speaking of things coming out yesterday, a new documentary series is taking an in-depth look at sexual abuse and assault claims leveled against actor Armie Hammer from the perspective of the accusers.
Kathy, get the popcorn ready.
Yeah, we're going to play.
Yeah.
Do we have clips of this?
We have the clip of the teaser for the documentary.
House of Hammer? Is that
House
what
of
that's
Hammer,
called?
yeah.
Okay.
All right, so the trailer for House of Hammer, released by Discovery Plus on Wednesday, features appearances by two of Hammer's purported exes. You have Julia Morrison and Courtney Vukovic, who shared troubling messages they say were sent to them by the social network and Call Me By Your Name actor. So what do we want to play? These just
it's the actual teaser audio, but you hear actual phone messages that Armie Hammer left.
All right, here we go.
I am here to talk about what happened in my relationship with Armie Hammer.
My bet was going to involve showing up at your place and completely tying you up and incapacitating you, and then being able to do whatever I wanted to every single in your body until I was done with you.
He said whole, by the way. I don't know that was edited out, but
He pushes your boundaries a little bit at a time.
These are messages that are being sent literally within seconds of each other.
I mean, he said, I'm 100% a cannibal. And he was just acted mad. The ropes were around your neck, your wrists, your ankles, and you're completely immobilized. And I'm just closing my eyes until it ended.
So it's set to debut September 2nd. The three-part docuseries also includes commentary by the actor's estranged aunt, Casey Hammer, who was interviewed by Vanity Fair last year for an explosive feature called The Fall of Armie Hammer, a family saga of sex, money, drugs, and betrayal. And she said, when all this came out about Armie, I was not shocked. She said, you don't just wake up and become this dark controller abuser. This behavior, it is deep-rooted. And in the trailer, she goes on to talk about the history of the Hammer family.
This goes to the family.
And how it goes to, her father, her grandfather, her great-grandfather, that there's this history of these people doing these dark and, abusive things.
Well, we talked about it. People with a lot of money. I mean, crazy amounts of money. What do they do for kicks after you've expended all, the natural stuff? I get Batman statues. That still excites me. I don't need to do this.
Hammer's professional life was thrown into a tailspin in 2021 after a social media account called House of Effie posted screenshots of messages that appeared to have been sent from the actor's accounts that included references to violent sexual acts and cannibalism. The ensuing controversy prompted Hammer to withdraw from a number of high-profile projects, including the forthcoming comedy Shotgun Wedding and the Broadway production of The Minutes. About 2 months after the messages were posted, a 24-year-old woman identified only as Effie accused the actor of raping her in 2017. Shortly after that, Hammer reportedly entered a treatment facility to address issues related to drugs, alcohol, and sex, and he has continued to maintain a low profile for most of this year, and last month was reportedly seen working at a hotel resort in the Cayman Islands.
Maybe you should keep that gig.
So it's this is coming out in September, and this one's going to be intense. So I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Oh my, I have to admit it. Yeah,
see all this stuff. So. Actor Michael K. Williams, who passed away recently, revealed the origin of his famous scar in the upcoming posthumous memoir called Scenes from My Life. According to People, the Wire star was enjoying a successful modeling and dancing career in 1991 when he was sliced across the face right before his 25th birthday. He was leaving a club when he encountered a man that had been harassing an acquaintance earlier in the evening. And he wrote, in a flash, he smacked me across my face. I put my hand on my forehead, and then I saw the dark liquid on my fingers. The guy hadn't been slapping me. He had been cutting me open.
Jeez.
He said as he healed, he said that he never felt more ugly. But he added that the scar, quote, gave me an edge. It made me look like the tough guy that I wasn't. So, but he's got this, this big scar that's kind of prominent, or had, I should say. Kylie Jenner gave fans a peek into her 25th birthday on TikTok on Wednesday.
It was wonderful.
Listen, she was accompanied by her sisters Kendall and Kim and daughter Stormy for a brunch, which was complete with croissants, muffins, and iced coffees.
You mean to tell me?
That sounds so fun.
I know.
They just took out that Al Qaeda guy.
I know.
They were all together at once.
Yep. How about that?
Couldn't have done that? One of those ninja missiles?
No, they decided to have croissants, muffins, and iced coffees.
Oh my God.
What a cute afternoon.
Can I just say something real quick, guys? The croissants downstairs at Pagano's
Yeah.
are the best croissants I've ever had.
Really?
Yeah.
I saw you eating one yesterday.
I'm telling, but here's the deal. The last one, and the one that made me realize that, I had basically gotten it right out of the oven. It was so buttery delicious. I couldn't believe what I was tasting.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Do they have chocolate croissants?
No.
Oh,
No.
So is
Nick,
this-
that's I'm right down
I'm a
that
huge
line with you,
fan.
man. That to me, you got to rock a chocolate croissant.
Yeah, but maybe these are so good you don't even
All right.
need the chocolate.
All right.
Casey, did you just eat it alone or do you put something on it?
No, I just ate it all by
it
itself.
alone.
It didn't need anything
I'm
else.
not like a croissant person, but every time I know you are, Preston. Just let me finish my sentence. Every time I have one, I'm like, oh, that's delicious.
Right.
But I would never like
Kathy,
grab it if there was a tray of things.
They're virtually calorie free.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Especially if you get them right out of the oven.
No, and I know what you mean, because sometimes if you get a hold like a fake one that's kind of
not worth
dry, no, but you get the real deal.
Okay.
That is just, by the way, those things are, I looked into making them from scratch. There's so much butter in
It's
them.
just butter,
It's
yeah.
insane.
Each croissant has like 8 sticks of butter.
Yeah.
But Preston, when it's the chocolate's
Oh
in
my
there
God.
and
Oh my
it's
God.
melted.
It's
No,
pretty
yeah.
fantastic.
It's everything.
The only thing I hate about croissants is saying the name. I just don't feel. I feel pretentious.
You don't like doing that
No.
the
Croissant?
W in there, the
Yeah.
croissant.
Oh, really?
Just don't call it a crescent.
I won't.
How about
unless
croissant?
it's a crescent roll?
Croissant.
Yeah.
Crescent roll.
Yeah.
We'll give you that.
Thank
yeah,
you.
another Americanized we were
We'll
talking
let
about.
you have that.
Oh, yeah.
Talking about Domino's earlier. The crescent roll is the Americanized version. All right, so I do have some other things to get to. Only Murders in the Building. Maybe Steve Martin's last acting job.
Oh no.
I wouldn't be happy about that.
No, the 76-year-old told the Hollywood Reporter on Tuesday, when this television show is done, I'm not going to seek others. I'm not going to seek other movies. I don't want to do cameos. And this is, weirdly, it. However, he did backtrack a bit. He said, I'm really not interested in retiring. He said, I'm not. I would just like to work a little less, maybe. So that's not officially saying I'm going to be.
This show is so good, and I
is.
at least got. I'm actually enjoying. I love the first season. I'm actually enjoying the second season more. Yeah, he's too good. I wonder. I don't think he would ever do this, but I wonder if he would ever, just for the hell of it, get back out and do a stand-up presentation because. I mean, you remember he just dominated for a while.
It's been decades since he's done it, right?
Decades.
Okay. I was my mind was blown this weekend, Steve, because I was asking a friend who if she has watched, because she was like, "Oh, I need to watch. I need a new show." I'm like, "Are you watching Only Murders?" And she said no because she hates Martin Short.
Oh, wow.
I was like, "How
Oh, I love it.
can you hate that guy?"
You're friends with this person?
Yeah, well, it's my wife's friend.
Does she like croissants?
Probably not.
Well, maybe
no,
not.
Steve. She likes crescents.
Yeah.
I will say this: Martin Short is in an upper tier of one of the funniest people that has ever walked the face of the earth. He is so incredibly talented on so many levels. He can be in the company of Steve Martin. He's that good.
Casey, I'll bet she didn't know this, but I'll bet she doesn't like his face.
Oh, I'm trying
And
to.
I'm not saying that's
No,
me, but,
that might
but
be
he's
it.
got
That might be
a
it.
he's got a unique
Yeah.
look about him, and I'll bet she doesn't like his face. That's just a guess.
I don't wanna hear
Anyway, back to Steve Martin. He's going to be subject of a documentary. This will be great.
All right.
He is participating in a 2-part feature from A24, which is set to be released by Apple TV. Morgan Neville, who helmed Oscar-winning documentary 20 Feet from Stardom, as well as Won't You Be My Neighbor, and dozens of other film and TV projects, is directing and producing. There's no title or anticipated release date as of yet, but production has been ongoing. So Martin told the Hollywood Reporter of the process, it's somebody else's take. They found a lot of archival stuff. They found a photo of my father in 1944 in Germany touring our town with the USO. For as well as known as he is, Martin hasn't done that much mining of his personal story. He did publish one memoir, which is called Born Standing Up, about his years as a stand-up comedian in 2007. I read it. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
It's so good. It's a book about his years. Or he also did a book about his years in film called, or not yet, but it's called Number One is Walking, My Life in Movies and Other Diversions, which is due in November, so I'm looking forward to that.
Absolutely.
As he describes it, it's a collection of anecdotes and illustrations. The film will trace his life from his roots in stand-up comedy through today.
What's your favorite Steve Martin comedy movie?
Wow.
I'll tell you one that I keep going back to just because it's so unique. I think you might be with me.
Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid.
Yeah.
I love that movie.
It's got so many great moments.
Oh, man. That and Steve, you and I love a very little-known Steve Martin movie called The Lonely Guy. Oh, my God. It's been so long since I've seen that movie. I need to go back and watch it. But, I mean, probably, Steve, for not only the comedy, but the drama and the emotion that takes you to it. Parenthood is a phenomenal film.
He's playing a different. If you're talking about the more outlandish stuff, you're talking the jerk and Dead Man, the Man with Two Brains, all that stuff. But Parenthood is excellent.
So
Roxanne is excellent.
Oh my God, Roxanne is one of my favorite movies too.
Bowfinger.
Bowfinger.
Oh my God.
I mean, really.
Oh, I love Bowfinger.
Like for straight laughs.
Yes.
That might be my. But Steve, I mean, everyone you listed, they're all phenomenal movies.
There is a line I can't say, but it's in The Man with Two Brains where they're talking about, they have the brain of this. He's fallen in love with this brain, this woman. And the other doctor, this crazy scientist, says, well, I have a gorilla. And the line Steve Martin says, I can't F a gorilla, but it's just the full.
Yeah. Oh my God, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
Oh
Free
my
Amigos.
God.
Three Amigos, yeah. Oh, there's too many. Dirty Rotten Scoundrels.
Yes.
Oklahoma. L.A. Story is another fun one. We're looking at the list of his credits. There's just too many good things.
Yeah, true.
But wow, yeah, Bowfinger, man, it's way up there. All right, so the project, by the way, joins Apple's growing slate of documentary offerings, including Magic Johnson series, They Call Me Magic, Billie Eilish, The World's a Little Blurry, the Velvet Underground, upcoming Sidney Poitier Deep Dive Sydney, and previously announced feature about Michael J. Fox. So there's some good stuff.
I am totally down with this.
Yeah.
We haven't had, it used to be the True Hollywood Story, which is great. Behind the Music, all these things that were kind of continuous series, and I used to eat them up.
Yep. Let's see here. John Hamm is joining the morning show. Apple TV announced on Wednesday that the Mad Men star will play Paul Marks, a corporate titan in the drama's forthcoming third season, which will begin filming later on this month. So he's jumping on board.
I'm a sucker for the new ad campaign with John Hamm and the progressive commercials.
I haven't seen it.
Oh my God! They'd he's like. You remember I asked you out the one time, and she's like, "Oh yes, the struggling actor who didn't know what he was had a bundle car insurance or whatever," and they've turned it into a series. And
she's like, he's totally into her, and she's like flippant about him.
And I've got to see that.
She refers to him as Tom Hamm at one point, and I mean they're really goofy, but he's just playing John Hamm straight, and they make me laugh every time.
Oh, that's brilliant. We're looking at video footage of this. All right, I got to see those when we're taking a break. And then one last thing, Alec Baldwin has booked his next movie gig. Deadline announced on Wednesday that the actor joins Olga Kurylenko for the spy action thriller Chief of Station. In the film, Baldwin plays a former CIA station chief who is forced back into the espionage world after learning that the death of his wife was not an accident. Okay.
Oh.
So it sounds like a serious movie for him and a CIA station chief. Is it going to be an action movie? Yeah. I don't see him in an action movie.
He was in the Mission Impossible.
He played essentially the same character in Mission Impossible. He's like
exactly
the CIA chief. Yeah.
All right. All right, well, let's hit the clips, y'all. Two best friends face a terrifying scenario when they attempt to free climb an abandoned TV tower in the vertigo-inducing new thriller Fall. Here, Grace Fulton explains why the fear she portrays in the film was real. It was real.
We were actually on a practical tower, and it was high up. They found like a 2,000-foot cliff to then build a 100-foot tower on top of it. So we had just the most insane views. I mean, we were out there. We were really brave in it.
This really plays on Preston. The whole thing is that one conceit where if you have any level of vertigo or fear of heights, this is the movie you don't want to see.
Yeah. Fall premieres in theaters tomorrow, by the way.
We were talking about at one point, remember, Case, having you climb one of the Roxborough
I would
antennas?
do it. Yeah. I would,
You would do that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God, no thank you.
Hell no.
All right, next clip. Down on her luck and saddled with debt, a young woman gets involved with a scam that sends her into a world of crime in Emily the Criminal. In this clip, Aubrey Plaza credits her castmates on making a scene feel so real that she was terrified. It was so real!
There's a scene in the film where Emily gets robbed, and I knew what was going to happen. And I knew that the guy, Craig Stark, that we cast as the guy that was going to rob me was real intense and real good. And I just had a feeling it was going to be hard and scary. And I was right.
I don't think I want to see it.
She's getting great reviews for this, by the way.
Emily the Criminal is in theaters tomorrow if you would like to see it. And there you go. That's the entertainment report for today, dear friends. All right, let's take a break and come back in a little while. We are going to have Whitney Cummings on the show. We're going to have Chef Jen Carroll about an event that's happening in our fair city. We'll tell you about that and more. We have stuff to give away and things to do. So hang in there with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve.
Kravitz and Channing Tatum met. She called him out for wearing Crocs. The two actors met while teaming up for Kravitz's directorial debut. Have you heard of this movie? It's called Pussy Island.
No.
Yeah.
I like it.
The Magic Mike star told Deadline, I totally loved Crocs for a hot second, and in one hang, she was like, you can't ever do that again. And I said, okay, fine.
Okay, so the bigger question is, what's the plot of Pussy Island?
I think it's not what you think it is. I think the name...
About vaginas?
It's not that.
Oh, okay.
It's something else. At least that's what I read a blurb. I didn't go into detail about it, but I heard it's not
it's
supposed to be vulgar.
Like Lord of the Buttholes.
There you go. It's pretty much the same story.
Yeah.
Yeah. Instead of the conch, they blow something else.
Exactly.
Right. Kravitz insists that she was just trying to be a good friend, adding, there are people out there who can pull off the Crocs thing. I just wasn't sure you were one of them.
Didn't we just hear, though, that the Crocs have come back into quasi-fashion?
Maybe, but I mean, if anybody could pull them off, it's Channing Tatum. You know, that guy can wear whatever he wants, and it'll be fashionable.
Marissa is scanning to find out the plot of Pussy Island, and I can't read that. It's too tiny. Hang on a second here. Frida is a young, clever Los Angeles cocktail waitress who has her eyes set on the prize, philanthropist and tech mogul Slater King.
Slater King.
When she skillfully maneuvers her way into King's inner circle and ultimately an intimate gathering on his private island. She's ready for a journey of a lifetime. Maybe it does mean pussy.
Is this kind of like a Jeffrey Epstein thing?
I don't know.
Impossible.
I do not know. Vagina. What would it be harder to lick the inside of my ear or the inside of my belly button?
No, belly button.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. How about butthole?
Just said no.
Okay.
Oh my God, no.
Well, honestly, it's just a common thing. You ask anybody at work, would you mind licking my butthole? I'm sure that's being asked in every business. But I mean, that's just simply for a scientific test.
No, somebody recently told me that guys love that.
No,
that is incorrect.
Listen, there may be some that dig that.
No, I do not.
Yeah, no, we
She goes,
know why.
they'll go wild.
What?
No.
Who said that?
I swear to God.
Who?
All right, write it down.
Diane, your wife.
Oh, how dare. Because I thought it was Jerry. I thought it was your mom.
Yeah, your mom who won't let you eat gum out of a vending machine is encouraging you to toss people's salad.
When does it become that act?
We should call it a hobby. You should call it a blow hobby.
Well, no, but
yeah,
right.
And then maybe chicks will dig it more.
Let's use.
How about a hand hobby, please?
Let's use euphemisms if we're going to do that.
Feel free.
So, when is it stop being a handy and become a hand hobby?
Yeah.
When does it stop being a blowy and become a blow hobby?
I think they're both the same.
Well,
No, I know what you're saying. You're saying when it stops becoming
It's
a
like
job,
anal sex
right?
hobby.
You don't want it to be a job.
correct. But when? Well, crap.
All right, never mind.
I can't do it.
We're never gonna be able to get into the
It's a nuance that we can't
So
Are you talking about finishing?
Yes.
I thought you were talking
always
about.
should finish any job you start.
Thank you.
I thought you were talking
Let's
about.
put a button in it right there.
My parents always taught me that.
Finish every
You
job.
don't quit in the middle. This I do know. YoPlay, the yogurt company, has now introduced a yogurt they call Gushers. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Well, that's a candy, right?
It was, I believe.
Well, not
right?
a candy.
It was a gum.
No, it was like
I'm
a fruit.
Peter North, and I'm very excited about a new product line from YoPlay called Gushers.
Tell me more, Peter.
I've been part of the R&D on this product for quite a long time.
Oh, my God.
It was like a fruit snack, right?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And for ladies, squirters.
Oh, my God.
Pizza Hut seems to be trying to bring in new customers by reviving old menu items, and the latest is what they call the Edge, part of the chain's nostalgia campaign.
My name is Bono, and I'd like to introduce a new pizza sensation to you. It's called The Edge. Some people say this is a revolutionary pizza, but it's not. It's a pizza that's been here before, probably in your own big fat belly. You know what we say here, avoid the noid.
That's Domino's. This is Pizza Hut. All right, so it's called the Edge, and
It's called The Edge.
Pizza Hut considers the Edge. It was first introduced in 1997, and they call the Edge a tavern-style pizza.
Oh, yeah.
It's cut into 16 squares and comes in a cracker-thin crust.
I remember this.
Geometrically perfect and a taste sensation that'll rock your world.
And it will be available at participating Pizza Hut locations.
Order now and receive a mid-sized Coke.
Mid-size.
It'll be available at participating locations nationwide for about $13.
So I did Pizza Hut just not that actually that long ago. It was probably during Lent, and I did it because we had been talking about it. I'm like, I
You're a
haven't.
man of faith.
Well, I hadn't had a Pizza Hut pizza in a long time, so I ended up getting a regular pizza, and then I got the stuffed crust pizza. And I know that you guys are all out on stuffed crust. I thought the stuffed crust was.
You're a filthy animal.
I know, but I thought it was markedly better.
I'm not out on stuffed crust, but I just don't order it. You know what I
Too
mean?
much.
I know, and I
Why don't they just take a fire hose and spray cheese on you as you come in?
Right.
So this pizza, looking at it, I'm glad thin crust has kind of made its way around the country because I grew up in St. Louis. This pizza called the Emos. You guys know I've talked about it for years. That's what it is. It's just thin crust
Your
pizza.
version of The Edge.
It's cut in squares. That's the way they've always cut it, and it's been since I was a baby, essentially that I've had that. So
Suckling at your mother's teeth.
I prefer this type of pizza. I'm glad that it's made its way around.
And so I don't actually ever remember this as a menu item. So
I don't
you
remember
guys,
this from Pizza Hut either,
No,
Steve.
I do.
I remember Domino's.
You do?
I do remember this, yeah, and I remember it because of like the way that they were able to cram as much pizza on as thin a crust as possible and get it all the way to the edge. Hence the name.
Well, this was kind of like you said, 97, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like that was past at least my Pizza Hut days. I think the last time I had Pizza
Really?
Hut, I was in like middle school.
You were
Yeah.
not in college or an ordering pizza.
Was the time at downtown Julie Brown.
Wubba wubba wubba.
No, Nick, you know.
Wubba wubba was the battle cry as they took to the pizzas. And the ovens flamed with the fires of edginess.
Wubba wubba.
So Nick, we had like the famous like pizza restaurant that we would go to in Westchester.
What famous pizza restaurant was it?
More's, I think it was called. More's.
That's amores. It's love.
We had Oips.
College towns always have the the local pizza joints.
Yeah,
That's fantastic. The one at University of Missouri was Shakespeare's, and it was outstanding.
Original Italian pizza, Oips. Everybody ordered.
Oips?
Yeah, original Italian pizza is what that stood for, and that was the college town pizza. Yeah, so but you wouldn't order from OIP. You'd from Oips. That's
I like
Oips.
that. Yeah.
All right, let me move on to something else. You had mentioned your mustard, Nick.
Yes.
You may want to try that on watermelon. It's the latest thing that people have been sampling. Lizzo kind of made a big deal about it on TikTok. So she had she made a video of her doing some funny TikTok things where there's some edits and all of a sudden the watermelon appears and so on.
So this to me, Preston, seems like the old thing of putting salt on watermelon.
Yeah, I grew up putting salt on watermelon. I don't do it anymore.
Yeah.
But they had said it was to bring out the sweetness by adding the salt. And
I heard that on cantaloupe. Honeydew.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Same
Do the
thing.
same
Same
thing.
thing.
Yep.
Yeah, and I like them.
Any melon will do.
So here's the thing.
Doesn't matter if it's a cantaloupe or a honeydew or a cassava. Any melon covered in salt will bring out the sweetness of the savory. Living together on one melon the way we should all live together.
Now people are trying mustard.
Now they're trying mustard just like Lizzo.
Yeah, so, but the jury's out on whether she thought it was good or not. So she had called it, is it bussin' or disgusting?
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
But she never really,
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
in this video, said whether it was bussin' or disgusting. So
No, she doesn't. And I think so. The common thing of like sea salt and caramel.
Yes.
Right.
So to me that does work. And some things that I thought would never work do work. I don't know about the watermelon and the mustard. It just seems to be too combating.
Yep.
I'm tying it into the previous conversation. We used to do mustard on pizza.
Okay. I can see that.
Why did
I don't
you do
know.
that?
I'm not sure. Somebody.
Ranch dressing, Kathy.
Ew, no. That's just
You
for
said,
the,
"Ooh, no,"
that's
but
for
you
the
put-
crust, right? Or the whole pizza.
You could do the whole pizza.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
should-
I know.
we
I
should have
said,
gotten
ew, no,
watermelon.
yet I put mustard on pizza. Sorry.
We should have taste tested this.
Casey, when's the last time you've had ranch dressing on pizza?
It's been a while.
been a while?
At least like 2 or 3 days.
Okay. All right.
Do we have something that could approximate a melon and put some mustard on it?
Wait, I might. Let me see if I have.
Do you keep a melon in your desk
No,
drawer?
I
No,
might have
Kathy
watermelon.
brings a ton of fruit every day, remember?
Oh,
She brings
can we
a
try
giant
that?
fruit salad.
Yes.
Go see if you have watermelon.
Yummy, yummy.
We'll try it.
Let's get it.
I'm sure
Kathy rises to the challenge.
there's got to be mustard in the fridge.
Yes.
Connor, can you go look in the fridge and see if there's any mustard?
Let's try it.
Or Marissa's already on her way. But yeah, I got to believe no matter what, it's not good. And this is just a thing that people have done to make you eat mustard on
Preston,
watermelon. Here, try this.
People are eating Tide Pods, so you have to take everything with a grain of salt.
Here's a text. Somebody says, my husband always puts pepper on his cantaloupe.
What?
Interesting.
What, in prison?
No.
Oh.
But I've had, you know what? I've had fruit in salads before, and you put pepper. Like, you know, there's strawberry salads and things like that.
Do you know what I
Put
do?
pepper on that.
So, and it's a weird. So, honey grow, I do the like a sesame noodle. Whatever they call it. It's a salad, I guess it is. The pineapple on that.
I believe, and it has been a while, but I think we need to feed our minds and head to the Just Saying Institute.
Oh.
Yep, I think we need to go there because a lot of research and studies have been done that we need to talk about.
The Just Saying Institute, home of the Kathy Romano Orgasm Research.
Oh, God. Stop. No, it's not.
Waves, avalanches, and volcanoes.
Absolutely. A lot of intense work being done there.
That's
with
the
an
way they
underwriting grant from Bill Weston.
Wow.
God.
He kind of was okay with it.
He was.
Yeah.
He was very cool with it.
Bill had it. We have meetings on Mondays and Wednesdays, and Bill touched lightly on the orgasm thing, and
I need you to stop talking.
yeah, and he was
Santa's got to go.
he was okay.
He was okay.
He was okay with it. So reality television, viral internet memes can turn ordinary people into celebrities overnight, but there is a downside to sudden fame. Psychologist Audrey Tang says that sudden fame may cause someone to measure self-worth in terms of popularity.
I think that is the major issue currently going on with social media.
And new celebrities could lose control of the narrative of their lives as social media takes over.
They could be more concisely stated. Therein lies, I think, the basis for so much of what is wrong with social media and how so many people get carried away with it.
Yeah, that you can head down into this pit.
You lose yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, even like I see, like the kids asking, like, wow, how do you get so many likes? I'm like, oh God, who cares?
You're right,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
Mm-hmm. I've been on a hiatus. I've not been doing any social media stuff, and I have to admit it's been great.
Yeah, I take breaks and come back, and I'll do a couple of things, and it's weird to say. I remember, and I talk about this all the time, the nostalgic sort of beginning when MySpace first came out. It's like, wow, hey, how are you? Look at you.
Yeah.
We're friends. And then that's almost, you can never re-achieve the benign nature of that now. It's too much.
And sometimes I'll feel a little bit guilty of, hey, look how great my life is.
Yeah.
Let me show you how awesome my life
That's
is.
what social media is.
I know.
Meanwhile,
right?
it's not, you know that everyone's life isn't that great.
Although I'm doing something pretty great this weekend, and I'll probably post pictures of it.
Wait, and I keep hearing you talk about it, and I don't know what you're doing.
He's been waiting on it for a long time.
Okay,
so
but
what do you think it pertains to?
Well, I know what it pertains to, yes, because I heard Casey say that, but I don't know what you're doing.
But do you want to like?
No, we could talk about it later. I just.
Yeah, are you worried about jinxing it?
Maybe.
Okay.
I'll talk about it later.
We'll talk about it later.
All right.
Let's talk about it next week.
Yeah.
When you take when you take a break from social media, I think the thing that I try to remember is you don't miss it and it doesn't miss you. When you're gone from it for a stretch and you look back on that time where you were gone from it, your life was just fine.
Well, what you just said, in that you have a skewed view of where.
Yeah.
If you break down the percentages of the amount of people who are actively using and the way you think actively using social media, it would blow your mind. It's so far less than you perceive it as. You think that a lot of people, especially Kathy, you talk about the kids asking about likes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
The perception is you are just plugged in all the time. And most people are not.
I have a friend who is like an influencer, and I remember one time her saying to me, she was like, well, I have to post something today. And I'm like, no, you don't. No, just so you know, no one cares.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like when you post it, yes, oh, great, that picture is great. What'd you do? Or, whatever it is. But like if you skip a day, trust me, not one of your followers is going to go, gee, where did she go?
That's the skewed feeling of certainly they're going to know.
No.
They're probably
not.
sitting there checking their phone. Where's the post?
No one cares.
The psychologist said that trolls and fans might feel that they have a more personal connection to them than they really do. Financial management can be another concern. They said any change, even if you're prepared for it, takes getting used to when you begin to live it. And that's if you all of a sudden have a viral incident that happens and boom, you've got loads of fame and that stuff just to be aware of that it can get away from you.
There's that scene in Patton where he's talking about there was a time ancient Rome where a Roman conqueror returning after battle would ride in a chariot, and standing alongside him would be someone who would whisper in his ear that all glory is fleeting. Just to keep everything, in perspective.
All glory is fleeting.
Kathy, is your husband completely off social media?
Yeah, no, he doesn't do anything.
He's working his OnlyFans. That's the only
I mean, other than that. But that's just got to be liberating for him. Like, just no interaction.
I mean, with his job, he can't.
For school, I think, especially when you're in an authoritarian or authoritative position, I should say.
Yeah, and he made that decision a long time ago, and still to this day says it was the best decision he ever made.
Yeah, good for him.
I'm a little jealous.
All right, let me see what else we have at the Just Saying Institute. This in the medical field. A Lyme disease vaccine could soon hit the market in the U.S. But...
Wait, is this the one in Nantucket?
This is... where a guy Johnson was so long he could... No, never mind.
Was there an old hermit named Dave?
No, I think, or at least they may have tested it in Nantucket because it's one of I read the article. It's like one of the places that has the highest tick population.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Well,
so they did have one, and I've got a little bit on the history of that, Casey, and why that one went away. So the first time in 2 decades. Pfizer enters late-stage clinical trials for a series of shots that prevent infection from the tick-borne illness. Starting enrollment of 6,000 adults and children aged 5 and up for the Phase 3 trial that is set to begin by the end of the year. The 3-dose vaccine will be administered over 9 months, and then participants will receive a booster 12 months later. Pfizer's aiming to apply for FDA approval in 2025. So this comes after Pfizer reported strong Phase 2 data from the shot, which is called VLA-15, in February. In that trial, the company determined that the 3-dose regimen was most effective against the virus. So
if you do the 3-dose regimen and the booster, are you done, or is it the kind of thing where you have to keep going back and getting?
Well, it's a good question because yesterday I was picking up a script, and at the pharmacy they asked if I wanted 2 things. They asked if I wanted a shingles vaccine, which I have already gotten. I just got that. I was so happy I got
I want to
that
get
out of the way.
Yeah.
But also they asked if I wanted a tetanus vaccine.
Oh,
and
yeah.
so that's something they recommend every decade that you get. So it might be something like that, Steve. I don't really know.
Yeah, because I remember years ago we had our various vaccines and shots when but they were seemed to be a little bit longer lasting. This has been though kind of the holy grail, the Lyme disease thing. Because do you know anybody who has Lyme?
My girlfriend is struggling big time with it.
Yeah, wow.
I had it a few years ago, and it's something that just lives with you forever. And Dr. Mike has said that, like, once you have it, it's kind of there for the rest of your life.
Yep. So, U.S. cases of the disease have skyrocketed in recent years. Cases have jumped 250% in rural areas from 2007 to 2021. Experts are warning that tick bites are becoming more frequent as well, especially in areas where they would not be expected. So, Casey, here's the deal. It was called Limerix, was a highly effective Lyme disease vaccine manufactured by GlaxoSmithKline in the late 1990s. It was up to 90% effective at preventing infection. And its arrival came around the same time that an anti-vaccine movement erupted in the UK, because it's a UK-based story here, and across the world over false reports that the MMR vaccine was causing autism in some children. And this led to significant backlash against the UK manufacturer for launching a vaccine to fight a disease that many didn't see as a major threat. There was little demand for it, and eventually it was pulled off the market in 2002. So it was part of that whole hubbub.
Well, I think if you were living in a rural area, this would appeal to you a bit more because, that's...
Yeah, and especially now since there's been a huge uptick of Lyme disease cases.
So this trial is on the island of Nantucket.
Okay.
They were number one.
Being run by an old hermit named Dave.
No, they were like number one with tick population and Lyme disease for a while. Instead of they bumped down to
no kidding.
Yeah, they're bumped down to number 3, but they brought the Pfizer trial of this vaccine to Nantucket for the residents because so many people
didn't realize that because Lyme comes from Lyme, Connecticut. It does.
Does it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, with him, I don't know. Sometimes.
Wait, Lyme?
Lyme is yes. The Lyme disease is associated with Lyme, Connecticut.
Lyme, Connecticut.
Okay.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. So 2025 is when they're looking to hopefully have the trials done and be able to have that out there, and another one will exist. All right, what else do we have here? Just Saying Institute.
Welcome to Kathy Romano Orgasm Research.
Oh, stop it.
So this is a question that keeps some scientists awake at night, and the question is, do spiders sleep?
Oh, I saw this.
Daniela Rossler and her colleagues trained cameras on baby jumping spiders at night to find out. The footage showed patterns that looked a lot like sleep cycles. The spider's legs twitched and parts of their eyes flickered. The researchers describe this pattern as REM-like sleep state. In humans, REM, or rapid eye movement, is an active phase of sleep when parts of the brain light up with activity and is closely linked with dreaming. Other animals, including some birds and mammals, have been shown to experience REM sleep. But creatures like the jumping spider haven't gotten as much attention, so it wasn't known if they got the same kind of sleep.
I've always wondered if it's a jumping spider. I've always wondered if there are like, for example, certain types of sharks go into a sedate state, but have to keep swimming to keep living. And within the animal kingdom, I'm sure there are basic similarities to that, where you're functioning at a reduced state, but you're not technically asleep.
Well, yeah, there are animals that stand, right?
Right.
That sleep standing up.
But they're saying that the spiders basically go into REM sleep.
Kind of like that. So there's more research that needs to be done, but Rossler and her team...
When you're a spider, what do you have a nightmare about?
Us.
Baby nuts. Like something cuddly and sweet. So Rossler and her team dug into the sleep question after she discovered the spiders hanging at night from threads of silk in their lab containers. And she recently scooped up some jumping spiders to study. They're a common species with a furry brown body and 4 pairs of big eyes. And the research showed the spiders' overnight movements looked a lot like REM in other species. She said, like dogs or cats twitching in their sleep, and they happened in regular cycles similar to sleep patterns in humans.
Jumping spiders, what a wonderful thing to have, right? It's like flying bears.
By the way, don't you love it when your cat or your dog is clearly having a dream? Sometimes they'll even vocalize a little bit, or they're running their paws are moving and stuff, and you're like, check it out, look at it, look at
It's
it.
great footage. It's
Oh, it's so sad.
But it's also
What?
adorable. It's a German Shepherd having a dream, and then it gets startled and gets up and runs into the wall.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
no.
yeah.
Many species similar to spiders actually don't have movable eyes, which makes it hard to compare their sleep cycles. But these jumping spiders are predators that move their retinas around to change their gaze while they hunt. Plus, the young spiders have a see-through outer layer that gives a clear window into their body. So
Do
this made it
spiders wear the
perfect.
CPAP? Will they?
Well, the big ones do. You
Yeah.
know, insects. They're just. They just
Another
seem
species.
like they just seem like robots to me. They don't
know.
have personalities or
There are
anything like that. But
I agree. There are people, though, who swear, who collect tarantulas and things of that nature. They swear there is a personality.
For all we know, in their world, there may be like stand-up comedians that are spiders, and they have tons of personality. Or impressionists or something like that. I don't know, but, we just don't understand it. That may be it.
I did the most ridiculous thing the other day. I got back from the shore. I was about to take a whiz into my toilet.
Yes.
And there was a
That
bug.
seems pretty
No, Steve.
reasonable.
Let me finish here.
Okay.
There was an insect in there that he was still alive. I think it was a he. I couldn't tell. And he was like moving his legs, and I started to go to the bed, and then I felt really bad because I was just going to let him drown.
You're going to kill him by flushing it.
I grabbed a piece of toilet paper, I put it in there, and I saved his life, and then I put him on the side of the toilet. I was like, you get another day, buddy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I saved a critter the other day in our garage. There was a cricket, and you would go in there at night, and he was just. It was like nonstop, and it was really loud.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's in here somewhere. I don't know where it is. And like my daughter and I were talking about it, and she's like, I know, I feel bad for it. He's stuck in our garage. And I went out the other day, and I opened the garage door, and there he was sitting there, like on the floor mat, and I'm like,
You going golfing?
I'm like, I'm gonna save you, buddy.
Yeah.
So I scooped him up. I don't mind picking up crickets or anything like that. I just scooped him up and took him outside.
Dude, thank you. Thank you
And
so
there was
much.
a bird who came down and ate him.
Our garage was his safe haven.
Little did you know he was hiding in the garage.
Well, there's that
He was
footage
safe.
of these a mother and a daughter who nurse a butterfly.
Oh,
It's
no.
like a monarch butterfly, and they let it go, and Preston, a bird nails it.
The researchers still have to figure out if the spiders are technically sleeping while they're in these resting states. That includes testing whether they respond more slowly or not at all to triggers that would normally set them off. But they're thinking that they do show some signs of actual sleep.
It's pretty wild.
Yeah. All right, what else we have here? Let's go to the artificial intelligence world at the Just Saying Institute. I know, but the U.S. Federal Circuit Court has ruled against AI systems patenting their own inventions, with a judge saying that there is no ambiguity. This ruling comes after Stephen Thaler, a pioneer in artificial intelligence, has tried multiple times to copyright and patent the inventions of AI software tools that he has created. So, essentially, these artificial intelligences are not able to patent their own work.
So I guess it'd be similar to if you wrote a basic computer code that people were using as a foundation block. Is that what this is, basically?
Well, no. So the judge, Leonard P. Stark, has written in the court's opinion that the ruling comes down to the Patent Act. He said the act refers to patent holders as individuals, which ordinarily means a human being, a person.
Oh.
Personal pronouns like herself and himself are also used throughout the act, not its self, which would permit non-human inventors. So it's saying that this thing, this artificial intelligence, if it creates something and it's unique and original, it can't patent it because it's not a human being.
Oh, yes. I like that.
You know what I mean?
I'm down with that.
Yes.
The less autonomy, the better.
Yeah,
Stop it.
Stark has made it clear that this case is not open to multiple interpretations and that the court must use the plain meaning of the language in the act. The Patent Act requires that inventors must be natural persons, that is, human beings.
Because you could sidestep law that way. If you could, if you have a machine that's putting something together this way with AI, Yeah, no, I don't like. All of this to me is a big, slippery slope.
Yep. I sent you a video a little while back, Steve, of one of those robots.
Yeah.
With a machine gun on it.
Yes, a Boston Dynamics dog.
Yep.
With the machine gun on.
Going around firing away.
Tell me that's not terrifying.
Hitting the targets. It was terrifying. And if they add AI to that, then you've got
Bad Dog.
You've got
really
Metalhead. That Black Mirror episode. So his lawyer, Ryan Abbott, thinks the Federal Circuit has adopted a narrow and textualist approach to the Patent Act. He said it ignores the purpose of the Patent Act and the outcome that AI-generated inventions are now unpatentable in the United States. That is an outcome with real negative social consequences, he said. I don't think so.
I don't know. We're moving ahead so fast with so much of this stuff, and so much of this stuff was warned about in science fiction for years, Preston.
Yep.
And you look at it, you go, "Oh man, did you guys ever see I Am Legend?"
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
iRobot and all that
iRobot
stuff.
and all that. Yeah.
Yep. So,
all right. The video is running, Kathy and
oh
Nick.
my God. Look at this thing.
The machine gun.
We're
Oh my
looking
God,
at the Boston Dynamics dog with the machine gun. And Steve, in this video, when you have the audio with it, it makes this clack, 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 clack.
Could you imagine hearing that coming at you in the dark?
Sound as it's walking around and leveling itself and shooting these targets with the freaking machine gun.
And by the way, it's Casey, to your earlier point, it's very insect-like. It's very there's a mindlessness to it. There's I think that's the thing that is really the most uncomfortable about it. We see something that looks to be living,
right?
But it is bereft of any sort of emotion or anything.
It's almost that uncanny valley thing.
Yeah. We're really looking at the beginning of the end.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah. All right, let's move on. That's depressing.
Don't like it. It's scary.
I don't want to get
back to
into
the orgasms.
New study has found that exposure to sunlight stimulates the release of a hunger hormone from the skin, but the effects are only prevalent in men.
Wait,
the sun makes us hungry?
Yeah, the sun makes men hungry.
Oh.
Yeah. Researchers from Tel Aviv University
Everything makes you guys hungry.
in Israel claim that males are more likely to gain weight in the summer due to this hormone.
Oh, that makes me feel better.
It does?
Yeah, because I've been putting on weight, so.
Okay.
But you're also doing more recreational, indulgent things.
It's the weather. It's not the Taco Bell, Dairy Queen, and Popeyes that I had yesterday.
No, that's not it at all.
Wait, you did that?
The trifecta.
You did that yesterday?
I didn't even realize it until
What did you
I had Popeyes, Dairy Queen, and Taco Bell yesterday.
Stop.
God bless you.
900 calories. I mean, 9,000 calories yesterday.
Dairy Queen and Taco
And
Bell.
the worst part is I went to Dairy Queen before I went to the gym. I was like going, and I'm like, I'm going to get a Blizzard before I go to the gym and then work it off.
God.
And then work it off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What all did you have yesterday?
I just like.
Would you have it? Would you have a Taco Bell?
Well, no, you started at Dairy Queen.
No,
right?
I started at Taco
Oh,
Bell.
okay, sorry.
So Chuck and I went to Taco Bell yesterday, and I got 3 tacos.
I thought you were going to get pizza.
We were, and then he was like, "Hey, why don't we go to Taco Bell instead?" I'm like, "All right, let's do that."
Okay, so 3 tacos.
3 tacos and 2 beef Mexican melts. A medium Blizzard, and by the way, the medium is basically like a large.
Yeah, they're big.
Yeah.
What kind?
Reese's peanut butter cup.
Yeah, of course. Vanilla or chocolate ice cream?
Vanilla with extra Reese's.
Oh, you can do that?
Oh yeah.
God bless.
And then Popeyes?
And a spicy chicken sandwich.
Okay.
Can I
just the chicken sandwich or anything else?
And French fries.
I can't just have the sandwich.
And I had Chick-fil-A sauce at my house.
So you put that on it?
I put that on the French fries.
How's your tummy today?
Fine.
Yeah?
Yeah. Oh, dude, I'm gonna have a big BM in a little bit.
Yes, you will.
Because that would destroy
I would have
me.
to go to the hospital.
Yeah, I would feel ill. Like, did you sleep okay last night?
Well, the thunderstorm woke me up.
Listen, guys, it was sunny yesterday. He was hungry.
I was hungry. Thank you, Kathy.
There you go.
Yeah.
Therein lies
Wasn't
this
his
study.
fault.
Researchers said that men gain weight in summer due to the hormone. However, in women, the sex hormone estrogen interferes with the release of this
Kathy, does the sun make you horny?
this hunger hormone, meaning it does not lead to a change in appetite. These results identify the skin as a major mediator of energy homeostasis and may lead to therapeutic opportunities for sex-based treatments of endocrine-related diseases.
I am lost here.
I know, me too. The need to consume food is mainly controlled by communication between peripheral tissues, like in the gut and liver and the brain. Hormones are released from peripheral organs to reach brain regions such as the hypothalamus, which controls functions like temperature and sleep as well as hunger. So the team saw that on average, men increase their intake of calories from food in the summer months when solar radiation is its highest. It's interesting because you would think you'd be like winter would be the time that you really start
I feel
to take
less hungry in the summer. I don't need to eat as much, and I tend to eat lighter fare in the summer.
Not me. I like, barbecues, things like that, summertime gatherings. There's usually a lot of indulging.
But the winter, I agree with that observation. That's when I'm more inclined to let it go a little
Steve,
bit.
you and I were talking about this before the show started yesterday or the day before, like just the enervating heat, when it's really hot and humid. And when I feel that way, it completely eradicates my appetite. Like
Likewise.
I'm just not hungry at all either. And they probably feed into one another.
Yeah.
But I lose my appetite and then I have no energy and then I continue to have no energy. And so then I have no appetite.
So the research was supported by a study of mice that were exposed to daily ultraviolet radiation for 10 weeks. Researchers observed a significant increase in food intake with the male mice, but not in the females.
They fed the mice Popeyes, Dairy Queen, and
Taco Bell.
Here's a Mexi melt.
The research, and you didn't get a Mexican pizza?
Sold out. So, and I'm not a Mexican pizza guy anyway, but I did notice that that said sold out on the little thing. And by the way, the Mexi Melt does not exist. So here's a hack for everybody out there. You get the cheesy roll-up.
Right.
And then you ask them to add beef. And that's a beef Mexi Melt.
Do you go into this Taco Bell right up here on City Line?
Right there.
Okay.
Yeah, go through the drive-through, and we're good to go.
Okay. All right. So anyhow, men will gain weight and women don't. By the way, somebody texted in and said, thank you for letting me know that Mexi Melts still exist.
Yeah.
But they don't.
They don't.
You have
Cheesy
to-
roll-up, add beef.
All right.
Cheesy roll-up, add beef.
There you go. There's a hack. Did you learn that or did you come
I
up with
invented that.
Good for you.
Oh, it's so funny because I order it over here, right? And then I went to the Taco Bell down the shore, and they were like, "Oh, we can't do that." And I was like, "Oh, yes, you can. You can do that." I totally beg to differ. Yeah. And they didn't. And so that one Taco Bell that one time said we can't do that. But I've gotten it from that Taco Bell before
Don't you
and
hate when
since.
they do that?
I'm like, yes, you can. Just hit the freaking add beef button, and you're good to go.
Wait, I go to a restaurant with my girlfriend. We meet at the same restaurant every time we go to lunch or dinner together. And she likes the chicken sandwich that they offer on the lunch menu, but they don't offer on the dinner menu. But they offer the chicken with, with vegetables. So she's like, they won't let her order the chicken sandwich. So she says, can I get the chicken meal and can you give me 2 pieces of bread? And so she makes it herself.
You got to hack it yourself.
If they won't, sometimes the chef will do it, and sometimes the majority of the time they're like, no, we can't do that. Sorry.
It's insane. It goes back to the classic scene from 5 Easy Pieces with Jack Nicholson about the
tuna
sandwich, right? Yeah.
The chicken salad.
Just a comedy. It's sitting right there.
So Casey, somebody texted in and said that if you have the Taco Bell app, you can use that. You can make any hack that you want.
Oh, okay.
What did they write? That the app is totally customizable.
Ooh.
All
So
right.
you could get it. No, that's perfect.
I haven't reached that low yet where I've downloaded the Taco Bell app.
Yeah, and if you go inside, they have the screens, or at least the one that's near me does, and you can customize.
Is there
stuff.
a master app that controls Taco Bell, Popeyes, and Dairy Queen in
all
one
3
button?
of them in one? It'll be like the Kentucky Fried Taco Hut,
Right, yeah.
where all 3 of those restaurants are together. So,
Case, do you want to know how many calories you consumed yesterday?
No, I don't care because I worked out. So
Well, I will tell you. I won't tell you if you don't want to know, but because I added them up,
What
I
is
was
it?
just
I wanna
interested.
know.
But it was less than I thought it was going to be.
Okay. What is it?
It was about 3,000.
Okay.
that's not
well,
bad.
hey,
You're good.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah.
because you consume 2,000 calories in a day, and that's like pretty standard.
Yeah.
Plus, I worked out, so I gained those calories back. So I think I'm all right.
Yeah, you're good. Do it again today.
Yo, I sweated so hard yesterday. So I worked out
Meat
really,
sweat.
really, really. Yeah. Oh man. Oh, never mind. Sorry, I was going to go off into the Casey
There's another
diatribe.
thing.
I did not. I have another hack, by the way, because Chipotle, I went there the other day, and my mom she eats like a little bird, right?
Yeah.
And so she didn't want a full bowl because she won't eat the whole thing. So I went to the kids' meal section, and you can order, and Steve, you've never seen it, but it's a little tray with like 4 partitions. And I invented a little mini bowl in that partition. And
is that why you were asking about Qdoba yesterday?
Did I ask about Qdoba
Yeah, you
yesterday?
did. Yeah. You were talking about it. Huh. Maybe it was in your...
No, I was talking about Chipotle.
Chipotle,
Yeah,
okay,
I was talking about that yesterday. But yes.
Speaking of people as they age and their appetite decline, like I can't believe it's like I've watched what my mom eats too. Like, how are you guys staying alive?
Right.
Well, so I went to visit my dad, 94, and Sheila is my basic for all intents and purposes, my stepmom. Yeah, and she's in her 70s, and so I'm there to visit them, and the evening's moving along, and I haven't really eaten. I've worked out. I've done all my stuff, and so we're heading into dinner time. I'm thinking, okay, we're going to go make plans for dinner. Well, we just have leftovers here. We have a piece of white bread, 2 Mentos, a piece of American cheese.
Oh, my God.
2 pieces of bacon, half a grape juice. What?
So we're good.
What is this? I could put together a bigger move, rummaging through the dumpster. I mean, everything is, and nothing is complete. And then my dad had discovered this thing. It was a tub of white chicken that had just been pulled off the chicken by someone else. And so
it was in his fridge?
It was in his fridge.
And he has no idea who pulled it off? Was it Sheila?
No, it was from the supermarket did it this way.
Okay.
So I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I don't know how they survive on the little amounts that they eat. Now, my dad is a whole different story. He will empty your refrigerator if you invite him over.
Yeah. But my dad's like about 130, 140 pounds now, 94, whatever he is. But then we went out to dinner and he had, surf and turf. So he didn't finish it. And I'm sure he's still eating that.
He's having it for leftovers tonight.
Right.
All right, well, I got one more thing to cover from the Justine Institute. What?
Nothing. I just messed something up on my board.
Okay.
I moved the hotkey, and now I don't know what I'm missing.
Okay, sorry. I thought it was something about
No, it's
something
nothing
that was said.
important.
All right, so TikTokers are concerned about titanium dioxide and tampons
Oh, what's this?
because it causes issues.
Are these robot tampons?
like heavy bleeding and cysts? No.
Wait, is that in the tampon?
I guess so. Titanium dioxide is safe in regulated amounts, according to the USDA. In the UK, the compound is banned from foods for its potential to act as a carcinogen.
Doesn't that cause you concern to realize that you have another country that's banning it because of its use?
Oh, totally.
And yet here, that's why I don't put. That's
this is part of the reason that the cup kind of became so popular.
Right.
A lot of people were doing it for health reasons, and
the menstrual cup.
Yeah,
is what we're talking about.
and that we don't know exactly what's in these tampons.
Yeah, menstrual cup.
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple.
And the commercial could be Nick turning around going, "Yeah, cup."
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple. I don't think the second one works as well.
No, it doesn't.
No.
It's like that Intel song. That's that audio piece could be.
Yeah, a couple.
According to a
Great.
researcher.
It's in the tampon I use.
Oh, no. Is it really?
Yeah, I just looked it up.
What brand?
Tampax.
So
Is it in yours too, Nick?
I don't know why you said, oh, man.
He's worried about me. We're really close.
The two reactions we got from Nick were the discontinuation of a Hot Pocket and titanium and tampons.
My tampon.
Oh, man.
Do it again.
Oh, wait, there's a fart at the end of it.
Preston, yeah, I was trying to get through the story.
No, I don't mind hanging out. This is pretty good.
So that's
Oh my god.
I feel bad for you guys.
So a Colombian researcher said we really know very little or almost nothing really about something that could impact the health of millions of women.
Well, I'm comforted by that.
Her team is working on researching and analyzing tampons for metals and pesticides.
What was the issue with the sponge? There was some. Oh no, was it what caused toxic shock syndrome?
It was tampons.
Yeah, same thing.
Yeah, but
you know what though? I know it can happen, but I have a gynecologist who told me it's so rare, like that's like the least of your issues. You know, worried about keeping it in too long. I'm sure it can happen. It's on all the boxes, a warning, but she was like, you don't really need to worry about that.
It might be similar to this. Dr. Philip Tierno of NYU says that chemicals can be absorbed into the bloodstream through tampons, and pads are the safest bet.
Dear God in heaven.
And pads, they
I'll
suck.
just bury me. It's fine.
Really? What sucks about pads?
Ew, you're just bleeding into
just
a
letting
thing
it-
that's sitting there in your underwear. Like,
As
it's
opposed,
awful.
as opposed to absorbing inside
Yeah,
and
you
then taking it out.
Take it out, throw it out.
Right.
A quick question. So like with the people who have urinary issues, like when I had my surgery, I had to wear the adult diaper thing for a while. And you can't even call it diapers these days. These are the most comfortable underwear I've ever had. They were wonderful.
Are you serious?
They were like awesome.
Oh my God.
Awesome.
Well,
like thin, like the level of like a jockey brief, a little bit thicker.
Really?
Really comfortable.
I have to try this out.
Yeah, I wore them for just a little while because as the catheter came out, you were having an issue. You gonna do it?
Yeah, we should all do that. We should all just piss ourselves all one
Well,
morning.
then that's what I want to know. What's it like after you pee?
Yeah, you're
What does it
sitting
feel like?
in like wet.
Yeah, your urine.
Your own urine.
But
It holds it because it didn't happen with me much.
We're looking at a picture of a box of Depend. Look at the guy. Long-lasting dryness, and the model.
Does this guy know that this is what he's buying for?
Probably not. You know, he was probably posing for.
It's Frank Rizzo.
Yeah, it's Frank. It's Frank Rizzo.
And he's like super happy, hand on hip.
3.
Yeah, look
wanna know
at
something,
me.
You lush crumb bum. All the time I've been standing here, I've been pissing myself.
You're a yellow sneak.
That's after you pee. You're a yellow snake
You're a
afterwards.
yellow sneak.
Oh my God!
I swear to God, though, you can't even. It's such a thing because I know a lot of people deal with issues like this, like the dripping and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But
Hey, when he's going to the bathroom and you come walking over to him,
Get away from me.
Get away from me.
I'm trying to
I
piss.
gotta ask you something. Do I smell like piss?
All right, so this guy's a model. He doesn't know what he's modeling for. I also feel bad for people who have like gone through like, you know, years and years of acting training, and they're in like some STD commercial. You know, like this, they went to Yale to school for drama, and they're like, I have herpes.
Oh my God! Anyway, we're gonna have to try that out.
yeah, I
we're
swear
gonna
to
try
God,
out
I just wore them for a little while right after the surgery, and
was comfortable.
yeah, and the most comfortable underwear I ever wore.
Kathy, would you spend a morning pissing?
Are
wouldn't?
you kidding me?
Come on.
Are you kidding me?
Listen,
There's no way.
Let's start with just wearing them.
Okay,
and then we'll determine whether or not we want to actually pee.
Well, we'll
or not.
do
I'd have a hard time doing that on purpose. You know what I mean?
Is there a shower in the building we could use?
Yeah,
If there was, then
there's a gym downstairs. They'll let us use it. I
all right.
promise.
If I
will?
could shower, then I'll
We'll do
it.
the pee, you can poop.
Yeah. All right.
What's Kathy doing?
Oh, we have the.
Oh, we have the.
Well,
Marissa
those are
just
store
put these
brand.
in.
You got to go with the.
Wait a second.
What?
Let's see if these are. No.
Those are
no.
diapers.
Yeah. So the Depends are much more
Fashionable.
fashionable,
And thin?
thinner.
Yeah, because that's a thick pad.
That's a
Yeah.
thick one, but that's good for pooping.
Yeah, but that's what you'll wear,
We're
Kathy.
not,
when you
Trust
no,
me.
we're not doing that.
Casey, that's like that old joke. What do old people taste like? It depends.
It depends.
All right. Well, anyhow, it's something we'll have to try out down the road. That's all we have time for at the Just Saying Institute. We got to wrap things up and close up shop. But thank you for stopping by this morning. We
Get away from me.
Trying to take a piss, yeah. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. The Bizarre File is what we will have next, so don't miss it. We will return shortly.
Preston and Steve.
work together really well.
I could see that work. Sometimes when you have like a teriyaki dish.
Yes,
there'll be
exactly.
pineapple in that.
That's the same thing.
Sesame oil in usually in that. So that'll play along.
It's great.
Let's see if Kathy is.
Jennifer Melons. Where's Kathy's melons?
Hang on. Here we go.
They're usually on display.
Not in a non-sexual way. In the way she has a 44-pound.
We got it.
We do.
So you got watermelon. So we can try this. Should I just hold off until we get
Hold
this?
off.
All right. Because
Hold.
now we're in Braveheart.
Yeah, there we go. I got you.
Freedom! Do you want to live in chains, or do you want to live with salt on your watermelon? Ah! Mustard!
My God.
It's a Friday.
It is a Friday.
Isn't it? I know. Wow.
Well, now I want to go watch Braveheart.
I think they actually
They're making love.
They're pounding the actual mustard seeds right
Pounding
now.
the mustard seeds. Pounding them out. 1 mustard seed. 2 mustard seeds.
Slapping them down.
Slapping them down. Slap at the base.
Now we've gone to I Love You Man.
Yes.
Here we go. Wow, they eat plates and
I don't want it. I don't want to have
I will
dip
try
in.
it.
You don't want to? Oh, yes.
I'm chewing tobacco, so I'm just trying to be healthy, guys.
Thank you, Marissa. That's very
I don't want to sully the taste of the tobacco.
All right, so we each have a small piece of watermelon, and we have a little dollop of mustard.
Do a dollop.
Is this regular yellow mustard, Marissa? All right.
Wait. Don't
What?
do it. Oh, I want to do a countdown. I want to get everybody ready.
Okay.
Oh, we're all going to do it at the same time?
Just like they do in a temple.
I'm going first. I'm sorry. You guys, hang on. That way I can talk while you guys are chewing.
All right. In 3.
3.
1, 2, 3.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, you're not a fan? All right.
That's horrible. There's nothing appealing about that at all. Not in the slightest.
Well, maybe it was the mustard. Get different mustard.
No.
No?
No. It doesn't belong on watermelon. Kathy?
I do love mustard, though.
I don't mind
And
it.
I love watermelon.
I think it's two separate things that I like,
I
but
agree.
I don't have the reaction that you have that it was disgusting.
I think it has to be marketed as 2 great tastes that are horrible together.
There you go.
Wait, didn't your son make you like a peanut butter and tuna fish sandwich once because he knew that you liked both?
No, it was Gadzooks ice cream and shrimp. They were 2 of his favorite things, and he said they must taste great together. I let him learn that one on his own. Dogs can get sunburn.
Yep, like people, dogs exposed to too much sun can develop some skin cancers and things like that, and you'll see their skin will actually get a little bit pink or red.
Yeah, so Fozzie was looking all majestic and just laying in the driveway yesterday. I did not, Steve.
What'd you say?
You made love to him, too.
He's big enough. You could.
No, that's Reggie.
Reggie's the larger one.
Fozzie, I would split in half.
Case and jeez.
Oh my God.
Oh, why did I say that? I sent you down that path, didn't I? And now you're thinking about banging your dogs.
Connor's face in the other room. He's like, oh my God. Wow.
Yikes.
Okay.
God damn, that dog's looking good.
Oh my God.
You know what? Okay, I'm going to bring this up because I don't know when I'll have another opportunity to do so. But Stevie sent me
Okay,
this.
fancy boy.
You sent me this article about the best brownies in Philly.
Oh.
And it's essentially just a list, and it's huge.
There's about 50 of them.
It's way too big to go through.
We are in the best of times when it comes to brownies in Philadelphia.
Yeah, what I didn't know was how many places are known for their brownies. And there's a lot of them. So there's Cake Life Bake Shop, Second Daughter Baking Company, Franklin Fountain, Dolce, Crust Vegan Bakery, the Frosted Fox Cake Shop. What's that, Kath? What do you love?
Franklin Fountain.
Yeah, but you got to make sure you're either A, ready to wait in line, or B, get there at a time where there's not a line, because it's really popular. It's fantastic. It's so good. You guys ever been? It's right on.
I have not, no.
It's on Market, and it's great. It's really
Is it a bakery?
It's like an ice cream shop, like an old-timey ice cream shop. Yeah, and so you go in and they have really good ice cream and really good dessert treats. So it's worth it. It's just not cheap, and you got to wait.
Nick, a friend of mine did her wedding pictures there.
Oh, yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, it's cute.
It's a cool spot.
All right. Cookie or brownie?
Cookie.
Oh.
Man. I guess.
I used to be brownie, but I feel like now I would do a cookie.
Okay.
I'd do a cookie.
If I saw them sitting out, I would go for a brownie anytime.
Yeah?
Really? Yeah.
I think I might go brownie.
Wow. Okay.
Because the chocolate chip cookie is my favorite. However, a well-made brownie. Also there's a company that actually of the companies that do mail order brownies. Fairy Tale Brownies is a great company if you've ever used them. They have they're top level brownies. But yeah, that's neck and neck. Brownies
All
are
right.
sensational.
Brownie or cupcake?
Brownie.
Brownie.
Yeah, I'd go with brownie. For your cupcake?
Cupcake.
Okay.
The thing with the brownies, though, I feel like, and I don't know if it's like as I age, my sense of taste gets even more sensitive. I don't know. But like, I feel like if it's not super well made, I can taste like the mix.
Really?
Instead of, yeah.
See, after you get a hysterectomy, that goes away.
Stop. I hate you.
I remember seeing the history of brownies and why they were created. And it was, I forgot the name of the place, but it was so that people could, I think, take them to the beach or something like that.
Seriously?
And so the brownie has a thicker consistency than a piece of cake. Like the cake would be too crumbly and fall apart.
It's more cohesive.
And yeah, so there's a little more goo to it. In case if you want to have some fun with that.
Goo.
It's I need that sound clip from Billy Madison.
yeah.
When he notices a kid peed his pants.
The thing about a brownie for me is that the cookie is a little more pedestrian, right? Like a cookie is sort of an everyday dessert, whereas the brownie
All
is
right, fancy boy.
Right? Yeah, I feel like a little bit of a fancy boy.
You're too good for
Like it's
Billy.
special?
A fancy Nancy, if you will. When a brownie shows up, I'm like, look at that little treat.
Look at Nick with his little waistcoat.
Thank you.
No, I understand that. I think though that they're easy to make. Brownies,
right?
Brownies are easy to make. Brownies are super easy to make. They're just as easy as cookies. I'm standing firm on this. Cookies are far superior than brownies. Far superior.
Oh,
and there's a reason why there's more of them, and it's more because they're better. They're just better. And it's not to say that brownies aren't good. They're good. They're just not as good as cookies.
I think they need more of them to make up for the fact that they're not as good as brownies. They say, hey, we have diluted the market with this product, and we're going to try to catch up to the brownie people.
I think the tough part about, and the reason there are more cookies is because, and if you're talking like when you go to the grocery store, cookies are more rigid. They're easier to package. You can put more of them together.
Yes.
Brownies can kind of, there's a shelf life on them. Some cookies can last for a while.
Brownies don't have that luxury.
No.
And even if you do the brownie bites, which I think are sensational, brownie bites do have that preservative taste to them.
Let me ask you a question. Why do brownies have to be as thick as they are? You can kind of cut them in half first, right? Before you cut them into their little squares and stuff like that. You could essentially cut the tops and the bottoms
like a piece of brownie cake.
Yeah.
You can do whatever you want with your damn brownie.
Yeah. I don't know. Make thinner brownies.
Yeah.
At your home when you make them.
Yeah, our brownies are usually pretty thin anyway.
Yeah. Okay. You okay? You all right?
I'm fine.
Everything good?
You guys, Steve.
What?
You cut me deep here, man.
How did I cut you deep?
Because you went with brownies over cookies, and I thought I knew
He feels betrayed.
I thought I knew.
I love chocolate chip cookies, but if I have if there is listen, they're right neck and neck, but I do love a damn good brownie. But chocolate chip, they're
It's like Godfather 1 or 2, Steve.
Yeah, it changes from time.
It goes from time to time. You lean one way or the other.
All right.
Goo! All right.
There it is.
Now he's got it.
I got it.
There's more goo in a brownie. All right. By the way, Steve, this list of brownie places, where did you?
I was in the Inquirer.
The Inquirer.
Yeah.
Okay. So
the
you can
Inky.
You can go on and find a list of great brownies, if you will, if you check the Inquirer's website. All right. What?
What?
Okay.
Oh,
let me go to Mario. I was going to wrap up there. Hey, Mario. Good morning.
He put on his glasses. He can't see without it.
Exactly.
What's up, dude? Casey wanted me to talk to you.
Hey, I really appreciate it. Hey, cookies are way far superior than brownies. You can eat so many more of them. There's different kinds of textures. There's only so many things you can put in a brownie.
You don't need to. It's perfect.
I'll tell you what the deal is, Mario. It's when you see a plate of freshly made brownies and freshly made cookies, you know you're more likely to encounter freshly made chocolate chip cookies. At least I am. But a brownie is like, oh, we don't get brownies a lot. I'm going to go for that first.
Look what showed up.
Right.
Yeah.
I will
there we
agree
go.
with that. I would agree that it will be like a special little treat. But I will also say that if there's a freshly made plate of cookies or brownies in front of me, I'm going for them cookies first.
So I'm going for the brownies because I don't know when I'll get another shot at those brownies.
That's right.
That makes sense.
Carpe diem, man.
Carpe diem.
Yeah.
I appreciate you coming to the phone call. I just want to say I'm a cookie lover.
All right, Mario.
I mean, you can enhance a brownie by putting a cookie in it. You can enhance a cookie by putting a brownie in it.
No, you absolutely can.
No.
I've had brownie cookies.
Yeah.
I don't even know
you've
what
had
that
cookie
means.
brownies.
Putting a brownie in a cookie?
Yeah, you don't do that.
But what I've never heard of putting a cookie in a brownie.
You've never heard of a blondie, bro?
No. Well, you know what? I have heard of a blondie. I just didn't know what that was.
It's cookie brownie.
Okay. It's cookie brownie. All right, so some stories to run by you. We'll start with Prince Harry. He has returned to the UK ahead of the unveiling of a statue in honor of his late mother, Princess Diana.
I'm back.
At Kensington Palace on July 1st is when that's coming up.
Is anyone home?
Would have been her 60th birthday. Meghan stayed in California with Archie and Lilibet. Rumors and speculation on the current status of Harry and the rest of the feuding royals accompanied the news. And, of course, Diana would not have approved of the way Harry and Brother Prince are arguing. Many do speculate that.
It'd be terrible. And with that in mind, maybe they can patch things up.
Yeah, I would hope so. And with that, I saw a teaser story that I think William was kissing someone or something like that. Did you catch that story?
Who is he kissing?
Like an aide or something along those lines?
Yeah.
But I didn't really. I'm kind of bored.
Kathy
with this
Bates.
crap. He was making out with Kathy Bates.
I'm a big fan of Misery. I've often fantasized.
And here's another bit of information. Prince Charles apparently will not strip Archie and Lilibet of their royal titles. Rumors assert, despite previous indications, that he would consider it.
I tend to think we get a lot of misinformation. Yeah.
And according to an insider, they said, I don't think he will make the unpopular, hostile move of removing the royal status of his grandchildren. And then you have basically people just comment on this stuff.
Absolutely. I absolutely extract from the royal titles because at this point in time.
Agreed, sir.
Exactly.
So,
why would you do that anyway?
Hang on a second. What does it say? Oh, Prince William promised to give a 96-year-old woman a kiss once. The rules relaxed more during his mini tour of
There you
Scotland.
go.
So that was
I would like a slot of tongue, please. You misunderstood. You were thinking of a more provincial kiss where I was looking for something more sexual.
Hey, she's 96, man.
Oh, I guess so.
She can ask for whatever she wants.
All right.
Open.
Give me more. Give me your tongue.
Gross.
Dear God, woman, I can taste your pancreas.
That's how deep he went?
Yeah,
or there was bile coming up?
Bile. You know what? You don't know what's bubbling in that old fuselage. What's your favorite cheese?
Of all time?
Is that even possible to say?
Well,
America, Jack!
No, one of the greatest cheeses I ever had was called a Shropshire Blue. I was given it as a gift from some friends who knew that I love cheese, and it is actually an orange blue cheese. It's really good. Orange with blue veins, like a big penis.
Really? Wow, yeah. Like a big
veiny
older man's penis.
Sure, it's purple.
Wow.
Yes.
It's an orangish yellow cheese.
Like a senior citizen's penis.
With blue veins in it. And it's,
yes, do you have any cheese that would resemble a senior citizen's penis? And I've got just the thing.
And I absolutely loved it. It's from Shropshire, England.
Something that would resemble an older
All right, we're going to get right into it. I'm going to start with one. I'm always hesitant sometimes to put things in the bizarre file that have a proximity to the area.
Right.
But this one is, man, it's a terrible story. We'll leave with that, and then we'll move on to some other things. But you guys may have seen this. A 17-year-old boy died after an incident involving a wood chipper on Tuesday in North Whitehall Township, Pennsylvania. The boy, who was working with another person on a tree cutting job, was critically injured after his clothing was caught as he was using a wood chipper. I mean, that's probably the most grisly thing you can imagine, right?
I don't know what would beat it. Yeah.
The State Police Criminal Investigation Unit out of Bethlehem is heading the investigation with the assistance of the coroner's office. It's a terrible story. All right, we'll move on to something else. That one's pretty bad, too. How about this one? A woman trapped in her car at an intersection in El Paso, Texas, was rescued on Tuesday evening just moments before her vehicle was swallowed by a sinkhole.
Oh, wow.
They got her. Video filmed by Enrique Aguilar, the public information officer with the El Paso Fire Department, shows the small white sedan submerged and sinking in water on Tuesday at an intersection in the city.
It's the craziest footage.
As some bystanders and firefighters appear to use tools to keep the back end of the car somewhat above water, others are seen pulling the woman out of the car's rear windshield.
Yeah.
And moments later, the rushing water drags down most of the car. Within a few minutes, the car is almost completely in the sinkhole with just the very back of the trunk visible above the water.
So you're watching a car basically sink into the street.
Yeah, being swallowed.
Yeah.
Aguilar said that the incident happened at around 6:40 p.m. Tuesday. 3 firefighters who responded were treated for minor injuries from when they broke the back window, and the woman in the car was transported to medical care in stable condition with minor injuries.
What state has the most? Is it usually I associate sinkholes with Florida, but it looks like Texas is having its share.
Additional video from the scene shows parts of the road completely covered in mud and water and a traffic light that leads to a nearby highway knocked down. In Ohio, a 6-year-old boy was caught drinking alcohol not once but twice in 2 different locations on the same night. 6 years old. Victoria Hampton was arrested.
What a day.
Was arrested and charged with child endangerment and contributing to the delinquency of a minor. Court records state the child was in her care. It's not clear if she's the child's mother. So the first incident was all caught on camera. The child can be seen getting out of a car at a Marathon gas station. Olivia Eversole was working at the Marathon Friday night, saw the little boy after he hopped out of the car. She said, and he's drinking a beer in the parking lot. My coworker was like, is he drinking beer? And I turned around and I'm like, oh, yeah, he is. Eversole said the child even offered some to a customer. Once he entered the store, he can be seen walking through the parking lot holding a bottle of Smirnoff Ice in one hand. It slips from it, he sips from it several times. He was carrying snacks in the other hand. And according to Eversole, she said, do you know that you're drinking a beer? And he said, yep, this is me and my mommy's favorite beer. We drink it all the time.
Oh, my God.
She instantly knew to get her phone and called 911. She tried to keep the child occupied until deputies arrived. She said, go shopping, get whatever you want, I'll buy it. He ran to the car, returned without the drink, and started putting items on the counter. She said he got donuts, some candy, some toothpaste, some mouthwash, and said he was super excited to use it. She said he did point at dip, chewing tobacco, and said, that one's my favorite one. I haven't tried this one yet. My mommy hasn't let me try that one yet, but this one I like the best.
Just one beer for me, I'm driving.
Wow.
I hate people.
When deputies arrived, the woman in the car, later identified as Hampton, reportedly said that it was an accident and she and the child left. Deputies then went to their home, where, according to court records, they found the same child on a scooter in the middle of the road with another Smirnoff Ice in his hand. Hampton was arrested at that point. Eversole is being praised for her quick action. She said that aside from working at Marathon, she also works with people with disabilities and is used to being observant and aware. But 6 years old.
You got to wait till you're 10.
Yeah, at least.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
I could see a kid drinking that and mistaking it for not being alcoholic because Smirnoff is kind of sweet. But, man, that's messed up.
It is. Well, a recent sighting of the Loch Ness Monster turned out to be an escaped alpaca that was going for a swim.
What?
When a long-necked figure was seen in the infamous waters, people naturally assumed that it was the mythical creature, but they were wrong. Turns out that a herd of South American mammals had escaped from a nearby enclosure and had decided to go for a swim, and one, with its neck protruding from the water, remarkably looked like the iconic shot of Nessie that we all know.
I've been to Loch Ness, and even though there's the likelihood is there's nothing in there. When you're standing on the shore, it's like, I wonder.
Maybe something swimming around.
I bet you there's a lot of alpaca in there.
One of the sneakier alpacas was seen finally being caught as it enjoyed a cool down on the loch. It looked a dead ringer for the 1934 surgeon photo. Which was later found out to be fake 60 years later. But
you know what does impress you about the loch, though? The water is like an inky black. It's really dark.
So we're looking at a picture.
Yeah.
That's what people thought the Loch Ness Monster was.
Yeah. It's an alpaca.
In California, the Richmond Police Department responded to a large fight between family members at a cemetery on Saturday. One suspect was arrested for the incident. Police were called to the Rolling Hills Cemetery for what they described as a chaotic altercation.
At the cemetery?
Yeah, the suspect was arrested for retaliating at a family member after he was struck with a cane. After he was hit, police said the suspect got into his car, drove over grass and gravestones, breaking a water main in the process. Water ended up flooding the plot of the funeral director's grandmother.
The grandmother?
And he also hit the victim with his car and knocked a casket over. The suspect was given medical attention for his injury before being booked into the jail for assault with a deadly weapon and vandalism of a tomb and memorial.
Can't you keep it together in a cemetery?
Well, Steve, as you said, we all mourn in our own ways.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. And that is what we'll end with right there in the bizarre file for now, friend. All right. Well, you want me to tell a story?
Yeah.
We were at a friend of ours, husband had passed away, and we were at the funeral, and we're standing in line, in the receiving line, and Casey came driving. He came in. He was a couple minutes late, and he comes walking up, and he. What did you say?
I said I almost crapped myself on the way here.
I almost only using different language. I almost crapped myself on the way here. And Steve, without missing a beat, in the Steve Morrison way, just goes, "Well, we all mourn in our own ways." And I'm telling you, here I am, standing in line at a funeral, laughing my ass off. It was just timing wise was perfect. All right, let us take a break and come back in a moment or two. You had stuff to give away.
Yeah, when
Can I
did you
get
do
something away?
that?
All right, let's give away.
Do it now.
Let's do it. A case of a variety pack of Bud Light Seltzer Classic. All right. So
Perfect for children, right?
No. Nope. We will take call number 18 at 215-263-WMMR. You have to be at least 21 years of age with refreshing fruit flavors like watermelon, tangerine, mango, and black cherry. 100% seltzer with no beer included. Try the loudest flavors ever today. So 215-263-WMMR. Call number 18 will set you up. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
So perhaps you're not interested in cheese.
Yeah.
My little cheese place in Chestnut Hill closed down.
It did.
I was devastated.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, well, anyhow, so if you want to, you can use your Ritz cracker and try to cut your cheese with it. Remember when cut the cheese used to be a euphemism for farting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you just fart when I said that?
I thought you were summoning me.
He just... Kathy, did you see that?
No.
He's standing up. He squatted down a little bit right when we said that was the word
I thought you
for
were
farting.
telling me to do that.
Can you, if I ask you right
Fart
now?
on command? Absolutely. No, I wish I
Do
could.
it right now.
No,
Go for it.
I can't.
Drop a deuce.
Could you take it down right here?
I just did, though.
All right, so did you really?
Yes.
Drop the deuce?
No, you farted. Oh, my God.
Wow.
Please tell me that the microphones picked that up. Could you hear that, Marissa?
I could hear it in my headphones.
I'm telling you.
It is
This is the person we work with.
Isolate it.
This is the person we work with.
I mean, we are adults at work. At work. This is our job.
We're making money.
We're
We're making good money.
I think I just bonused with that one.
I wish you would get fired.
Is that what you want? You want my family destitute, Kathy?
No,
You want my family on the
honestly,
streets?
She says just you.
I'll just take care of your kids.
What about my wife? What about my wife?
Let her too.
When she comes looking for good loving.
Don't worry, I'll take care of her.
Let's see if we can isolate that moment.
Kathy's got that covered too.
And relive it. Marissa just held up 3 fingers. I don't know what that means.
One in the pink, 2 in the stink.
It wasn't that 3. What?
3 minutes, I can get it.
Okay, thank you, Marissa.
So 2 in the stink.
So maybe we'll kind of reinvigorate this thing. But we have decided to return with Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts this morning.
Yes.
And when I tell you that the passion was high for people to that have sent in requests to be a part of this, it's an understatement. It was just fanatical.
It is a global phenomenon.
Yes.
Has been for a long time. People have been raised in this Harry Potter realm, and so we knew we were going to get some staunch competitors.
I read a lot of the submissions that were sent in. I read all the submissions that were sent in, and I read several of them. I was on the plane the other day flying out west, and I was brought to tears by some of these submissions because this world means so much to so many people, and the way that they articulated it was really moving to me, and I'm just impressed. It was so difficult to narrow it down to 2 final contestants.
I mean, put it in perspective. A tick came into the studio to watch.
That's right. That's how popular
That's how
this is.
popular.
I am currently reading the Harry Potter books.
Are you?
I'm on the Sorcerer's, or no, I'm sorry, I'm on the Chamber of Secrets right now, so I've just gotten started.
Reading or Audible?
Audible.
And who's doing it? Who's doing the
I've forgotten the actor's name.
Jim something or other.
He's excellent.
Hey, there might be a question coming up.
Okay.
So I'm about 3/4 of the way through the second book.
Awesome.
So I'm underway. I'm starting to learn. I've seen all the movies, and I found them entertaining. But I wanted to know, because there's so many people that you talk to about this story. There's so much more underneath when you dive into the canon of it all. When you get into the all the details about it, and I want to know that. I mean, I want to I think it's a kind of a club that you're in.
So all of my nieces and nephews, like I remember when the movie started coming out, and I was like, "Oh, that's friggin' awesome! I loved it."
Yeah.
They were like, "But they left out, and there was so much stuff that so they were able to enjoy them, but they were a little deflated because the books, they devoured. They were ravenous for them. So I think you're entering a cool realm here, Preston.
By the way, Nick McElwain wearing his Gryffindor attire this morning.
Yes, sir.
He has pajamas.
Yes.
That look like a robe.
It's the closest thing I have to a robe, but they are officially licensed Harry Potter pajamas, and so I am a Gryffindor, and that's why I'm
Mr. Potter, what happened to your head?
You have taken the online quiz to find out which house you belong in?
Yes. I'm a Gryffindor.
Oh, you did?
Okay.
Yeah. Pottermore was a great website. I don't think it actually exists anymore, which is too bad. But I mean, I've been in the Harry Potter universe for a really long time. I think I got into it maybe when the third book came out. And Steve, I love the movies as well, but the books really do add layers and levels and these just the intricacies to this universe, and it's why people keep coming back to it, because there's so much to read, there's so much to rediscover, and maybe you didn't even notice it the first time around.
And not only has Nick worn his pajamas, but he brought in his wand, and so did Steve.
Yes, I did.
And you guys both got those at Universal Studios?
This was a gift for me from Universal Studios, yeah. So my friend that went and knew how much I loved Harry Potter and brought it back for me.
And you haven't been there?
I have not yet, no.
Oh, my God!
I know.
You've got to go. It's incredible.
I did a couple of the tours in London, which were amazing. But yes, I absolutely have to get to Universal.
That's the only thing I know about Harry Potter is that the rides were fun at Universal.
Right.
Literally.
Kathy, it is a whole world. I went to all the vendors. You did as well, Preston. On your recommendation.
My daughter got a wand fitting there.
And and when you go around the town, the wand activates certain things in town,
cool,
which is awesome.
Yeah.
I've been to both. I've been to the one in California and in Orlando, and they are outstanding.
I gotta go.
You won't, if you're a fan,
it's real.
You're gonna cry.
That
it's
world
real.
is real.
All right.
Some of the people that sent in submissions said that when they got there, then they saw the Hogwarts castle, it brought them to tears.
I believe
that's how moving it is, yeah.
All right, and by the way, Harry Potter fans are adorable. Look at these guys here this morning. We're going to meet our contestants.
Preston and Steve present Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts.
As Nick had said, we had loads and loads and loads of entries, but going through, we've got to narrow it down to two. And I'm sure that there are people that are incredibly well-versed, but we only have room for two people in our studio. And so that's how we're doing it, to have these two competitors battle it out. Mano a mano. All right, so let's meet our contestants, and we'll read the emails that we got from them. We're going to start with this one. It says, dude, I grew up with HP and obsessed. I was born in 89, so I was right out of the same age as Harry, right around the same age as Harry and his compadres, or his comrades, it says, as the books were released and they made their way through Hogwarts, ultimately not returning for education in year 7 as the Dark Lord has by that point hit full strength, obviously. I have lightly reread parts of the books since childhood, but made it my goal to reread all 7 books once I finished grad school, Master of Public Administration at Penn State, woot woot. My husband bought me a Gryffindor blanket, a book of spells as a grad gift as well, and I graduated in December 2020 and finished the books last month. Literally, the best books I've ever read. read, and I have no idea how to move on from them. It's really just a story about friendship and the power of love.
True.
I was brought to tears in books 5, 6, 7, and would say that my favorite books are 3 and 6. 7 is also just absolutely epic. My next goal is to rewatch the full versions of the movies. I went to Universal Studios California back in 2017 and wore a Harry Potter costume to Hogwarts. For the above reasons, I would say I am the Harry Potter expert. It's about both knowledge and sheer passion for the story, the most epic tale ever told. Please welcome Steph Rosenbluth to the show. Hi, Steph. How you doing? Oh, wait. Your microphone is not working. Let me try that again. Go ahead.
I am so happy to be here.
Yay. Steph, where are you from?
I'm from central New Jersey, Hopewell Township, right across the river from Bucks County.
It does exist.
Okay, so is that north-south Jersey or south-north Jersey?
Right in the armpit of the Delaware River.
There you go. All right, I want to ask you, Steph, because Steph is wearing a shirt that's got all 4 houses on it, but it says Hogwarts on it. She's also wearing a robe. She brought her owl. Is that Hedwig?
It's Hedwig.
Nice. And tell me about your glasses.
They are round glasses.
Are they prescription?
They are not prescription.
Okay.
They are just merely for this competition. Yes.
They look great.
And social events.
Nice. So you recently reread all the books.
I did, yes. It was my goal, and I still don't know how to move on. Interestingly, while rereading the books, I was also rewatching Lord of the Rings extended version. So I was in quite the wizarding world.
Well, there's the amount of minutia, the amount of stuff to keep track of. But I mean, that's the books, the extended movie versions of the original Harry Potter, of the movies, and a lot of times they're tacking on an additional half hour, 40 minutes.
Yeah. Which character do you identify with the best?
Wow, which
most?
character? Probably Luna Lovegood.
Okay.
She says whatever's on her mind. People kind of think she's weird, but once they get to know her, they realize she has a heart of gold, and she's actually very important to the story and to Harry's success in defeating Voldemort.
I love that. Great answer. All right, then, Steph. Our next contestant writes, I was hooked on the series the first time I read Sorcerer's Stone and bawled my eyes out the day after my 11th birthday when I didn't get my invitation to attend Hogwarts for the upcoming school year. I read the series countless times as a child and still reread my favorites every year. I read the series countless times. Nope, I read that part already. Let me go back to this. And I reread the story every year, every Christmas, to get in the holiday spirit. Growing up, my family and I went to the premiere screening of the latest movie, and what started as my obsession turned into full-out family affair as I got the rest of my family hooked on the magic of the Harry Potter universe. We traveled to Universal Studios' Wizarding World of Harry Potter when I was 19, and I remember seeing the top of the Hogwarts castle and instantly burst into tears. I can definitely recite every movie from start to finish, and I'm always the go-to person when someone has a question about their Harry Potter timeline or whether or not Snape really was a good guy. For years, my friends and I would watch the full 8 movies in a marathon event. We would bake snitch cake pops, craft sorting hat cupcakes, and brew our very own butterbeer, all while playing Harry Potter trivia and discussing our favorite moments from the series. There really is something special about the magic that J.K. created, and I would love to put my knowledge to the test. Gang, welcome Lauren DiStefano. Love it. Hi, Lauren. How you doing?
I'm good.
All right, so tell us a little bit about you. Where are you from?
I'm from Downingtown, Pennsylvania.
From Downingtown, Pennsylvania. What do you do?
I work at a law office now.
Oh, really?
There you go.
Okay, nice.
You can employ spells in changing
Do I need to read this?
Well, I can.
Is this happening
tell
now?
you. Yeah, I mean,
It says, I have a surprise coming.
Yeah.
Oh.
And it's from Casey. And I don't know what it's about. We were going to talk about
I like
something.
surprises.
But I do like surprises, so I'm intrigued.
What's the ETA?
Oh, I bet I know what it is.
Yeah?
Chicken fingers.
No.
No.
That's what I thought too.
Close.
Oh, man.
Dairy Queen?
Close.
Oh, the
wait, the croissants. No, the croissants.
Croissants, yes. Fresh out of the oven. They're on
From
their way out.
Pagano's
Yeah.
downstairs, the restaurant Casey said earlier this morning, best he's ever had ever.
I love croissants.
And so
Warm
they're
and
going to.
buttery.
So will we be eating them
That's
on
a great
the air?
porn movie.
Or
Warm and buttery. I want you to take a bite on the air.
All right.
And so, I went down a little bit earlier. Lee took care of us. Charged us full price, you know.
Are they in transit now?
They're in transit. Yeah, I think we just sent Mara down there for them.
Matt, the head guy down there, did a while back, and I forgot what we had done, but he offered to buy us to send breakfast up to us, and it happened like in a week when we had too much going on and I couldn't coordinate it. So we do appreciate that offer. It might have been when we got into the Radio Hall of Fame. I'm not really 100% sure, but nonetheless, they're great people down at Pagano's, which is awesome to have them here. Okay,
so when it's coming up, I don't want you guys to, if you...
Do you want to get one of those rideshare bikes down there to bring it up quicker?
Yeah, they now have these rideshare bicycles in our parking lot.
We're getting bees, aren't we?
Are we getting bees?
Yeah, I think there's going to be beehives. That we got an email from Tony Perrone over our vacation saying that they're going to set up bees. And Steve, I think it's the same guy that you've had
Alan,
at your
the bee
house.
man?
Yeah, I believe so. I'm not
but
100% sure.
I read that as he's just coming for the day. I don't
Yeah, it
think
was
they're
like
going to live here.
almost like a field trip type of deal. Like,
Yeah.
hey, if you want to go check out.
I thought they were setting up hives. Maybe I misunderstood.
That'd be cool if they did. So that'd be cool. But where are the bikes? Oh, do we determine whether they are electric or regular?
They're not. They're regular. I drove by and saw them the other day. They definitely don't have batteries on them.
All right.
And I've never ridden on one of those. I don't know how they ride. You guys, I assume nobody here has ridden
looked all
one
right.
of those.
Like cruiser type, right?
Marissa's ridden. She's a city dweller.
Hold on.
So
You've read one of the ones in our parking lot?
Well, not those. I assume they're like the Indigo ones.
They are, exactly.
Like in all over the city, in the city bikes in other cities.
Just kind of durable bikes?
Yeah, they're great. Like if we wanted to ride over to Taco Bell, Casey, instead of taking a car over there, perfect.
Oh.
They're a little heavier. They're meant so you're not going to try to steal it. It's not that great of a bike.
How do you? What do you put a card in or something, or you just take it?
I think, Steve, here at the building, you actually sign up and get it that way. But usually, like in the city, you have an account.
App? Yeah. All right.
Is it free for us who work in the building?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, okay.
We should do like a bicycle stunt team using those.
A stunt team.
Yeah.
I could see doing that.
Somebody sent in a text saying that they have the beehive set up at 3 Bella right now.
Huh. Okay. Well,
I love all the stuff that...
They're touring bees.
Take
touring
these.
beehives.
The croissants have arrived.
All right.
Croissant.
You should taste it. Then Casey swears the best croissant he's ever had.
And nothing on them, right, Case?
Nothing on it.
All right, so they're light and flaky and still warm.
Ooh.
That's wonderful. I'm going to have one right now. I'm going to tear it apart here.
Really? I can have one too?
Oh, yeah. I got one for everybody.
Ooh.
Oh, my God. Look at this. Look at this thing coming apart. I'm going to shoot.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Thank you.
I'm going to shoot.
Yeah, that's damn good. Damn, Kath, you took a big bite. You throated that thing.
Really?
Oh, I just saw from a profile. Maybe it was kind of hollow. But.
Light and flaky. That's exactly what you want.
Damn good.
Yeah.
Now, if we just can get the bees and the bicycles, we'll have everything.
Croissants are messy.
They are.
I mean, as far as because
they're crummy.
They're so flaky.
So moist. The whole notion of putting butter on a croissant is kind of laughable.
I know, you're right.
Yeah. These are good.
See, we knew this was going to happen.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, shoot.
Pauses, moments of silence.
Yeah,
Did you,
thanks.
did you almost drop an S-bomb there?
I said shoot.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you, Casey.
You're welcome.
Thanks, man.
Very nice. Thank you, Pagano's. That was really nice. All right. Anyway, I have something else to talk about, but not with a mouthful.
I like a little bit of salt.
What?
I taste a little bit of salt on the croissant.
I thought you meant like adding salt to it.
No. Just in the taste of the croissant itself.
All right, we're done eating.
Okay.
For those of you who hate eating sounds on the radio, we're done with that. I did want to share something out of my personal life. Actually, it's out of my son's personal life. He got his first speeding ticket yesterday.
Uh-oh.
Yep, and listen, he just turned 22 years old, so that's not bad.
No.
That's not bad at all. I'm trying to remember. I got pulled over so many times and got so many tickets. I can't remember when they began. I'm sure I was 16 or 17.
You can't remember your first infraction?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Preston, I had gotten so many speeding tickets by the time I was 22 and I think you had to do the same thing, Nick. I had to go into the DMV and take a test again.
Yeah, because
Oh my God, really?
You
I got
got
points. Yeah, I had points on my license, and so I had to take a test to reduce the points on my license.
If I'm correct me if I'm wrong, Casey, but I think if you get 6 points, you lose your license.
Yeah,
right.
And if you approach 6 points, you can take these tests, and that will reduce the number of points that you have until they're down to 0.
So the officer that pulled him over had kind of noticed that he had seen that his record was 100% completely clean. He's
good.
22-year-olds and told him in so many words, he's like, this is rare. He's like, it's kind of wild to see this. So he didn't give him any points on his license. He is going to he's going to get a ticket and a fine, and it's going to cost, $100+ or whatever it is. But he noted his record and saw that it was clean and gave him a little bit of a break on that because of that, and that's an officer's discretion to do that.
Where did he get dinged? Was it on a main thoroughfare or side streets?
It was on a main. I'm not going to say where, just in case. When you start talking about police, listen. One time I talked about, and this was early on in my radio career, I got pulled over for expired plates, and the officer let me go, and I went on the radio and thanked the officer for doing that, and they got loads of complaints. And the next day, that officer was sitting in the same spot and busted me and gave me a ticket because I heard about what you said on the radio. I'm like, man,
damn.
I thought I was doing a nice thing, but we live and we learn. Yeah. So anyhow, I'm not going to say where it was, but so he noted that he had a clean record and gave him a little bit of a break, which was cool. And Parker handled it well, which is great.
Yeah, to be at that age, you have to. So I think I was probably around his age when I got my first speeding ticket. But I really no. You know what? The first ticket I got was for running a light that had just turned red at an intersection.
That's okay.
I was traveling behind a truck. Like an 18-wheeler.
Couldn't see it.
Couldn't see the light.
I hate that.
And I got nailed. And I'm like, come on,
Don't
really?
you kind of feel almost like drifting or, drafting? You're allowed to just go through behind that truck?
Yeah. He was right. I mean, I went through a red light.
My first infraction was a fender bender, and it was like 16 seconds after I got my license.
What?
No, it wasn't the same day, but it was shortly after. And I went to pull out of a parking lot, and I remember it. I went to pull out of a parking lot and didn't see the car, saw the car at the last minute and hit the gas instead of the brake and plowed right into him. Now, it wasn't like terrible damage because neither of us were really moving, but it was my dad's car. And I had to go home and be like, got into my first accident.
A lot of people texting in who've 35 years old, 52 years old, 40 years old, never gotten a ticket.
Nothing?
I wonder if they've maybe never pulled over before as well.
That's a terrible feeling, looking in the rearview mirror and seeing the lights.
Awful.
And usually, Steve, to your point, you've done something wrong. But
and there you are, you're sitting behind the wheel, you're eating that pot as fast as you can.
Right, yeah. I mean, you got to ingest it, get rid of the evidence. The last speeding ticket I got was one of those cameras. It wasn't even an interaction with an officer. It was in Baltimore heading north on 95. And I got the ticket 2 or 3 days later in the mail. I was like, son of a bitch.
Yeah,
the last speeding ticket I got, I cried. And it really was not intentional. I was having a terrible day and I just got pulled over and I was like, you gotta be kidding me. And it was 11 a.m. It wasn't even fully into the whole day. And I think I made the guy feel so awkward. He was like, what's wrong? And I was like, I don't know. I didn't even have an explanation. I was like, it's just a bad day.
I have bad orgasms. They're like earthquakes when they should be like waves.
And he gave me the ticket and I got the fine, but same thing, I didn't get points on my license.
All right, the worst is, and if you're on the highway and there's other cars around and you see those lights go on and you just go, yeah, that's me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, that sucks. You know it.
Don't you try to hide in between the other cars then?
Do one of those things. Do you, so let me ask you, overall, give an estimate to how many tickets you've gotten. I don't get a lot of, I'm actually a good driver. I mean, as far as, I'm pretty,
Yeah, I've never gotten points on my license, so that would mean
I've never
that
either.
many, right?
It's been a long time since I've gotten one. Last one I got, actually, Steve, was when we were at Y100 in media. So it's been, many, many, many years.
Right.
I don't know.
So that's a long time ago.
Probably 6 tickets or so.
Yeah, probably 10, something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
I remember my last one because I was on my way to my sister-in-law's baby shower. My nephew was 6, so it was 6 years ago.
I got one, Kath. I was so mad that I even got pulled. I didn't know what I was getting pulled over for. The problem was I was in a school zone. And there was a cop right behind me. The problem is I went past the little light flashing that it was a school zone, and then I stopped at a stoplight. Okay? So in the time that I was at the stoplight, completely forgot that I was in a school zone, and then I started driving. I wasn't I was within the speed limit.
Regular speed.
The regular speed limit, and I'm getting pulled over. I'm like, and Kath, I had
cry?
No, I had just gone to Taco Bell. So I was eating a taco, and as I'm getting pulled over, I'm like, I wonder if I'm getting pulled over for eating.
What did I do, officer?
Because I had no idea. And I'm like, am I not, And so when he pulled me over, he was like, oh, you were speeding in the school zone.
That's the way you eat a taco.
Yeah, that. But no, so I ended up getting, the ticket for that. And and
sometimes, obviously there are traps and there are areas where you'll to be careful. People who are familiar with certain areas, and you see a newbie in an area that doesn't know a particular cop sits behind a particular store.
Yeah.
And you'll see people get nailed.
Well, right by the there's a reservoir on 252 near Lake Media, and there are two different spots where a police officer will sit, and there are lines. It's it's a speed trap, and I know this. And what sucks is the speed limit goes from 45 to 35. And so they'll clip you on when you slow down, and I know this. And I had some dude riding my ass, and I'm like, bud, and I ended up pulling over.
Right.
I'm like, you can go ahead. And sure enough, there was a cop waiting there, and I guess maybe the cop wasn't looking, maybe he was just doing, so he didn't catch the guy speeding.
Do you know they're really strict? So on this stretch of road here, St. Asaph's down, right?
Yeah.
Is that this way is St. Asaph's?
No, to the right is St. Asaph's, to the left is presidential.
So you go down and down in that industrial area, and
it's 25.
It's posted strictly.
Wait, explain again.
25.
Where?
Yeah.
So
Make a left, Kath.
Yeah, out of our parking lot, make a left. They are super strict on 25.
Oh.
So once you get down to presidential here, once you go through that light, 25 miles an hour, you got it.
And on the weekend, you will see them. There'll be 4 or 5, 6 cop cars pulling over people right and left.
By the way, I like this one. It says, where was it? Where did it go? This guy says, both times I got a ticket. Both tickets I've gotten, I was listening to Zeppelin at the proper level.
Police officers should understand.
And now I know better.
I got pulled over listening to Salisbury Hill, which is I was like, oh, it's a great song. This is a really great song. And I ended up going 64 and a 40. And I don't think Salisbury Hill is normally a song that'll pump you up that much, but for whatever reason, it did that day.
Casey, here's a text says, I'm a cop, and that thing with the school zone and stoplight or stop sign in the middle of it is super common for people to forget.
Yeah. Well, especially if you're eating a taco.
Yeah. Throws you off.
Your
Wait a
Honor,
minute.
I was eating a taco.
I've got to go to Rob.
Yes.
I need to hear this. Hey, Rob, you're on the air. Good morning.
How you guys doing, Gadzooks?
Good. Gadzooks to you, buddy. Okay, it says here you got 6 tickets in 47 minutes. Please explain.
So I was on my way to the street races in South Philly. And I was
That's enough of that, yeah.
I was flying over the bridge, going over to Walt Whitman, and Port Authority got me. I got a speeding ticket, expired registration, and a seatbelt. When I got off the bridge, I was heading down toward Broad and Patterson. And at the time, there was a cop parked right alongside the train station. And I thought nothing of it. But when I went to go around them, she kind of came out to block the road. And I thought she was merely just pulling out. So when I went around her, she pulls a U-turn, pulls me over, and I got avoiding a police barricade, expired registration, and another seatbelt.
Were you like, Rob, hey, I'm running late for the street races.
Interesting.
The ironic thing was the people that I was meeting was going west down Patterson. They saw me pulled over.
Well, Rob, quick question. So you got 2 tickets for expired registration within minutes of each other. I always thought, wouldn't that come up as you just being ticketed for that? And is that standard to reissue that same ticket again? We're
different state, though. He was coming across.
That's right.
Yeah. Go ahead, Rob.
That was one of the first things out of my mouth when I got pulled over on Patterson. I was like, listen, I'm really sorry, but I just got, she's like, well, honey, you're getting 2 more. I was like,
Wow. And by the way, I didn't know it was the Port Authority that has jurisdiction on the bridges. Because I've always been curious about that. Is because they're clearly the speed limit posted, and I was curious of who handles that. Jersey, PA, Delaware,
right?
When you get busted on a bridge, and how do they? Because did they get you going onto the bridge or coming off of the bridge, Rob?
I was coming onto the bridge through Jersey. And if you ever get on 42, where it merges on the 168, there's a kind of a point there. And that's where he was sitting.
Okay.
And he got me before I got to the tolls. So what I had to do was go to Camden and actually pay those tickets.
Okay.
That's confusing. Yeah, I never thought about that. What do you do? Does the cop car turn around halfway across the bridge? You're now Pennsylvania's issue. Wow.
Right. So if I remember right, he pulls a U-turn around the tolls and goes back, and I guess post up where he got me from.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Rob. That's a record. 6 tickets in 47 minutes. All right. I need to hear about this. Let's go to Anthony. Hi, Anthony. Good morning.
Hey, it's Funeral Anthony. Remember I called you guys?
Are you a funeral director?
No, I'm the one who got kicked out of the funeral.
Ah.
I don't remember.
Yeah, was it your ex-wife?
Yeah.
Now I remember.
Nice. All right. What else did you do, Anthony?
So we had just moved to the main line in Malvern.
This is your ex-wife?
Yeah.
Okay.
Her and I, we had just moved to the main line in Malvern, and I didn't realize the speed limit on Route 30, Lancaster Avenue, changes so much.
It does, yeah.
And they're strict. Yeah.
I got pulled over. She's in the passenger seat. She's blitzed out of her mind. I got pulled over for speeding, and the cop was just basically so disgusted with her. And she's like, just bring her home now.
Okay. I'm surprised you didn't say let her drive.
Oh,
because
you got out of it because she was so drunk and annoying that the guy just wanted you to get her home.
They didn't want to deal with her. I mean, she was we had just come back from a Cheap Trick concert. And
that should have gotten you off for the ticket. You know what they do? They're very, very strict around when you're actually around it on the campus of Villanova.
Yes.
That's where they get really, really strict.
Yeah, through that area. Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of schools, that's where they kind of tune it up a bit, especially school zones in particular, when you get a lot of pedestrians.
Also the Jersey Shore.
Yeah.
Like if you're driving in any shore town, go the speed limit because you're going to get pulled over and stop at the stop signs. I mean, do the things you're supposed to do anyway, but definitely do them at the Jersey Shore.
As a part-time resident now there, I appreciate that fully, 100%, because there's so many bikes and pedestrians.
So, and the shore's for a different vibe. You do your street racing here.
Yes.
Yeah.
You do that here. Speaking of the street racing, I remember we had somebody we used to work with ended up over the Broad and Pattison area. Accidentally ended up in the lineup for the street racing. We're just trying to go somewhere. You didn't know it.
Okay.
And they're pulling ahead and they're like, you guys ready to go? She's like, I'm just trying to get to the sports complex. I'm not racing. I'm not here to race.
They put the big clamp down on that, but do they still race there?
I don't know.
I have no idea.
So. I'm going to go to John. Had a bit of an issue with tickets. Hey, John, good morning.
Yo, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. What's up, buddy?
What's going on? So, when I was 17, I just got my license, had a sports car, and lost my license within, a year.
Okay.
I had it suspended for about 10 years.
You had your license suspended for 10 years.
10 years.
Wow.
I drove every single day, racked up about $8,000 worth of moving violations.
$8,000. So you were driving with a suspended license, and they didn't incarcerate you?
No. So if you don't know, back in the day, every time you got pulled over, they added 6-month suspension to your license.
Okay.
So now, if you have any suspension at all, now they take your car.
Okay. What's your record like now, John?
Now it's good.
It's good. You got past.
But it like what he's saying is it accrues. So like every time you just keep getting 6 months added to it every time.
Okay.
Right. So every time you got pulled over, it added 6 months. So I was getting pulled over every time. Speeding, blowing red lights. So the good thing about all this, about the $8,000, I had a good friend of mine that worked down at the parking authority. Knew a couple people, and they wiped out about 90% of my fines.
Oh wow!
Wow. Well, that doesn't seem.
Was it in Philly?
Yeah, Philly.
Yeah. See, remember they got in trouble for that.
Oh,
it was happening
I do
all the
remember
time.
That.
And
yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, helping people get off of the
Right,
tickets. Yeah, I remember that.
If you knew people back in the day, you know, they helped you out, but now they got busted down there, so they cleaned out.
It blows my mind. You know, people who have had so many moving violations, so many infractions, and yet they're still out driving.
I know.
And I'm like, at what point do they finally yank your license fully?
Yeah. Or do they advance it to a very harsh penalty? You know what I mean? Because, how
do you...
I know. It's like the people who get, 8 or 9 DUIs.
Right.
Yeah. Why are you not in jail now?
I had a friend who, so the legal limit now is 0.08, but back in the day, it used to be 0.1. And so I had a buddy of mine who was 20 years old. He blew a 0.09. All right. So, and the cop, because he was under the legal limit at that time, was about to let him go. And then at the very, very, very last second, he's like, wait a second, you're not even 21. And
man.
Wow.
Oh, that's funny.
And so he ended up losing his license for a couple of years.
I thought you were going to say right after the results came in, the dude was like, yeah, in your face, man. He's like, you know what? We can do something about that. Let me go to this. This will be interesting. I have Deb on the line. Hi, Deb. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. What's up, Deb?
So, I was like 17. This is like 20 odd years ago, and it was like 11 o'clock at night. We're driving to Rocky Horror Picture Show, so we're all dressed in like black makeup and the whole 9 yards.
Yep.
And I'm driving my friend's car, which was a Dodge Neon, to let you know exactly how long ago this was. And I'm speeding. I'm going like 80 miles an hour. I had no idea. I'm on 295 in South Jersey, and I'm driving in the left lane, just going. And I see somebody come behind me, and they're tailgating me. So I slow down a lot because I figured let them hit me.
Yeah.
So the lights come on, and it's the cop tailgating me, and I didn't notice the lights. And so he pulls me over. He tells me to get to the right, so I go to the left.
Oh, my God.
And,
oh, my God.
And mind you, I'm very sober at this point.
Right.
And so I pull to the left. He gets out of the car. He has me roll down the window, and he says, do you know you're right from your left? And I'm like, I don't think so. Maybe not. I don't know. And he said, do you know that you were going 80 miles an hour? I said, no, I didn't. Well, why did you slow down then? And I was like, well, you were tailgating me, and I always thought that if you hit me, I would get paid, so I slowed down.
Oh, my God.
I never saw a cop write a ticket so quickly. What the hell?
Yeah. You were saying literally everything wrong. Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
What if the cop got out of the car and he was dressed as Frankenfooter?
Oh, my God, that would have been the best. All right, thanks for the call. All right, well, anyhow, it's kind of a rite of passage, so my son got his first speeding ticket.
Sounds like he handled it well.
It did. And
how excessive was the speed? Do we know?
It was on a stretch of road where people routinely do 90 miles an hour, and he was doing 90 miles an hour.
Okay.
So it was one of the main interchanges. But so it is what it is. And listen, the cause and effect will happen. He will slow down.
Good.
He will take it easier because he doesn't want this happening again. But the biggest thing was he was really nervous to tell me and his mother about it. Yeah, and I was cool with it, but I can see why. I might freak out on him or something like that. But, he's a good kid, so that was all I had.
Yeah, he's not like he's a scofflaw.
All right, well, thanks for sharing the stories. We do need to take a break because we have a series of guests who are going to be joining us when we return, so make sure that you stay with us. And while we do take a break, I would like to give something to you. We'll take caller number 14 and set you up with a $50 Buffalo Wild Wings gift card. And they... Not Buffalo Bill. It's Buffalo Wild Wings. They have specials on food from 3 to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Great deals on drinks all day. Valid participating locations. While supplies last. Dine in only 215-263 WMMR. Call 14. We'll be right back.
I've seen Harry Potter, the movies, as Christmas time fare.
Every single movie has a Christmas scene.
Right. And so it's always applicable. Yeah, no.
And so, Lauren, how long have you been listening to the Preston and Steve show?
probably my whole life. My parents are Y100 listeners, and we had like the CDs, and I was like, oh, that's the only station is Preston and Steve. So I just didn't know.
We were on station, the Preston and Steve station.
So you're wearing a Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry shirt this morning, and you're wearing some funky looking glasses.
Yes,
what are
they
those?
Luna Lovegood's glasses.
Those are Luna Lovegood's glasses.
Oh, wow. So she can see everything.
Okay, that's beautiful. And would I'd asked Steph who she identified with, and she said Lovegood. What about you?
I think, well, my favorite character is Sirius. I love him so much. I love his arc of being the villain to the good guy, but never getting like the redemption of it. But everyone who loves and knows him knows he was the good guy.
You mean Severus?
No, Sirius.
Oh, Sirius. Oh, Sirius Black. I'm sorry. Okay,
out of prison, and everybody's like, and then he finally at the very end, they're like, oh yeah, he was a good guy all along.
Okay.
Wow.
I just loved him.
Oh, you guys are the real deal.
Well, we're going to put you to the test, guys. All right. Are you ready to get this underway?
Ready.
All right.
Ready.
Let's test your. Now we have. You guys are going to be buzzing, and I'm going to explain the rules. But let's just test your bells and see how it sounds. Steph. That's Steph's bell, and this is Lauren's bell. So a little bit of a different tone to each, so we can tell the difference, and we should be able to hear that. Okay. All right. Let's get this underway and tell you guys how we're going to be rolling this out for Battle of the So-Called Experts. There are 3 rounds, and they increase in difficulty. We will begin with the easiest questions, and they will be worth 1 point each. There are 4 questions per round. Okay. Second round, the questions are worth 2 points, and the third round, the questions are worth 5 points. So even if you're behind going into the third round, it can really change, and you can end up winning because of the difficulty level. Now, I will ask you a question. You have to buzz in to answer. If you get that question correct, you get points. Now, here's what I want you to keep in mind. If you buzz in while I'm asking the question, and I haven't finished the question yet, I will stop, and you will have to answer based only on what I've said so far. If you're incorrect, your opponent will get to hear the rest of the clue and also answer that question, and they get a benefit because they'll hear your incorrect answer. They'll hear the rest of the clue and might have a better shot at getting that. So keep that in mind as I ask the questions, whether or not you're ready to buzz in. And by the way, we will have a tiebreaker if necessary. If we have a tie at the end of the game, we'll have a tiebreaker question that is ready to go. And the winner gets our porcelain Tri-Wizards Cup here this morning. Gorgeous. It's actually a bi-Wizards Cup because we only have 2 Wizards in the studio this morning. But that is from our friend Eva, who created this. She is the ceramic studio manager at the Wayne Art Center.
She's so talented. She's so incredible. She recently had an art opening out in Westchester at Westchester University. Eva's a great artist and a really cool person. She actually submitted to be in this contest because she loves Harry Potter so much. But when she wasn't selected, she made this trophy for us instead.
That was very cool. And you can check out our Instagram account. We'll make sure we post that. It's at arts.by.eva. If you want to take a look. So thank you, Eva Jozinez. Is that how you say her last name? Jozinez.
Yeah,
All
she's
right,
awesome.
So thank you, Eva. All right, we are ready to get the battle underway.
Oh, boy.
Let's begin. All right. Let's get Steph and Lauren in place. Hands by your buzzers, by your bells, I should say.
Are we doing practice questions first, or are we just getting right to it?
You know what? All right, I'll do a practice question just so you know what it's like to buzz in. And by the way, the questions are difficult. I'm currently reading, and I've seen all the movies. I didn't get any one of these correct. All right, so but that's hey, I'm a neophyte compared to you guys. So let's try a very, very simple question, and buzz in if you know the answer. What street do the Dursleys live on? Okay, so then we would go to Lauren for that answer.
Privet Drive.
That is absolutely correct. So that's just a test. And that is how it's going to work. So we can clearly hear the bells.
Yes.
We know who's in.
All right.
And we can decide who gets to answer the question. All right, here we go.
Did you say where their hands need to go?
They can hover.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hands can hover.
We covered that off air. So, all right, first question, stand by. Here we go. And these are the easy questions for 1 point. In Prisoner of Azkaban, Snape commands his students to turn to... All right.
394.
That is correct, Lauren. Which page? 394. 1 point for Lauren.
I'm keeping score, right?
That was excellent. Yes. All right. Next question. After Dumbledore's passing, he gifts Harry the very first snitch that he ever caught. All right, we're going to go to Steph for that answer.
I open at the close.
She is correct. The rest of the question was, what was the sentence that appeared on the golden sphere?
Wow.
I open at the close.
These guys are good.
1 point each. Next question. What are the full names of the 4 Hogwarts house All right, we're going to go to Lauren. Lauren.
Salazar Slytherin. Godric Gryffindor. Rowena Ravenclaw. And Helga Hufflepuff.
That is correct. Those are the full names of the 4 Hogwarts house founders. So far, all my questions asked have been buzzed in early on.
Yes, they have.
They're extremely confident. Now, these are the easiest of the questions. Final question in the first round. Harry Potter's birthday is July 31st. Which character was born one day? Let's go to Lauren.
Neville Longbottom.
That is correct. Born one day before him.
Oh, my God.
And the total so far in round 1, Nick.
Lauren with 3, Steph with 1.
All right, 3-1.
3-1.
And these two are jumping in before every single... before I had a chance to finish every single
good.
question.
I mean, we have absolutely the best competitors you could possibly have.
Most definitely. All right, on to round 2. Right now, Lauren leads 3-1. Here's your next question. These are medium, and these are 2 points each. 2 points each. What is the name of Lavender Brown's rabbit?
Oh my God, that's literally the one pet I did not make a flashcard about.
Flashcard.
Steph was doing
I know
flashcards.
everyone else is.
You did flashcards?
Lavender Brown.
What is the name of Lavender Brown's rabbit? I'll give you guys about 5 more seconds to think about it.
Like flashcards for this contest?
Yes.
Yes! That's what a competitor looks like, Kathy.
High level flashcard.
I played Trivial Pursuit last night.
There you go.
Running through the cards.
Yes! These guys are serious.
All right, Kathy interrupted. So your 5 seconds starts now. Hold on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, they're not going to take a chance at it. It was Binky. Didn't know that? Doesn't even ring a bell, does it? Okay. Fair enough. Well, it's a good thing you didn't answer them.
Wow.
Next
Is
question.
there a deduction?
No.
No.
No, if you get it wrong, you're not penalized.
Yes. You're not penalized, but you do kind of give up a little bit of information to the other competitor. All right, next is, what is Hermione's boggart? Okay, let's go to Steph.
It's Professor McGonagall telling her that she failed her exams.
She got it!
Nice.
So that's 2 points.
Yes.
And that means it's
all tied up.
It's 3-3.
Yeah.
All right, third question from the medium round, round 2. What animals represent each of the houses? All right, we're going to go to Lauren.
For Slytherin, it's a snake. Ravenclaw, it's an eagle. Hufflepuff is a badger, and Gryffindor is a lion.
That's correct. 2 points for Lauren.
I want to hang with these guys.
I'm telling you, man. They are so much fun. All right, and then the last question for the medium round, round 2, is how many staircases are... Okay, let's go to Lauren.
142.
That's correct. Staircases are at Hogwarts. Wow. All right, Nick. Totals.
After round 2, Lauren's still in the lead with 7, but Steph not far behind with 3.
All right, and it doesn't matter because going into this round, the points really jump up, and each question is worth 5 points each.
Wow.
As we
really
go for the quest of the Tri-Wizards Cup. And Steph, look, everybody, these guys are bouncing up and down. They're all excited.
I'm worried if that lavender one. I'm like, I know. Do I know anything?
All right, Casey, here we go. Final round. The most difficult questions that we could come up with yet. And here, this is really going to find out what you know about the Harry Potter universe. Let's go with this one. In response to the treatment of house elves, Hermione... Oh, all right. We had Steph ring in first.
It's called SPEW, the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare.
That is
Those index cards paying off.
To finish it, Hermione founded an organization called SPEW. What does SPEW stand for? And she's correct. The Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. Well done. What's the point total, Nick?
Wow, with that correct answer, Steph has moved into the lead. It's now 8-7.
Oh, my God.
Okay.
1 point lead. All right, 2 more questions to go. Here we go. Get your hands by your button, or by your bell, I should say. What is Nearly Headless Nick's real name? Okay, we're going to go to Lauren. Lauren.
Nicholas Demimsey Pompsey? Something like that. I don't think I got it.
That's incorrect.
Yeah.
No. Okay. All right. So that means that, Steph, you can take a free guess no matter what. Even if you get it wrong, it's no big deal.
I know it starts with Sir Nicholas the rest of it.
All right. You guys aren't going to get that right. Sir Nicholas Demimsey Porpington.
You guys were all around
It's that name that you're like, Sir Nicholas, moving on. You don't
I
read
know,
the
right?
full name.
It's so
British.
so many syllables, and exactly.
That's a classic Harry Potter name, though.
This is the last question that we have here.
And it's anybody's game.
It's anybody's game right now. So this is in the past contests we've had runaways.
Yeah.
This time around, it's down to this last one. Here we go. Final question. On his 11th birthday, Dudley Dursley's parents take him and Harry to the zoo and also bring along Dudley's best friend. What is that friend's name?
You're looking at each other.
Lauren almost cursed right into the microphone.
It's a super minor character from the first book. I know that.
Repeat the question, Preston.
On his 11th birthday, Dudley Dursley's parents take him and Harry to the zoo and also bring along Dudley's best friend. What is that friend's name? They have this intense look. Steph looks like she has no idea. Lauren is kind of picking around in her brain.
Whoever he is, he's not a nice little boy.
Right. 5 seconds left.
I'm just
Okay,
gonna put a
might as
guess
well.
in.
Go ahead.
Albert.
Incorrect. I'm sorry. Nick, what does that mean?
That means with 8 points, Steph is our winner.
Is the champion?
They are so evenly matched.
Oh my
Wait, what was it?
Yeah, who was it?
Piers Polkis.
Loser.
Please.
I mean, I don't. That was neck and neck.
All right, just for fun, we had more questions, and we're never going to use these for anything. And while we have Steph as the winner of the Tri-Wizards Cup here this morning and the self-proclaimed expert of the Harry Potter universe, just for fun, let me try out a couple of other questions for you guys. Who was the freed female house elf who neither wanted? All right, let's go to Lauren.
Winky.
Winky is correct. How about this one? Okay, let's see what you know about the making of the films. Christopher Columbus directed the first 2 movies. David Yates directed the last 4. Who directed 3 and 4?
Alfonso Yates? I know it's Alfonso.
All right.
I know it's Alfonso.
There were 2 people. Prisoner of Azkaban and Goblet of Fire, respectively, was Alfonso
Curie Miller Theater. That's formerly the Miriam Theater.
I believe it is, yes.
By the way.
Absolutely. Great
and,
theater.
The show is going to be September 9th. It's called the Touch Me Tour. We're always happy to talk to our next guest. Please welcome via Zoom this morning, Whitney Cummings.
Yay!
Hi, Whitney.
Good morning.
Good morning. Nice to see you.
That made me so nostalgic to hear about the Schuylkill River.
Oh, yes. Yes. Can you spell Schuylkill? I still can't.
I smell like the Schuylkill. My breath does. I just woke up.
No. Spell, not smell. But that's okay.
Hold on. Let's see if I can spell Schuylkill. S-K. Oh, shoot.
You're
If I
already wrong.
can't-
You're already wrong.
S-C.
I know. I'm like P-S-Y-C-H-U-K-I-L-L. One time I went rollerblading. I was very cool in college. And I had a lot of friends. And I went rollerblading at the Schuylkill River. You know, down by the guys that have canoes?
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Boathouse Row.
Kelly
Yeah.
Drive, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the trust fund dorks.
Yeah.
I remember one time I was rollerblading and I fell like bad. Like it was bad.
Yeah.
And I was so far away from my apartment on JFK.
Yeah.
18th and JFK. No big deal. I do have like 3 marathon grill checks I need to make good on when I'm back.
Well, you'll be back. You'll be able to relive at least some of those experiences. How long were you in the area, Whitney?
I was in Philadelphia. I went to Penn.
Yeah.
Well, I went to Temple. Let's be honest. Let me be truthful. Now that I'm older and I've kind of made it, I can now tell the truth. Because I was like, I went to Penn. And now I'm like, okay, well, I did do summers at Temple. I did transfer from Temple. Like, there's more to this story. Now that the Bill Cosby statues are down, I feel like I can officially own the fact that I did do summer school classes at Temple.
Right.
And I feel like I'm the godmother of a couple kids. After half my classmates were pregnant, they were lovely. I learned a lot.
Oh my God. By the way, my wife's old roommate, she was rollerblading on Kelly Drive, and she got hit by a bicyclist who kept going, by the way.
Oh my God.
Didn't even stop.
Rude.
And she fractured. She had to have her jaw wired shut for like a couple of months.
It can get dangerous.
Yeah.
It can be dangerous. You got off okay then, Whitney.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, can we get Whitney that surgery? That is terrifying. I mean, is there any kind of way to delineate the bikers and the runners now? Because I was just in New York and I got hit by 2 bikes. Because there's a bike lane now, and they don't care.
No,
it doesn't seem to be. It doesn't. You know it's a beautiful area where you had your accident.
Yeah.
But it is. It's
okay,
kind of
stop
rough.
acting like I pissed myself.
Yeah. Well, I will say, because I run and I cycle. Usually you cycle with traffic, and I prefer to run against traffic. I don't know what you do.
I just prefer to run into traffic.
But that way, if you're running against the grain of traffic, you can see the cyclist heading towards you.
Yeah. Okay. I just feel like there were not rules there when I was at Penn.
Definitely
when I was in Philadelphia, it was not. But I feel like so much is like I'm going to come in early. What should I do the night before the show? Which, by the way, I knew something was up with the name of this venue. It changed.
Yep.
It used to be the Merriam Theater.
Yep. You know what you should check out, Whitney, is the new Four Seasons on top of the Comcast Center in Center City, because they have a great restaurant. You get awesome views of the city. It's a relatively new building, 2 or 3 years old. I think you'd enjoy it.
Yeah, in LA we have one season. It's on fire.
Did you see the fire tornado? Did you see it?
I would love to be reintroduced to Four Seasons. Where was there a fire tornado?
In LA somewhere. There was some sort of fire. I'm not familiar with all the counties around there, but there's some sort of wildfire going on and a tornado of fire.
That's pretty awesome.
Fire tornado. Is that what Chet Hanks calls himself now? The Four Seasons. Okay, so the Ritz-Carlton's on Broad.
Not anymore. Yes. So I'm sorry, the Ritz is on Broad. The Four Seasons is used to be on the Parkway, and now it's on top of the Comcast Center. So 2 great hotels. I mean, there's several great hotels in Philly, but Four Seasons, they put it on top of this skyscraper, and it's a gorgeous hotel with an awesome restaurant and really nice views.
Wow, but where is that? On 16th and
No, it's at like 20th. It's I mean, it's pretty close to where the old Four Seasons was. As a matter of fact, you can see what's now the Logan, the old Four Seasons, from the top. It's like right below. So if you remember where the cathedral is, do you remember where Basilica?
Yeah, I went to church all the time. Let me just think. Here's the thing. How long have y'all been in Philly, like going out?
Oh, my whole life.
Yeah, these guys
So
have.
my spot, which if it's not there, we're gonna have a fire tornado. I'm gonna send one.
What's your
Philly
spot?
Is Bar Noir.
Not there anymore. Here we go.
I remember Bar Noir. I never went there, but I knew where it was.
Well, it was on 17th near Sansom, right downstairs. You would go downstairs. One time I went in there when I was in college and I was partying with some weird old guy and everyone was making fun of me because I was partying with old dudes, not rich pen guys. And then I finally sobered up and realized it was Mel Gibson.
What?
Seriously?
Are you?
He was shooting signs.
Oh,
no.
Jesus.
Oh my gosh.
Way.
And I'm not. I have some Jewish in me. It doesn't seem like it shows. So he was very nice.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it would have to be. Otherwise, that would not have happened.
Marissa, hold on. Marissa wants to jump in.
Whitney, I agree. It was a great bar. It used to be a Timberland store, and now it's an Allbirds, sadly.
just to break your heart.
Oh, God, Revenge of the Dorks.
Where else did you go, Whitney? What were your haunts at that time?
Oh, my God. Well, every Marathon Grill was my jam. I lived on 18th and JFK in a building called the Sterling.
Yeah.
Oh
my God,
Sterling.
We talked about
launched
this with you.
Yeah, we launched a sex doll off of the Sterling. Yeah, that's right.
It's a dark place. It's a dark place.
Yeah.
Maybe don't go in there with a black
Well,
light.
you can see the Sterling from the brand new Four Seasons, by the way. Because
this is making me think that it's in that high rise that was being built while I was there. That gorgeous glass high rise.
Yes,
it's
a Comcast building.
It's the highest point in all of Philadelphia. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Oh, interesting. The highest point in all of Philadelphia. Okay, no, that's gonna be me when I'm there.
Did you hit places like Egypt and stuff like that, or
no? There was a place called D'Angelo's. It's on.
Not familiar.
Do you remember 40 Manning or 20 Manning?
20 Manning, yeah. Yeah, that's not there anymore. It was 20 Manning. The address was actually 20 Manning Street or whatever. That's gone.
Hit me.
So remember, there was a place called D'Angelo's, an incredible Italian restaurant that would have like dancing at night, to, like stupid hip hop.
Oh, it's still there and it's still cash only. Drinks on the dance floor when you go to the parties Saturday nights. It's like Cougar Town.
Oh, is?
Yeah.
I had a better personality in college. I didn't pay for drinks. I would have to pay now. So thank you for telling me to pay now.
That was like Kathy.
In college, did you when around this time were you routinely dating older? Was that your MO?
I'm sorry, it was called being groomed?
Yeah.
How dare you? It was a wild time. I mean, here's the thing about Philadelphia. Philadelphia is like, has all the benefits of a big city and the excitement and the restaurants. We used to go to Alma de Cuba.
Yeah.
Remember? And there was Blue and Rouge all on Rittenhouse Square.
Yeah,
Those
Rouge
were
is
like,
great.
Yeah, that's where we would go for like fancy nights where we knew we were going to try to like get old guys to buy us apple martinis. I don't know.
You're Kathy.
Yeah.
Kathy, that's the whole deal.
But your college experience is way different than mine. We had like 10-cent wing night, Like we went to places where the drinks were 25 cents. But I also didn't have people buying me drinks, so.
There was also I'm not bragging. I mean,
it's okay.
I lightly sipped them until I nodded off. I mean, I was going to Temple. I mean, you know, if I want to drink the water there when Cosby was their mascot.
Right.
But I don't know. We were very I don't know. I feel like I just every weekend would find a different weird fraternity having or sorority having a party, and you would be too drunk by 7 o'clock to even go get drunk. I'd be asleep by 10. I was like. To me, college was basically like a nursing home.
But you know what? You hit something that's true about this. So I'm from New York initially, and I think like Philadelphia is a much more usable version of Manhattan by far. So you know what I'm talking about.
100%. It has all the benefits of a big city and all the charm of small cities. Like
exactly.
On 17th. When I was there, I believe, 17th. It's 17th or 18th, where there's like a little cheese shop, a bread shop. There was like a little butcher shop.
Right.
It was just like, I'm like a cobbler. Like, I'm like, what year are we in? Like, I mean, I know they're all mafia laundering schemes. Who cares? There's like a fur coat shop. You're like, how many mafia wives are like, you came home late. I'm going to go get myself a mink overall jumpsuit.
Did you ever run into Joey Merlino while you were here? You talk about the mob in Philadelphia. Preston encountered the mobster Joey Merlino doing an appearance one night at a club. So I figured you, as in that time, you might have been hit on by a mob member or two.
No, I never get cool people hitting on me. It's always dorks.
Well, I mean, you hung out with Mel Gibson. What are you talking about?
Oh, that's right. That's right. I mean, he was basically comatose, allegedly. But otherwise, I'm trying to think other places because we were big. Continental.
Of course.
Yeah.
Two of those.
That's
Steven Starr.
Still there.
Yep.
Strager? Who was it? Strager?
Steven Starr.
Steven Starr. Okay, right. Sorry.
Yep.
I just wanted to annoy Mel Gibson. Katzenberg?
Yeah, Goldberg.
And that, okay, so what is Frogtown or Fishtown?
Fishtown.
Frogtown.
Yeah, no,
Wait, it's
I was
actually
there when I was there.
no, but it's actually like it's nice now.
It's
like,
gentrified.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I'll be the judge of that.
Okay.
I'll let you know when I come.
Yeah.
Because I remember between Broad and like 7th on Walnut, you like didn't go.
You didn't go there.
Now it's just one freaking Bed Bath & Beyond after the next. Like, it's gonna just like thing after thing you don't need after thing you don't need.
Well, it's weird.
Not quite that.
The whole town. What ends up happening is a place gets hot. And you go there, right? And then, like, so for instance, Steve, you were mentioning Egypt, right? So
Egypt,
for a hot minute, Delaware Avenue was a really hot spot to go, and then it just became not a spot that you wanted to go to. Then it became Old City, and then Old City was really hot for a little while. And now, like, you would mention the Continental. That's at the corner of Second and Market. And I don't want like I was just at a restaurant around the corner from there a couple of weeks ago, and I was like, oh, I don't want to be here anymore, you know. And now, like, there's different spots to go, and perhaps that's where the Four Seasons is.
You know where what my spot is? Manayunk.
Yeah, Manayunk.
How about that? So this is how I paid for college. I used to take the bus out to King of Prussia Mall.
Right.
And out to the main line where there was a Saks Fifth Avenue. And I used to do informal modeling, which meant I would like walk around the store and like offer. I was the annoying person you tried to avoid, who was trying to get spray perfume on you, or like, hey, upstairs on the 3rd floor, there's a maternity, wedding dress just for you.
Maternity wedding dress.
Go upstairs, it's on sale. I don't know. And so I spent a lot of time at King of Prussia Mall and Manayunk.
Did you? All right. So when did you hone your comedy career?
Any day.
Any day now. We're still waiting.
Coming there in a month to really dig in. I guess by the time I came out to LA, like I think that when I was in Philadelphia going to college, like sometimes like even if it doesn't seem like you're on the right track, you're doing something that's gonna benefit you once you're on the right track in a way.
No, I hear that. Yeah.
Does that make any sense?
What you start to do is you don't realize it, but you're sort of adding elements to the Swiss Army knife that becomes you, and you may not be able to see it initially, but yeah, it's all. Yeah, I completely hear what you're saying.
Like I was going to school. I was in Annenberg for communications, which is the most made fun of, myself included, major, like communications. Like
I was communications.
Yeah, that's how I graduated.
I need to learn how to stop communicating. I need to learn how to shut up. So I was doing, but I didn't realize I was studying journalism, radio. I was learning everything that you guys, do and how you do it, and I learned about the FCC. I learned about George Carlin. I learned about the versus Pacifica, the lawsuit, the words you can't say on television. Like I knew I wanted to be a performer, but this was all stuff that really was useful. Because I think today, being a comedian, you not only have to be funny, but you also have to play to the top of your intelligence and be smart and mindful. And this whole thing where comedians are not allowed to say anything, it's also ridiculous and not even true. Like, did you see Norm Macdonald's special?
Oh, it was great. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. You talk about the absolute last one or the one that just preceded that one?
It's called Nothing Special, I believe.
Yeah, where he's
the very last.
Yeah, the very last. It was great.
It is so worth watching. It's a little bit sad in the beginning, and I was gonna say his appearance is a little sad, but then again, I'm wearing a Mountain Dew shirt. And
do, man.
So I'm like, he looks really weird. So no, because he was, he was ailing, and at first it just hurt. It hurt to see him, but then I called Nick Swartzen, and he was like, "Stop being such a baby!" Like he just, yelled at me, and got my head straight. And he had this, obviously, everything he said is brilliant in it, but he nailed it on the head. He goes, "What's this thing where comedians now need to weigh in on politics?"
Yeah.
He was like, during the Vietnam War, was everyone like, "Oh, I wonder what Red Skeleton thinks." Let's just keep this in perspective, guys. Like, comedians, I think that, with this last year not being able to perform live, everyone started being like, well, I guess my backup plan is to run for office. Or I don't know. People just started panicking. And I'm like, you guys, we're scumbags. We're comedians.
No, you're right. We avoided all that. We avoided, immediately realized we're not going to talk about COVID. We're not going to talk about politics during that time because your whole job, and I love your approach and it's what you're doing now, is to be the rest from that crap. You're looking for commonality as opposed to slicing up your audience into factions that aren't going to get along. So it works.
Yeah, and it's our job. Yeah, the special I just had come out. It's called Jokes. Just because I wanted to let everyone know this isn't a secret TED Talk. I'm not going to lecture you about how to vote. No politics. Like, it is our job to make everybody give them an hour and a half, 2 hours to forget about all the stuff that is annoying them. Regardless of, if I have a great joke about Trump or a great joke about the pandemic, I have to use restraint and not tell it because it's not funny anymore. It's distracting. It's exhausting. Unless you have the best joke on the freaking planet about it, it just has too much baggage, and it's our job as comedians to know what's too fraught.
And there's an infinite amount of material out there to be funny about too. You know,
and there's an infinite amount of things that we actually have in common. This whole thing of like we have nothing in common. I was talking to someone about this the other day. Like we're more divided than ever. I'm like, you obviously weren't around when adults were buying Beanie Babies. Because people are like, well, we can't even have holidays with our family anymore because we voted differently. I'm like, there was a time where my mom would be like, hey, we're not going to Texas this year. Aunt Tracy is buying Beanie Babies and putting them in a glass case and just asked for money to buy the Princess Diana one. So we're going to skip going to Texas this year.
By the way, if you're just jumping in, I want to make sure people know that we're talking to Whitney Cummings, and the show is September 9th at the Miller Theater, formerly the Miriam Theater. You can get your tickets. Go to whitneycummings.com. We'll post stuff on our website about that, too. It's called the Touch Me Tour. Nick, you had a question?
Yeah, Whitney, I was just curious, because I know you're a huge fan, as are we, about the if you saw and what you thought of the George Carlin special that Apatow put out.
It's so shocking that he's more relevant today than ever. Like, I feel like we used to say that a lot, like just because it was true enough, but it's getting spooky when you go back. And I'm like, not this person, but I'm like, was he like a prophet? Like, this is so... And like, why didn't we listen? So now I'm going to contradict myself, because it's like on one level, you know, some comedians like have the foresight, the ability to go like, this is coming. That's why, you know, when someone sounds a little crazy, George Carlin has taught me to be like, hold on. I know that sounds insane, but that's the world we're in. If something that sounds like completely insane or dramatic, you know, 20 years later, I'll like, he was right.
Well,
you know?
You heard in the news now. You give it the 48-hour rule. Let it breathe. Oh, that's the way to do it. And the stuff he was saying. You know, it's funny, but you know, not to contradict yourself. I don't think you are, because earlier, the point is that that's not how people know you. Your fan base comes to you for that distraction, for that release. Sure. And even Carlin himself started that way, and then you see even in the special, he became a parody of himself. Bill Burr has a great segment where he talks about he was going to go with his friend to kind of see Carlin and make fun of what Carlin had become, and that was when he first started reeling out his, okay, I'm changing the whole act, and it was an epiphany. It's pretty amazing. But that's not... I think it's a betrayal. Like, we try never to do that, and you've never tried to do that, which is betray the audience that got you to the dance.
That's it. I come from the audience is your boss.
Yeah,
you work for them. You know, you work for them, and if you have come up in a certain way, I feel so lucky that I got to come up at a time where there was Howard Stern. I got to do radio. I mean, I was going around the country. I was doing, you know, I don't have to tell you, waking up at 4 a.m., driving to Pensacola, Jiggy and the Worm or whatever. You know,
Jiggy and the Worm.
Don't sleep on the worm.
It's always like Bullwinkle and Meatloaf or whatever.
Jiggy and the Worm.
It's like to really understand like why people are tuning in, why people are coming to shows. They're coming to shows because starting in small clubs and meeting people and going like, oh, this person has their, you know, sister-in-law and father-in-law and family. Like, a lot is riding on this. Like, they're here for their birthday. This is their bachelorette party. This isn't my opportunity to shame them about the way they may or may not have voted 4 years ago. Like, this is their night. This is their birthday.
I love that thinking. And we last time we had you on, I was fanboying on your roast writing chops and the stuff that the time you spent for all those years. But I always think when I see something that involves dating or some sort of weird thing pop up in the news, I know because you've been very, forthcoming about your dating history. You're now, I think you're happily with someone who's
Okay,
better.
Let's not call it happy.
Have you really listened in the past?
But I wanted to ask you the Army Hammer news that's breaking. Have you seen the trailer for this?
Look, we are dating. It's casual. Okay. I do have some scars on my leg from him. That's a bite mark. No, I haven't seen the news.
It's crazy because they just released the trailer for this special.
Oh, a documentary?
Yeah, on Army Hammer.
Oh, it looks intense.
It looks
man.
unbelievable.
Can I tell you something really quick? I was trying to write a joke the other day about this, about fake news, because everyone's like, the news is fake, the news is fake. I'm like, I am so pro fake news now because it means we get to have amazing documentaries like 10 years later.
Yeah.
Like if the news was true, we'd have no documentaries, you know? Right? If all the news is true now in 10 years, we won't have any crazy documentaries. So wait a second. It's about like has footage in it?
Well, what they're doing is they're talking to two of the women who went through a lot of the stuff.
I'm sorry. You know what I want to say? I just want to be like, was it worth it? Was it so worth it?
And the whole family, the Hammer family, is apparently there are all sorts of stories like this.
Oh yes, there was a Vanity Fair article. You can't eat women if you're that rich. Like eat like homey beef. Like there's so many delicious things you can afford as a rich man. Ugh.
But do you believe with you and the circles you operate in, and just obviously you're very down to earth. But I mean, you know that at a certain point, people accrue so much wealth that it becomes almost, I think, impossible for them. It's almost like the movie Hellraiser, where there's no way to get a thrill anymore. So they go to this stuff.
Yeah. You get desensitized, I think. And also, I think there's probably the same kind of malignant narcissism that got you that successful in the first place.
Yes.
You know, I feel like a lot of the famous people that I've met or people I've seen get famous, they're actually kind of like the same person. I do think that, I don't know, maybe this is a incendiary idea, but I think the same way that alcohol brings out, it just enhances who you really are in a way, or brings something out. I think that money, you were always that person. You know, like I see people that get successful and then they, Steve Carell and Will Ferrell. I mean, there's so many people that are amazing. It's just that's not a news story, like it's not like Will Ferrell celebrates 25th anniversary with lovely wife he's never tried to eat. Like no one's writing that, story. So I always just try to remind people, like most people are not, like that. But yeah, I do think that I was just in, I was with Tim Dillon in the Hamptons. I've never been to the Hamptons, like to perform. And I was like, okay, I'll give this a try. Like I'd gone before with, the Sterns and stuff. And that's the way to do it, frankly.
Right. Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah.
This time I paid what was it? Freaking $2,000 a week for a gingerbread house. It's a nightmare. And the ones you can afford, it's a literal it's a shoe, and you're like, why am I? And I think that like rich people like that, they have put themselves in situations where they have absolutely no connection, but they convince themselves they do. So the Hamptons, I'm not a big fan. I'm a down the shore type of girl. I'm a Delaware. I'm a Ocean City Rehoboth kid. Right. I don't know if you guys even know that place.
Yes, of course. You probably hang out with Ryan Phillippe down in Rehoboth.
No, did he get money in the divorce? I'd be like, Ryan, did you get half? Hey, baby.
What about Secrets in Ocean City, Maryland?
I know about Secrets in Ocean City, Maryland. Do you remember the Gravitron?
No.
It was the spinny thing. Yeah. It was like a.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right.
That was the amusement park ride that scalped more teenagers.
Yes.
Made you vomit.
I literally. I passed out standing up straight at Secrets in Ocean City, Maryland. I was leaning against the freaking post, and I had passed out, and I was like, oh, my God, I got to go. And then the worst part is, by the way, I don't drink anymore, but I hopped on a bus to go back to the hotel, and the person next to me, I was like, listen, I'm like, there's no way I'm going to make it. So when we get to like 86th Street, will you please wake me up? And they did. Thank God.
That's nice.
Yeah, it really was, yeah. And then I peed all over the couch.
And that man was Mel Gibson.
Wow.
But the Hamptons, it's like cosplay of the country.
Yeah.
So it's like old fancy barns. There's like windmills that don't even work. There's these little picket fences. This is how psychopaths convince themselves. Like they're like, yeah, I know how the other half lives. Like I know how country folk think.
It's like the Truman Show. And Sag Harbor specifically is that. Sag Harbor is like, it's almost like a facade, like a set for a movie that people believe is real when they're there, because that's it.
No, but they dress the part. These psychopaths, they're in like big baby dolls. Everyone looks like they're about to get christened. Like they're in these women, they're called peasant tops. They dress like they're picking blueberries. They wear clam diggers while they watch someone else dig up their clams.
Right.
Yeah. Some guy in an Under Armour shorts while they stand and wait in their like it's psychotic. I had to get a Lyme disease antibiotic. What is happening? And then they just let their gardeners get the Lyme disease. So or do all of our leaders just have Lyme disease and they all have neurological damage? It makes so much sense.
It's all coming together.
Between the syphilis thing and Lyme disease, I think rich people have lost their minds.
Yeah.
I think that's what it is. I love it.
And we're just fine with this.
Yeah. Well, listen, Whitney, we got to wrap it up, but we are excited. The fact, and you're going to be here.
You don't want to hear more about my Lyme disease? People love when celebrities talk about their Lyme.
We were talking about Lyme disease earlier. There's a new vaccine.
Sometimes I'm sleepy.
But you're going to be in town September 9th. That's right after your birthday. You'll be celebrating a birthday that week, right?
Okay, don't fall in love with me.
It's hard not to. I'm telling you. Like you're everything that is intimidating to me. You're tall, you're beautiful, you're really smart. She graduated magna cum laude, by the way.
Yes, she did. Yeah.
I have all natural insect repellent. By the way.
Oh, at hand.
Now what? I sleep with 2 giant dogs.
Oh, she got her dogs there with her. That's cute.
By the way, all the work you do for animals and stuff like that's right in our wheelhouse. And my wife and I specifically love your commitment to all that stuff. It means a lot.
Thank you so much. I think that one day, that is what's easy for me. I think that one day I'm going to hear, thank you for your commitment to continuing to speak to humans. I know it's hard. The animal stuff is easy. It's having to deal with humans on a daily basis. That's our part.
Well, there's going to be a gathering of humans on September 9th at the Miller Theater.
Can't wait.
Tickets available at WhitneyCummings.com. We can't wait for you to be here, too. And if you do get in town and you have a little extra time, stop by and see us in our studio because we love
talking. And I just want everyone to know I know I just had a special come out on Netflix, but this is going to be all new material.
Yay.
So I've had a month and a half, and I think I'm going to start doing Adderall. So we'll see. I need to write a new hour for Philly. Philly is unrelenting. I will never forget that Opie and Anthony Bill Burr video.
Oh my God. Yeah. That's legendary. Yeah.
Legendary.
He just handed the city its own ass. Yeah.
Whenever I go to Philly, I'm like, you better be on point.
Damn right. Well, you will be, I'm sure. So thank you, Whitney. We'll talk to you soon, all right?
I love you guys. I'll see you soon.
Whitney Cummings will be here at the Touch Me Tour September 9th at the Miller Theater. She is awesome.
She's great.
So funny.
She really is.
I love her. She is. She's perfect. And I knew that she had the ties here, but I didn't know she did Temple and Penn. Right? So she's got the full experience. All right. We have someone else who is in our studio, and we are stoked that she is here. Last time it was via Zoom, but she is in our studio now and is here to talk about the Sisterly Love X event. Speaking Broadly is what it's called as well, which is coming up, I believe it's this Monday. We'll get all the details because she's here. Chef Jen Carroll is with us. Hi, Jen. How you doing?
I'm doing great. And following Whitney Cummings, number one, I had no idea that she was from Philadelphia, and I probably was blacked out on a bar back in the day in Rittenhouse Square, probably Barnor, hanging out at some point. Yeah, there were some wild times, and I don't drink anymore either. So she was bringing back some good memories.
Where did you grow up? Where was home? In Center City?
I grew up in Northeast Philly, up in Somerton. Yeah.
Okay.
but lived and worked all over the city in all different neighborhoods. And I'm down in Fishtown now. So Fishtown, like Kensington now. So yeah, all the neighborhoods that you were told not to go to are the cool spots now.
Most definitely.
Everything's coming back online robustly, and that means a lot of the charity things are coming back online, and this is what you're here for today.
Yeah, so I'm here because I'm doing an event on Monday, this Monday coming up, August 15th, with the Sisterly Love Collective that I am a founding member of with Ellen Yin, Jezebel Correga, and Jill Weber here in Philadelphia, really strong women restaurateurs. And we invited in Dana Cowan. If you don't know her, she really changed the food scene long ago. She was the tendered food editor at Food and Wine magazine and really made that a must read. And she now has a new zine coming out that we're having a party for, a celebration. And so she'll be there signing, and she'll be starting off with 2 intimate panels with Lisa Calvo. If you don't know Lisa Calvo, she has Sweet Amalia Oysters and Sweet Amalia's Market. And she is an oyster farmer here in like Cape May, Delaware, and it is some of the best oysters around. So she'll be talking to her and Valerie Irwin, who has been a Philadelphia staple, a chef for a long time, Geechee girl. So she's known all about like Gola cuisine, which is like Southern cuisine. And she was out on Germantown Avenue for a really long time.
Gola cuisine?
Gola, Geechee Gola. So it's down outside of like in South Carolina going in. So it's all like grits. I don't know enough about it, but it's grits and spices and greens and just.
So is it big because it is an authentic return to Southern style, or what is it?
So it's big.
Is it a hybrid?
It's big because it was. I think it's based off of the slaves that were there in that area and bringing their culture there, and that became the Geechee community. The Gola Geechee community has their own recipes that basically morphed into Southern cuisine, which we all eat across all of America now.
I love straight Southern cooking. Preston, you're a fan, right?
I lived in the Carolinas for a while, so I was a big fan of grits. I grew up with all that. Yummy.
Yeah, so we're starting with those panels, and that's at 4:00. So you can come early and come to the panels, and there's going to be a curated Sisterly Love pop-up shop. And Sisterly Love, if you guys don't know about it, it is all about women in hospitality. And we promote each other, and it's women who have restaurants, who have small businesses that started during the pandemic that are makers and bakers and creators. So we have people that are making, acrylics and stuff that you would buy. I'm like trying to think. My brain's going blank. But like Kiki Arenado, who had Poi Dog, she now has like her chili water pepper sauce. Me, I have like my Burberry jerky, which I'll be selling there. Some spices that I have all the stuff for you guys to taste and take home. But we'll be selling all these different things there in the shop. And then at 5:30, the party is going to start. And we have Moet Hennessy that is going to have an open bar, Love City Brewing. So it's all local drinks and chefs. And so we have 12 different chefs like coming in. We have High Street Philly. We have Kafar, so like Mike Solomonov, Katrina Kenny, who's here? Tyler Aiken from Le Cavalier, Christopher Curtin, who's one of the best chocolatiers in the entire country, Jezebel Correga from Jezebel's, Nick Elmy. We all know Nick Elmy.
Yeah, I'm eating at his place over here in Ball all the time. So
he's our neighbor over here, right?
Yeah.
Preston, she mentioned earlier Jill Weber. I love Jill. She owns Jet Wine Bar, right? She's an archaeologist that opened up a restaurant.
Really?
Yes. Yeah. Jill is amazing. Jill owns Jet Wine Bar, Sur Yanez, which is also going to be participating, and Cafe Yanez. And so she is so smart and just a whip. She's going to be doing a private podcast with Dana earlier in the day, but you would love to have her on here. She would just talk and talk and talk. She's really fun to talk to and just knows about so many different things.
Press, she goes on these trips where they're digging. And so while she's there, she goes out to restaurants and she eats and tastes the wine and brings some of that back into her restaurants.
So she was an archaeologist who decided, I love food and I'm decent at it, and I'll become a restaurateur.
She was
pretty
just
wild.
actually on a dig a month ago. She was just over in Israel and Syria. She just came back. Yeah, she's still doing it.
crazy.
It's impressive.
Jen, I'm sure this is a really stupid question, but how do you make spices? Like, I don't even know where to start if you're going to make some kind of like chili powder or something like that.
All right, so for instance, right here, I have Vadavan spice, which is, I brought enough for all of you guys.
Awesome. Yeah.
Vadavan is number one, you have to buy good spices, dried spices. You have to buy them, import that, or you can take fresh herbs or garlic or ginger, and then you cut it into whatever size you want, and then you slowly dehydrate it. And then you grind them up into a powder, make them whatever size you want. And so for Vadavan, for instance, I make it, and it is curry leaves. There's cumin, garlic, onion, shallots, coriander, a little bit of cayenne, and Aleppo pepper and black pepper.
And what's it called? What's the final product called?
Vadavan.
Is that your term, or is that a thing that other people know about? Because I've never heard of it.
So Vadavan is a curry that originated in India, in Southeast India, and the French came and kind of took over, and this Indian curry was too spicy for them. So they made it more mild and they added in some more French spices. And so now the Vadavan style of curry is more like sweet and savory and bright and bold and really flavorful.
My son makes his own curry spice.
No kidding.
He makes curry all the time. Curry tofu, curry chicken, whatever. He's just always making them.
Chef?
No, it's just what he likes to do. It's just what he loves.
He dabbles around.
And I'm like, I know you guys all cook, and so I'm like, all right, I need to bring
Kathy especially.
Preston.
Not everybody.
But like the Vadavan, yes, it has and it's yellow because there's turmeric and mustard seed in it. But yeah, bring it home. It's,
he'll love it.
Like the spices, I also brought Burberry spice in too, and both of these spices are great on everything, literally fish, meat, veggies, all that stuff. So I'll be selling these spices.
So about this chocolatier. No, I mean, honestly, we're blessed. And I mean, it's such in this area, it's one of the great quality of life joys in this area to have so many people like yourself in the restaurants. And also there seems to be a great familial relationship between all of you. And that makes an event like this all the more enjoyable because I don't perceive any sort of, there seems to be a collective interest in everyone doing well. Am I correct in that?
Absolutely. And listen, like we got together and we're all about promoting women in hospitality and giving them a bigger voice and a bigger platform. And so, women like myself and Ellen Yin, who have been around and in the scene for a really long time, we're bringing up younger women and giving them advice and mentorship and really sharing the spotlight and collaborating. That's what hospitality is all about, right? It's family. Like you have to bring people up in order for everyone to get better.
My niece just mentioned, and she's, in going into college, and she's hospitality. She wants to get in, and she's so excited about the possibility about also, traveling around the world and doing this sort of thing. And it's something that a lot of people, I think, almost like in a way entertainment, or like what we do. Is it something that you can really? But it is so cool and so wonderful, and it is an opportunity that's out there. And we were so thrilled that she said this was something she wanted to get into.
Yeah, hospitality is natural, like wanting to give and to make people happy. That's why we're in this business. We're in this business to make memories, but we take care of everybody, right? We're constant, and that's why restaurants are always at every single charity event, because it's just in our nature to take care of everybody. And the Sisterly Love is a 501c3, so we are raising funds for ourselves, for the women that are in our group to give. So that's why it's important that you all get out there and buy those tickets.
All right,
the event is Monday.
Yep, and the tickets are $75, but if you're in the industry, it's $50?
It's $50.
Okay.
And you can DM me at Chef Jen Carroll, and I will give you the promo code on how to get it, or if you follow Sisterly Love and DM there, we can also give you the code there. So
and we'll
Sisterly Love Philly.
We'll post the information at PrestonandSteve.com and through our social media and all that stuff and help promote it that way as well. So for this experience, we'll be eating as well, right?
You'll be eating.
Hello.
So all the chefs that are going to be there. So like I said, Nick Elmy, Tyler Aiken, Chris Curtin, Jezebel Correga, myself, Katrina Kenny, Alex Telez, Elisa Shapiro, Sybil and Omar St. Tate. and Amanda Rucker, Christina McHugh, Melissa McGrath. All these chefs are going to be there feeding you, and you're going to be drinking. You're going to be listening to music and dancing.
You're going to be taken out on a flatbed.
And but listen to this. This is what I love about these events. $75. If you're going to actually pay for that at a restaurant,
Yeah.
you'd be paying way more than $75.
The drinks alone.
The drinks alone.
And you get Dana's new zine that just came out, the Speaking Broadly zine that you can have her sign as well. So you're getting a zine in the ticket price as well.
Okay.
Very nice.
I love it. Excellent. Well, that's awesome. And by the way, are you still? I love your social media because you post all kinds of informational stuff, and you do live videos and so on, and you teach classes and things like that as well, don't you?
Oh, yeah. I'm still teaching classes. We slowed down a little bit in the summer because everybody's out and about, but we are doing about one public class a month. And then once we get back into fall, we'll be doing them probably 3 or 4 times a month again. Okay. And usually on Friday evenings, we're going to throw out a poll to see what's best for everybody and see what everybody says. But yes, we do. I do everything from simple. I mean, the last thing I just did was like a Vadavon mayonnaise, and it was literally the spice going into mayonnaise. And then I did lobster rolls, and I do hard stuff to basic stuff. So every level of cook, chef can be entertained and learn something.
Cool.
So yeah, follow me, Chef Jen Carroll.
Yep, Chef Jen Carroll. You can find her on Instagram, Twitter as well. Or
Twitter as well.
All right.
Facebook, all the same. Chef Jen Carroll across the board.
Excellent. Well, you are the best. Thank you for stopping by this morning.
Thank you so much. Buy those tickets.
The event again is Monday. Sisterly Love is the theme of the whole thing, and you can do this now through sisterlylovephilly.com. Thank you, Chef Jen Carroll.
Thank you, and enjoy the spices and the jerky that I have for you all.
That's awesome. We will. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We got the beef file up next. Stay there.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Let's see. What would be a good question? Oh, yeah, this one. Okay. What are Snape's very first words to Harry, and what is it believed they allude to? That's a hard one.
Snape's very first words to Harry.
You'll never get it because it's really intricate. So the first words were, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? And apparently an asphodel is a member of the lily family, and wormwood can be defined as a state or source of bitterness or grief. Snape is alluding to the death of Lily Potter, Harry's mother.
Wow.
So that's supposedly some of the lore, but that was like insanely hard.
That makes me want to cry, knowing that fact. I didn't know that.
That's in the first book, and then you know what you know about Snape much later on. But it's that's how layered and how intricate and how complicated the books are, and why it's so much fun to go back and rewatch the movies and reread the books.
It's poetic. Every time I reread, I find something and I'm like, well, how did I not see that before? Like it's a connection.
Well, you guys, I mean, you just put on a Harry Potter clinic. I mean, that's some amazing stuff, and you were neck and neck for the whole thing. It's just amazing.
Steph, I am now proud to bestow upon you the honor of the Preston and Steve Tri-Wizards Cup for your triumphant victory in Battle of the So-Called Experts.
Oh my God, it's beautiful.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Be careful when you hold it by the snake handles. They are a little bit sensitive, and we
when
don't
she
want that.
first grabbed it out there, she was like, it's not a port key, is it?
Yeah, I'm like, this will not lead to my death, will it?
No, you're safe.
You guys are awesome. Congratulations. Thanks for being here. We hope you had fun. All right, and there it is again, folks. We've done it. We'll have to come up with some of the... If you have any suggestions of some good topics for Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts, let us know. We'll certainly take those into consideration. There's loads of things that we can go to in the worlds of entertainment and sports and history and whatever it may be.
And some of these things are so voluminous, you could, at some point, you may have to, Steph, defend your classification as the champion of all champions.
Yeah, you never know.
It's so big. There's so much to hit upon.
Yeah.
I did mean to mention this earlier, but we're going to also award Steph and Lauren passes to the Harry Potter exhibition that's coming to the Franklin Institute next year. So they haven't announced the official dates for that yet, but it'll be at some point in 2022. It's the world premiere. It's going to happen right here in Philadelphia at the Franklin Institute. The Harry Potter the exhibition coming to Philly in early 2022.
Excellent, and thank you to Eva Josinez for the Tri-Wizard Cup that we had. She fired it in her own kiln, made it from scratch. It's beautiful, and now Steph is the proud owner of that. So nice, excellent, great work, everybody. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. Make sure you stay with us. We will return shortly.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
A youngster inadvertently earned his parents a citation when he told a Michigan DNR officer that there were no life jackets.
I'm from Michigan, and we have not enough life jackets.
One last story. Netflix reports that the company's 183 million subscribers are watching more international fare during the coronavirus lockdown. CEO Reed Hastings said that La Casa de Papel, which is also known as the Monkey Heist, has managed to garner 65 million eyeballs.
Would you want to watch the Monkey Heist?
And that Germany's...
Look at that monkey took a banana.
Isn't it the Money Heist?
Money Heist.
Where did you get the monkey? Perhaps the monkey is stealing the money.
I told you to take the money, not the monkey! What am I going to do with all these monkeys?
The monkey has eaten the money. You told you not to put the bananas in the same bag with the money. Shut up.
Oh, my God, Preston, I'm sorry.
I'm such an idiot.
Falcon has flown. We've got the monkeys. Come again? We've got the monkeys. Right here on this paper, it says Monkey Heist.
La Casa de Papel means money heist. Money.
I would like to watch the Monkey Heist.
Oh, well, who wouldn't?
Oh, God.
And also Germany's Unorthodox, I think I got that one right.
Yeah.
And Italy's Summertime are doing well on Netflix. So,
God damn it, what are we going to do with all these monkeys?
Internationals.
I don't know how we ended up down this path, but that kid does that in that scene in the gym, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
All right, so onions, unions, poop on the floor.
If we do the backtrack, we'll find out where we went.
Shouldn't we do that to jump rope, Casey? Onions, union, poop on the floor. Onions, union, poop on the floor.
Right, Kat?
I'm not taking part.
No,
Come on, Kathy. Come on, jump in, Kathy.
Come on, Kathy.
Onions, union, poop on the floor.
Onions, unions, poop on the floor. No?
No, I'm mad at you. I can't believe you're part of
What?
this.
No, that's a good chant. Vita Spetafor.
My mama said that you want more.
Onions, unions, poop on the floor.
We're double dutching now.
Come on, man.
Can you double dutch, Kat?
I can't. I've
Me
always
neither.
wanted to learn. And
Okay.
I can't.
Could
Were
we
you
try
too
that in the
afraid-
studio? Because I can't do it.
Were you too afraid to jump in the middle?
I couldn't time it
I
out
just-
right.
yeah, I can't time it. I can jump rope. I'm an amazing
done
jump
it.
roper.
Can you do it?
You can
Maybe.
double dutch.
Yes, I can double dutch.
What the hell is happening?
I don't know.
You don't remember that song?
No.
Double dutch.
No.
Double dutch.
Oh my gosh.
The double dutch bus. You guys don't remember that?
I do remember it, yeah.
Of course.
You don't remember that?
No.
That's the story that you remember on the air the other day, and I was about to crack the mic, and I come on out of the song, and I go, Casey, don't ever say something to that like that to me right before I turn the microphone
That was
on.
it?
Imagine
That was what he was telling me.
You travel that way, but it's good to know. It's good to,
Yes.
you come prepared.
It's
You don't go
outstanding.
camping without a shovel.
That's hilarious. Good for him. All right.
I know somebody who has to get those sheets too.
Really?
Yeah.
Rubber sheets?
Yeah. It's like a sex mat.
Wow. You? Okay.
I know. Why? Why? It's just that
Why would your mom share something like that?
Not cool.
Not
Listen, we
cool,
bring up her
dude.
dad all the time. It's fair game.
No, yeah, and she has to buy a sex mat.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Some of those videos might be real. The woman was reportedly uninjured and escaped without a scratch. No further information about the couple charged by the bison was immediately available, but it's funny because she hits and boom, she stays still.
Wow.
And they leave her alone.
There have been a number of stories recently about people getting far too close to these bison.
Yeah, they get gored.
They're getting gored.
He charges her, and then as soon as she falls and plays dead, he just kind of sniffs her and like runs away.
Yep.
Oh my God. Jesus. Christ. Yeah, I got a word for you. It's called douche.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
I mean, there's some nasty smelling stuff out on the plains there, but
Yeah.
come on.
I live in the wild and nothing I've ever smelled smells like your crotch.
Jimmy rides a motorcycle, and he's got something to say about as far as getting used to driving. Hey, Jimmy, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. What's up?
Hey, yo, bud. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say what threw me off real quick is I've been driving bikes for 25.
He just crashed.
He just crashed
Oh my
his
God.
motorcycle. Jimmy? He might have.
We lost him. Jimmy, we appreciated you listening.
His final words were, I've been driving.
Never had an accident, not even one time.
Hey, I didn't know Exxon had fuel trucks in it. I'm sorry, I just got to turn into the mobile station.
Terrible.
God, I hope he's actually okay.
Our next guest wrestles with the WWE, and he is from the area, and we were surprised to find out that he grew up listening to our show. We're stoked to welcome Mr. Drew Gulak to the program.
Hi, guys.
How you doing, Drew?
I'm wonderful. This is really surreal. I did grow up listening to the show. I listened back when it was Preston, Maryland. And
All the way back. Y100, yeah.
Yeah.
I joined, it was Preston and Maryland, then Preston, Maryland, and Steve. Then
for just like a few weeks, and then Preston, Maryland, Steve, and then Maryland went on her own. She bailed from the show, which we're still buddies with her to this day, and then it became the Preston and Steve show.
Well, there's a step in between where it was the McNeil Lair report, right between that and when Maryland left, and then we became our show.
Yeah.
We don't know why we did that. It was very stupid.
So it's pretty wild. The way we found out about you is you had commented on a post I had on Instagram, and I saw the little blue check by your name, and I'm like, what's this all about? And then we find out a little bit more that you grew up in the area. I was just so blown away to see you comment on my edible cheese board that I had made.
It was a beautiful edible cheese
Thank you.
board, and I saw there might be another one.
I made one last night, and I brought it in.
I'm so sorry.
We're going to sample
I'm
it.
so sorry you made
No,
one
I
for
need
me.
it. I'm working on it.
You picked a good one to dive in on, though, because we had the conversation, and we do the thing called the connoisseur, and Preston brought up this thing, and everybody's going, man, that sounds awesome. And then he posted the picture, like almost that night he took a crack at it, and everyone's going, man, that's awesome. So you dove in at the right point. If you're ever going to make a comment, the baked charcuterie board was the time to do it.
That's the ticket in.
That was it.
And this is only the second one I've made, so I do need to work on it a bit, so I don't feel bad at all that I had to make another one.
No, I'm already impressed.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Beautiful.
So where did you grow up in the area?
So to the age of 10, I lived in Montgomeryville.
Okay.
And then I moved to Fox Chase in Northeast Philly. And then was there through high school, went to Drexel for 2 years.
Was it Northeast High that you went to?
Yeah, Northeast High School.
Right.
Most
where were you
popular high school in the city.
Where were you studying at
Class of
Drexel?
164. At Drexel, I actually went to be an architectural engineer.
Okay, yeah, that's the school to go to.
That lasted 1 quarter because I did quarters there.
Yeah, dude.
Was it just too hard? Or
It's hard.
It wasn't so much it was hard. I just wasn't interested.
Something that you had said earlier this morning, our Twitter account posted the question, what is your absolute favorite Steve Martin movie?
Yes.
The responses, it's just like one after another, like, oh yeah, oh my God, oh yes. And people are posting all kinds of gifs and stuff from the different movies he's been in. I could go, you could do a marathon weekend of just Steve Martin movies.
My God, yeah. Is it underrated? Is My Blue Heaven underrated?
It is.
It is. I think it's a great movie, and it's sort of.
It wasn't a real good success when it came out, but it has grown into one of those movies that you quote and you love and crack up when you watch it now.
Because he's playing a character,
right?
He's playing a
caricature of a mobster.
Yeah.
It's I think it's available now on HBO Max. I watched it not that long ago.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Good
a great
stuff.
It's a great movie. I agree. So we have that. If you want to post on our Twitter account, feel free and just to remind yourself how many great Steve Martin movies and little gems like the one Steve and I were talking about, Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid, The Lonely Guy, movies that you may have never heard of are just fantastic.
Well, there's little moments that you laugh at, like when the femme fatale in the movie, and I forget her name, she's great. But she wakes up, she's fainted, and he's basically playing with her breast.
He goes, "Oh, your breasts roll out of whack."
When you fell, your breasts went out of whack.
That is the best. And of course, Steve the coffee. He's making the coffee. You got to see it.
You got to watch it. Yeah.
All right. We need to get to the Bizarre File, so we're going to do it.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Dry Tech Waterproofing Solutions. Protect your home from water damage, cracks in your foundation, and mold with Dry Tech Waterproofing Solutions. Preston and Steve listeners, you get 15% off when you mention our show. So go to drytechcorp.com for information. The Old Man Bandit has been arrested after trying to rob a Maryland bank, one of dozens that he has targeted over a criminal career spanning 45 years, according to the police. You will not believe how many times this guy has robbed banks.
I want $20
Police
in non-sequential bills.
Stephen Gregory Gass, who served more than 8 years in prison in Florida after pleading guilty to bank robbery in 1991, then received a 13-year sentence in 2010 after admitting to robbing another 21 banks.
My God.
Over 2 years.
Yeah.
Was granted compassionate release for medical reasons in 2019. Well, according to police, he didn't learn his lesson. Glass allegedly robbed a bank in Bethesda on June 18th, and then he targeted a Wells Fargo in Gaithersburg on July 14th. In both cases, Gass passed to tell her a note, but he was unsuccessful. In Gaithersburg, a bank employee hit a silent alarm after seeing a white man in a fisherman's hat, sunglasses, and a large face mask interact with the teller. He then fled in a vehicle, which police followed before arresting him without incident. Police say the 67-year-old also wore a fisherman's hat while robbing the Truist Bank. And he was
having dinner at the Cracker Barrel.
The Frederick resident, whose criminal history dates back to a bank robbery in Montgomery County in 1977, is suspected of another bank robbery in Baltimore County. He's being held without bond. This guy has just been doing it his whole life.
I mean, the tellers must be like, "Oh, you're adorable."
Yeah. A 32-year-old San Diego man drowned in Newport Harbor over the weekend because he tried to retrieve a cell phone that had fallen into the water.
Come on.
Matthew Morrow was with friends and family on Lido Isle on a man-made island in the middle of the harbor. Somebody in the group dropped the phone. Morrow jumped into the water to grab the phone and just never came back up.
That was it. Wow.
Isn't that crazy?
Wow. Nothing.
Yeah. The sheriff's deputies were called to the area. Lifeguards recovered his body from the water, and paramedics attempted to resuscitate him, but he was pronounced dead.
He probably went under, got distracted by a TikTok feed.
And didn't realize he needed to breathe.
Right. I need to breathe, and I forgot.
Maybe. An elderly German couple are taking to court the owner of a cockerel, which they say crows 200 times a day and is tantamount to torture. Friedrich Wilhelm and his wife Jutta say that Magda, the rooster, begins a cockadoodle-doing from 8 a.m. in the morning and doesn't shut up for the rest of the day.
Shut up!
The pair want the bird removed from their next-door neighbor's home in western Germany. And in preparation for court-made daily logs,
This bird is a nightmare.
Recording.
Shut up!
Shut
up! Shut up!
That should be a ringtone. The rooster, and then you sing.
Shut up! Shut up!
But they have been making daily logs, recording each time Magda crowed.
Make sure you enter that in the log.
We can't use... Friedrich Wilhelm said we can't use the garden and we can't open any windows.
It's the log.
He said he doesn't start until 8 a.m. because he's locked up at night, but then he crows 100 to 200 times throughout the day.
It's the rooster log.
Said it's I need to see your rooster log.
I'm looking.
My friend,
Mr. Rooster Log.
my friend who lives on a farm, there's a wild one that's comes onto her property, and she said it's so incredibly loud.
Yeah, they're very loud.
You definitely wake up.
The couple's lawyer, Torsten Gitsky, said a cockerel doesn't belong on a quiet housing estate. He pointed out that one neighbor moved away 2 years ago due to the unbearable crowing. But Magda's owner, Michael, argued that it's essential to keep the rooster to ensure that his hens stay in line. He said the hens need the rooster, otherwise they would pluck each other. Michael bought 5 chicks in 2018 for his garden with the intention of harvesting their eggs, but one of the chicks turned out to be a rooster and quickly began angering local residents. After several years of enduring the daily crows, Friedrich Wilhelm and Jutta have reached the end of their tether and are set to face Magda's owner, Michael, in district court about it. A small plane crash landed on a busy Southern California freeway on Tuesday and then burst into flames. Nobody was injured in this whole thing.
If you watch this footage, you cannot believe that no one was hurt.
They said had it been rush hour, like had it been later, that there would have been multiple people dead.
Oh, sure. Yeah. The plane carrying 2 people landed on the 91 freeway. Video showed the plane coming down hard in between traffic and bursting into flames as it skidded into the far right lane and crashed into a barrier wall. Additional footage showed fire department crews attempting to douse the larger flames. The 2 people aboard got out safely and were uninjured. I mean, there's a huge plume of smoke that you can see after it hits. The plane struck at least one vehicle, a pickup truck, where there were no reports of injuries to anyone on the ground. The FAA will investigate what caused the plane to come down. And then one last story, and it's another aircraft story. Did you write that in the log?
It's the log.
A Southwest Airlines flight attendant suffered.
You entered this one twice. It was just right there. Then you 4 and then you put the line across. Well, now we starting a new one.
A Southwest Airlines flight attendant suffered a compression fracture to a vertebrae in her upper back during a hard landing last month in California.
Oh, man.
The National Transportation Safety Board said the impact on landing was so hard the flight attendant thought that the plane had crashed. She felt pain in her back and neck and could not move and was taken to a hospital where she was diagnosed with a fracture.
Wow.
The safety board completed the investigation without saying what caused the hard landing. None of the other 141 people on board the plane were injured in the incident at John Wayne Airport. The pilots told investigators...
Come down on runway 7.
Part of the deal is the air traffic controllers
have to talk like John Wayne.
to talk like John Wayne.
American Airlines Flight 202. Runway 4 is clear for landing.
I love flying into John Wayne.
Right? Every pilot wants to go there. Yep. This is Humphrey Bogart Airport.
The pilots told investigators that they were aiming for the normal touchdown zone on the relatively short runway. However, it ended up being a firm landing, the NTSB said in its final report, but a compression fracture.
Well, we've all had, I assume, at some point a landing that was a little rougher than you thought it might have been.
Yep. All right, that's the beat file. Let's take a break. Come back in a second. Lesson, question, trash, music, news when we get back.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
Podcasts? Oh, yeah. MMR's got them.
Tiny replicas of what you're going to build. To me,
that was it.
That was always so
I'd
cool.
still be doing it.
Yeah.
Drew, when my very brief college moment, I took astronomy. I'm like, I've always loved the stars.
Yeah.
This would be really cool. It'll be really interesting. My God, was it hard.
It's physics.
It was all physics and math, and I'm like, this is not what I signed up for, man.
Yeah, that's
so
what
I
it was
had to bail
like.
on that. No
that's exactly what it was like. I switched into film for a little bit, and just decided I wanted to focus on wrestling, which is I've been doing that since high school.
So we football or anything in school?
Wrestling team.
Just a wrestling team.
Just the wrestling team.
So you do have a classical wrestling.
Yeah, an amateur wrestling background.
How did you do in high school? How were you?
I did okay. So city kids have it tougher. Like if you grew up in the suburbs, you're probably doing wrestling from a very young age, and you're doing it a lot.
Yep.
And for me, it was like I met my biology teacher. He happened to be the wrestling coach, and he was like, "Hey, come try out for the team." And like I made the team, and the practices were grueling and stuff. and I did pretty well. I think I made varsity senior year. It was captain senior year. Varsity maybe sophomore year, junior year. Yeah. So I did okay, but it wasn't like my one focus too.
Right.
Like while I was doing that second year of amateur wrestling, I started training professional wrestling, which was, I don't know, thinking back, I love talking about it because I would go from high school and then I would go to high school wrestling practice, and then I would get in a car, drive 45 minutes to Deptford at the time, and do professional wrestling practice till like 10:30 at night.
Wow.
Then I get home and I got to wake up the next morning. I remember
that's commitment.
Man, yeah, it was grueling then, but like I loved pro wrestling so much, and like, nothing was going to stop me.
So going from the amateur to pro, obviously, you know, you got to work on the moves. You got to know what you're doing. You have to be proficient in the ring. But you also have to, is a part of that, you know, being physically large. I mean, you know, making sure that the muscles are big and impressive, because that's part of it. Looking at those guys, looking at you guys, you have to go, wow, man.
Yeah.
You know, so that's a whole other thing outside of just the technique of wrestling. It's also, you got to look really good too.
It's true. It's true. And like when I started, I didn't even think about physique. I didn't think about strength training. I had a wonderful strength training teacher in high school, so thankfully I had that. I had the amateur background, so I was in shape. I wasn't huge.
Right.
You know, I was maybe 180 pounds when I started.
We've talked about this, even in general, and wrestling goes through, you know, the WWE, and you had been with Combat Zone as well. But right now we're in a. I think you have the best athletes who are doing it, but they're not necessarily Andre the Giant size.
Yes,
it's not that. So what you'll get is you're getting like uber stuntman level stuff going on from guys who are really, I think, more athletic than they've been in a while. Would you agree with that?
So I'll agree hands down. Like we have the best athletes ever in the history of professional wrestling right now in WWE. However, we have a guy named Amos right now who's 7'4".
Well, you don't want to piss him off,
no. Right? But I'd say he's an even more impressive athlete than Andre was. As fantastic of an athlete as Andre was, and the way he would move around the ring. I'd say Amos, even though he's newer, he's got more potential athletically for sure.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you're always going to have the showstoppers, right? You got your Andre the Giants, your King Kong Bundys, your Hulk Hogan's, you know, Big John Studd, the big dudes that are the showstoppers, The Rock, you know.
Sure.
But you also, I mean, you have your, like, would you say pound for pound best wrestler of all time? Somebody like Shawn Michaels or
you can absolutely argue that. Yeah, totally.
And listen, Shawn Michaels is not, you know, he's not a twig,
showstopper,
but he is also, you know, like. He's just got such amazing athleticism that, you know, and that's what people go to see.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, we've talked about this many times, and it is not false praise to say that the people that we have who come in are the wrestlers are the best entertainers, the best with the audience. That's why they can port so easily, a la Dwayne Johnson, into movies. Yeah. You know how to do it. So, a film career in your future you know, could be possible. Yeah. And so with that, I mean, I don't think there's any kind of training for being in the public eye and for doing that sort of work that's any better than the WWE and this world you're in right now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah.
I agree completely. Like, just the experiences I had, even on my journey to get to WWE and traveling around the world and learning how to make a career as an independent wrestler.
Right.
Very similar to like an independent musician has to like find their bookings that they work, you know, that they enjoy work.
Sure,
and, like, can make them a profit or get them noticed and like merchandising and stuff like that. And then just meeting connections and growing. That experience alone, like, I feel like I can do anything. I can take on whatever I need
So
to.
when did you learn that portion of it? Because you go to high school and you're a good wrestler, right? And that's athletics. But then, like, did you go to drama club? You know, did you learn how to write a script? Because there are these storylines that, as just a guy who's competing in wrestling, that you're not worried about that. But then you get into the entertainment side of things, and it really changes the dynamic. So how did you and when did you learn that part of the business?
So I would say that the high school wrestling, if anything, it didn't really push me into the pro wrestling career. If anything, gave me a good foundation athletically to kind of like not get hurt in training.
Right.
The performance side of everything and the creative side of everything, that kind of grew organically for me just over time, gradually, because I was independent. You know, I didn't have somebody strictly coaching me on just, you need to do this here, you got to do this, you know, at certain times. I had to kind of experiment and find that out on my own. Now, I did work for certain places that had very scripted out storylines and stuff like that.
Right.
And that's another thing I had in my wheelhouse, just based on that experience alone. So just, it wasn't one strict thing. I'd say it took me about 6 years to start to get comfortable and learn all of that and how to put it all together. Just for me, that was my story. But just a very gradual experience learning the performance side of it.
What was mom and dad's reaction when
From architect.
from architect
What
to
do you mean?
engineer? Yeah, right.
Oh, we had hoped you would put that architecture stuff aside.
That was not the conversation that we had.
There's no work in architecture.
No, it was interesting. Like my family, they knew that I was super passionate about it, but they didn't really get professional wrestling. They didn't understand it. So to do it on an independent level, that's real scary as a parent, seeing your kid just go and just mess around at these shows. You don't even know what's happening there. He could get hurt. He's not making money. I'm making maybe $50 to $200 at most. That's a really good payday on an independent level, for real. So like that's pretty scary as a parent.
Do you know what's funny though? If you were to go, and I wonder if you go to your parents and say, "I would like to become a Hollywood stuntman," or because essentially in this what they call sports entertainment, you know, it's there's just a nuanced difference between them, but still, just somehow we think. But that has look. They look at your success.
Did you see the movie The Wrestler?
We talk about it all the time. It's amazing.
So, I was very lucky to be there when they were filming it at the arena in South Philly. My poster's in the movie.
That's awesome.
Little tidbit. But one of the things I thought was so cool about when Aronofsky created that story is that he did it kind of in conjunction with Black Swan. And he considered, originally they were the same movie, and then he turned the ballerina into a stripper, and that's where Marissa Tomei's character came from. So he made Black Swan separately. But when they designed that story, it was the merging of like what people consider a low-class art form and what people consider a high-class art form between wrestling and ballet.
That's wild.
And showing the obsession that performers can go through trying to reach heights in the same thing.
But it's such
very cool.
it's such, and also I'll say this: in the evolution, you guys are always like whip smart. You know, there was this perception for the longest time. You know, these things. But to conduct these things and to do this at the level you do it, you know, is very intense. And talking about getting your thing. What is your gimmick? What is your, you know, because you've got to have that immediate high concept thing that the audience can go, okay, he's this guy, he's the heel, he's the you know, he's the bad guy or the good guy, or we don't know.
Bad guy, guys.
So let me ask you, given your druthers, what appeals to you more? The heel or the hero, or
being a good guy or a bad guy? I like both. I'm rare like that. I actually, most people would say that like, I like being a heel because that's easier. It's easier to get people pissed off at you instead of you know, people to cheer for you authentically.
But I always
enjoy
love
both.
I always love the transition out of the bad guy who's suddenly like, wait a second, he might be good, because the audience tends to like. We understand this guy now.
Oh, yeah. They know.
So many of them,
follow.
we're bad and then become good.
I think historically, too, those are the most successful kind of characters that take off. Like Stone Cold Steve Austin's a perfect example, where he came in when he started doing the Stone Cold character, like he was just badass, no nonsense, but he was beating up people that people really cared about, and you know, that was not enjoyed for a lot of fans. And then they started realizing he doesn't take crap from anybody. And then it was a natural, organic turn. And then he became the biggest star in wrestling at the time.
Hey, do you as a wrestler get a say in your storyline? Can you suggest things at least?
So the most surprising thing that I've learned about working with WWE is how collaborative everything is.
Really? Okay. That's awesome.
Fans are usually surprised to hear that.
Yeah.
And I know like a lot of wrestlers who are trying to make it there are very surprised to hear that a lot of the time.
Okay.
Drew, you get to perform in front of fans again soon in person. It's been a year and a half,
Yeah,
right?
man.
And
We got
so
fans coming back.
And when and where is that going to happen?
So I believe it's the second week in July. We're doing a tour in Dallas. It's going to be SmackDown in Houston, and I believe Money in the Bank is that weekend in Fort Worth, and then Raw, which is the show that I'm currently a part of, will be in Dallas. And then from there, we just kind of go.
That's cool.
You know what was the proof that what you guys do is effective is that bereft of an audience when you were conducting it, it sort of looked like a wild stage play, like Arthur Miller meets wrestling, and yet the fan base stayed, for the most part, locked in.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, so if you didn't have the ability to riff and to, you know, it was just such a weird thing. The audio from a lot of those matches is some of the funniest stuff because you always hear the crowd and the murmur and the whole thing and that punctuating.
Yeah.
And suddenly it became, Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf? And it's this weird thing, but you guys were able to do it. You know,
that was an amazing experience. Not in a good way, but just not in the best way. It was just unique and amazing to be a part of that. Like Vince McMahon is very dedicated, extremely dedicated, and like there was no way he was going to stop the show. He had to keep the show going. We did it.
Do you think anything's going to stay? Is there anything that you guys gleaned from that will stay with the post-COVID world of wrestling?
I think technologically we advanced a lot of things. Building the Thunderdome, which is what they called the live stage that they built. Testing things with like augmented reality for people's entrances and just that kind of stuff all got laser focused on because we were in a sterile environment at first. So you'll see a lot of that carry on to the live events in new ways that you probably haven't seen yet, for sure.
I'm going through your Instagram, which is just it's definitely a fun scroll here.
Yeah,
but
thanks, man.
There's a picture of you and the Nature Boy. I mean, that is, for a fan, like you're a fan before you were an employee, right? Like, so, and it just says always an honor. So when I read that, I go, oh, so you've met and hung out with Ric Flair more than one time. Like, that's got to be so cool.
It's awesome. He comes by all the time, even if he's not, featured on the show. His daughter, extremely successful wrestler, Charlotte Flair, very talented. So he'll come by and like watch her perform, or he'll just come and support the other wrestlers. And Rick's awesome.
I got an email from a guy. I wasn't going to say anything I didn't know you had a connection with Ric Flair. I got an email from a guy who was desperately trying to get Ric Flair to be the best man at his wedding.
Oh, okay.
And he wanted me to ask you about it. And I'm like, I don't know, man.
He's got a wedding reception website.
No way.
I wouldn't doubt it.
He's also a moil.
Yeah, need a Preston.
But honestly,
Ric Flair was my moil.
How much is that guy willing to pay, and how much is what's the number for Ric Flair to do that?
Right there.
Probably.
I gotta imagine a couple 100,000.
I've mentioned this before, but I grew up just as a kid detesting, hating. I thought he was the most vile human being, Ric Flair. I hated him. He was so mean to everybody. He was such a show-off. And it wasn't until I was a full-grown adult, well into my 40s, that I was on YouTube and I pulled up a video right now, and it is a 4-pack of tickets for Six Flags. If you answered the lesson question correctly, I think I'm going to go with one that one of our guests mentioned this morning. What was Whitney Cummings' favorite radio duo in Pensacola? 215-263-WMMR. I thought of Bill immediately because Bill likes to make up fake radio morning personality names. That's where we got Susie Cream Cheese, right?
Yeah, Susie Cream Cheese.
What was Whitney Cummings' favorite radio duo in Pensacola? If you were listening to that interview, which was hilarious, by the way, and you remember, call now. We'll see if we get an answer. 215-263-WMMR, the number, and we'll do the trash while we wait for that call from you.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, it's brought to you by Monster Mania. Come see the biggest names in horror this weekend at Monster Mania Con 50 at the Doubletree in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. Tickets are available online at monstermania.net. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Disney World clearly taking note of the Sesame Place headlines as a viral video service of Toy Story cowgirl Jessie going out of her way to hug 2 African-American children along a parade route. Not only that, Jessie gave both of the children keys to brand new Teslas.
Wow. Oh, my God.
Warner Brothers announcing that Lady Gaga will portray Harley Quinn in the upcoming sequel to Joker. Warner Brothers says Gaga will bring the same talent she displayed in A Star is Born while bringing none of the talent from the House of Gucci.
Hey!
And finally, the producers of The View announcing that Ana Navarro, who served as a Republican commentator for CNN, is the permanent replacement for Meghan McCain. Producers say it was difficult finding someone with different opinions who are also the exact same opinions of everyone else. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
We're looking for an answer to this question. What was Whitney Cummings' favorite radio duo in Pensacola? And we will go to Jenna, see if she knows. Hi there, Jenna.
Hi.
All right, Jenna, who was Whitney's favorite radio duo in Pensacola?
Jiggy and the Worm.
Yes. Jiggy and the Worm. Hold on a moment, Jenna.
got yourself a 4-pack of tickets for Six Flags, and you can keep the summer vibes rolling at Six Flags' newest festival, the Summer Vibes, with 6 uniquely themed areas, mouth-watering eats, live entertainment, plus eye-popping spectacles throughout the park. For the best deals, just visit sixflags.com.
Imagine if your eyes actually did pop out of your skull when something was very visually impressive. Yeah.
It's like a cartoon. I love it. All right, we're going to do music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you this morning by the Leadbetters Pearl Jam Tribute on August 18th at the Twilight Concert Series at Cooper River Park.
Leadbetters.
For more information, for more events and info, you can visit CamdenCounty.com. All right, Slash is adamant that despite it being the flavor of the month, there will never be a Guns N' Roses biopic or however you want to call it. What do you say, biopic or biopic?
I say it should be biopic because it's a biography picture, but hell.
While performing the horror film The Breach, which he scored, Slash spoke to MovieMaker.com and gave his frank and honest thoughts about a possible Guns movie. He said, yeah, that's a funny one. People come to make the Guns N' Roses movie, and then I have people coming to me about doing a movie. I think it was after I wrote my book. It's not just something that, well, collectively, we're sort of just not interested, he said.
Is there enough there in comparison to other stories? I mean, there's certainly a legendary band, but are there those tumultuous moments that you need to populate?
Well, listen, there was a riot at a show in St. Louis one time.
The Philly incident.
The Philly incident.
Yeah, the starting and the stopping, the breaking up, getting back together.
Yep, he was. Axl was with the famous model. I forgot who for Stephanie Seymour. There might be enough there.
Yeah,
the breakup and then to get back together. I don't know. Who knows? But anyhow, he went on to say, I can't imagine trying to find some actors that can portray the band properly. I mean, rock and roll movies suffer from being just super, super corny and unrealistic anyway, as a whole. There's very few really good rock and roll movies. So I would hate to sell ourselves out with some sort of script that's supposed to depict our history. But I don't see it happening, he said.
Who would you cast as Axl? Because I think I know who. Kathy Bates.
Yeah.
Wow. That's perfect.
Yeah.
Good casting. I don't know. Marcus Mumford's upcoming solo album reveals a lot more than just new music. He opened with a track called Cannibal and shares that Mumford was sexually abused as a child.
6 years old. Yeah, I read the article that he did. It was an interview in GQ magazine. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm referencing here. He was 6 years old at the time, but his mother didn't learn about the traumatic experience until she heard the song. He told GQ, I hadn't told anyone about it for 30 years. Once we get through the trauma of that moment, once we got through the trauma of that moment for her as a mother, hearing that and her wanting to protect and help and all that stuff, it's objectively effing hilarious how she found out, he said. Mumford explained that his abuser was neither a family member nor in the church. He said, that thing that happened when I was 6, that was the first of a string of really unusual, unhealthy sexual experiences at a really early age. He said, I did a string of really unhealthy stuff when I was under the age of 12, which set up my brain in a way to deal with stuff later on in life in an imbalanced way. So the last 3 years have just been trying to look at that and correct some balance.
Yeah, it was really insightful, interesting, and raw article. And so what's interesting about that song, Cannibal, is he had written it during COVID, and at that time, his parents had moved in like right next to him. So his mom heard him writing the song and was like, oh, that's a beautiful song.
Yeah.
And had no idea. And then when she finally heard it, then she, obviously had that conversation about it. And interestingly enough, is the second song on the album is called Grace, and it's about her finding out about that song and about what had happened.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah.
Interesting. Mumford's new album is called Self-Titled. Be released on September 16th. Better Than Ezra. I love that band.
Yeah.
They are hitting the road for their Legends of the Fall tour, and they are going to be in our general area.
It'd be cool to get them back in.
They're going to be at the Queen in Wilmington, Delaware on October 30th. Some of the tickets will go on sale Friday. But you need to kind of check, with the Queen and see when that's going on. But I wanted to mention that because those guys.
got the Queen.
Those guys are great. And yes, I would love to have them back in sometime. This sounded like a good show, but it's been canceled. It is the Flannel Nation Festival.
They canceled that?
That was supposed to be put on in San Pedro, California. Yep. The show, which was set for this Saturday, and at San Pedro, California's Port of Los Angeles, was to feature Everclear, Candlebox, Sugar Ray, Soul Asylum, Filter, Cracker, Fastball, Sponge, Star Zero, and X-Wire. I would totally go to a show like that.
I mean, all those bands.
But on Tuesday, Everclear explained why they were bowing out of appearing, telling fans on Instagram, "It's been brought to our attention that the event organizers do not have the adequate means to provide the level of experience our fans expect and deserve while attending an Everclear show." So I guess the promoters or they
Sounds like a fire festival kind of thing.
Yeah, the production company that tried to put it together, I guess, doesn't have their stuff together. So that's too bad. Coheed and Cambria have released an official music video for their new single, "A Disappearing Act." The song is off their new album and story, Vaxis Act 2, A Window of the Waking Mind. The band is currently on their North American headline tour with special guests Alkaline Trio and Mothika. And then I thought this was a nice story. Julian Lennon admits that he has finally come to terms with many aspects of his past. I spoke to Yahoo Music and explained that seeing the Peter Jackson-directed Beatles documentary Get Back was a game changer for him. Admitting that it was, quote, a lot to process, he said it really reminded me of the way Dad used to be. You know, when we were together, when I was a kid, he was funny, goofy, sarcastic, talented, moody, broody, but fun. And that was all the things that he was to me when we lived together. And it made me fall in love with him again, which was really lovely. It made me appreciate him again and remind me of how he was before everything went a bit pear-shaped. He said that he's forgiven his father. He said many years ago for the stress that happened in not only my life, but my mom's life too. Certainly we tried to embrace each other's company and tried to learn about each other again before he passed. And it was an enjoyable experience. It was great. And I was longing to hang out with him even more. But, you know, sadly what happened. He said, so Get Back was just a way of remembering who he was and seeing the human side of him again. And that inspired me, and I love that. So the idea of that also tied into being Jude as well, because he is now officially, one of his middle names is Jude. His real name is John.
Right,
His birth name is John. But just last year, he officially, or maybe it was the year before, he changed his name to Julian Charles John Lennon. And he did that because he'd felt, you know, strange calling himself, when looking at his, you know, passport or whatever, and it would say John Lennon,
Right.
and you know, and you look like like John Lennon. So anyhow,
I'm glad he's at that point.
yeah, me too. And it was such a good documentary. All right, and then finally, this weekend's featured MM artist is The Killers, and you want to listen for double shots every hour, all their hits, deep cuts, brand new single "Boy" as well, which we played yesterday. And there's lots of chance for you to win your way into their show on September 27th at the Wells Fargo Center. Tickets are on sale now via wellsfargocenterphilly.com. So go to WMMR.com for complete details, including another chance to win tickets for MMR VIPs. So that'll be this weekend, starting tomorrow. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be back in just a moment. And letter of the day, word of the week prize when we get back. Stay there. Given me as a kid, and I just fell in love with him.
Yeah.
I did, because I literally, I was like scared of the guy when I was a kid.
That's how I felt about Sergeant Slaughter. I was like legit. I was like, oh my, because I saw him like whipping some guy, and I was like, dude, he's beating that guy with a whip. Like, that's right. Like, what if he comes to my house?
It's so great though that becomes that's the stuff you carry with you through your life.
He stole Harley Race's cowboy hat and crumpled it up, and I'm like, you don't do that, you know. And I was just, but I didn't realize it until later that it was actually a really, those memories are so fun to think about. And it was something special, man. And you're creating those memories for some people.
Yeah,
you know?
it's surreal. Like, that's, you know, it's really cool.
All
I
right.
don't take it for granted.
So Ric Flair is undoubtedly a legend, and everything that the credit is credit due, right? But I was texting with a friend yesterday, and I am so exhausted by the Ric Flair woo at Phillies games and Flyers games. It personally drives me nuts. Have you heard it, and do you have an opinion on that? Like, have you ever heard like fans? They do the woo.
So of course, yeah, I will be in a crowd randomly outside, and people will say "woo."
Right.
And it's like just knowing where it comes from. It's really cool. I take pride in being a part of that community. The yes chants. Have you heard those?
Yes.
Yeah.
Daniel Bryan.
Yeah.
Exactly. Someone who I was very close. I'm very close with. So like that kind of stuff is awesome.
But it turned to no for a while too, or something, right? That confused me. Or he was saying no, or.
Well, you're a good guy. Yeah.
Yeah. He's
how it works, man.
He's been by here a bunch of times. I like him a lot.
He's great.
I never get tired of the woos. I'm okay with them all the time. My neighbor across the street from me, whenever he comes outside, if we're outside, he goes, woo!
Seriously?
And he's older, too.
Well, what reaction do you give him when you go
I give him a woo back.
So he's going to do it every time.
And then I do it to him. So now when I see him, I go, woo! And
That's
he
your
goes,
thing.
woo.
He thinks you're best friends.
It's like Screaming Slayer, right?
That's right. Here is a storyline I'd love to see for you guys.
Okay.
By the way, if you're just tuning in, it's Drew Gulak. I just want to reset from WWE.
Thanks.
Here. Yep.
And I think this opens up a new, perhaps a new audience. What about the Paul brothers? Maybe we call those guys out because they love the boxing and the MMA and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And let's see him get in the ring with you.
Jake Paul and Logan Paul.
Yeah,
We had Logan Paul at WrestleMania this year.
He actually, and the reaction was pretty good. From what and you can, dismiss this as BS if it's not the case, but they talked to some of the wrestlers and they said they gave him props.
Yeah, I'd like to see a tag team match.
I mean, I think there's potential in your storyline idea. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I will say that celebrities coming in, it's always like it's a good way to cross over and bring new audiences. We had Bad Bunny this year.
Oh my God,
he's like one of the biggest artists.
Well, what about Dua Lipa? I think maybe if you bring her in.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you can, you want to make it happen. We can.
Oh, he's got a lot of ideas.
Some phone number.
Like a plot line that mimics Steel Magnolias would be really good.
Right. Exactly.
That was not my idea.
No.
Terrible.
Now, I also read your younger brother had wrestled as well.
Yeah. So we did it together. We trained together.
He didn't make the cut though, or did he not want to try for
no.
the big show?
He was, I guess he didn't really get to the WWE level, but on the independent career, a very successful independent wrestling career.
What do you think, like the big leagues in any major sports? So to become the amount of people that play football and the amount of people that make it to the NFL is minuscule. It's microscopic. What about wrestling? Because there are so many independent wrestling groups out there.
So I would say, from training, from people who start training, I'd say it's about 1 in 10 who continue on just to wrestle in general. And then on the independents, now there's more jobs than ever in wrestling with, AEW starting up on TNT, WWE just expanding.
Yeah.
And then some other promotions, being able to actually, offer decent wages for people now. So it's better now than it's ever been, but I'd still say it's about 1 in maybe 100 to try to go on to really maybe even 1,000 depending on how many people there are. Yeah, it's a pretty small amount.
Do you remember your first match in the big league?
Oh, in WWE. Yeah. I was a part of the Cruiserweight Classic when that came in. It's all timing. Like if anyone's listening out there as an independent wrestler, it's all timing. Just keep working.
Yeah.
So for me, I had a tryout with them in 2015. I did not get hired from the tryout. They could only take one person from my group out of 72 people.
Wow.
There was maybe 5 or 6 wrestlers who were experienced there. The rest were all pro athletes. They could only hire one of us. So the rest of us were all told, maybe something in the future, guys. You did great, thanks. So I was just like, okay, just be patient. And then a year later, they started this thing called the Cruiserweight Classic, which they wanted to honor the athleticism and the history of smaller wrestlers, being more competitive. And they created this tournament, and they needed, as William Regal told me, they needed groundsmen, and I was a prominent groundsman.
Right.
So they brought me in for that. I did pretty well, made it to the second round, had a good showing. Then they took that show and they took our division and made it a featured attraction on Monday Night Raw.
Okay.
So before I was ever offered a WWE contract, I was wrestling on Monday Night Raw and their local, their pay-per-views, their monthly pay-per-views. And so I would go from my independent wrestling show
to Raw,
to the pay-per-view show,
Wow.
and then drive to Raw the overnight and do the cruiserweight division. And then later on in the year, I was able to earn a full-time contract. They started up 205 Live, which is still going on today. And that was their first like experimental streaming show that they created based on the cruiserweight division. So like I got in at a very cool like where technology meets wrestling, and everything grows. It's very historic. Very lucky.
Let me ask you. So we know Vince McMahon is the muckety muck, but I mean, there's now so many tendrils to this world. Is there a second person who's like, the who he can delegate to, who's the overseer of all this? Because it seems like it's just too damn much for Vince to be, checking everything all the time.
So that's the one thing that I don't think you could ever say to him is that something's too much for him.
Right.
Yeah, so he's very much like still at all the shows and running the shows and sitting backstage and doing that. And then NXT, which was originally developmental brand and has now become the third brand for WWE. They have a show on USA. That's run by Triple H.
Okay.
And he's kind of doing what Vince did there with that show.
All right, so how many nights of programming is there a week with WWE? And all the
across
centrals,
everything. I would say 6 or 7 right now, like per week.
And they're in all like.
Let's list them. So we got Raw, that's on USA Network. Yeah. We got NXT, which is on USA Network. We got SmackDown, which is on Fox. Then secondary shows, we have NXT UK, which is in the UK, and that's now on Peacock. 205 Live, which is on Peacock, and then we have WWE's Main Event, which is like a pseudo recap show, and then some exclusive matches. I'm featured on there quite a bit.
Right.
That'll be on Hulu.
And then
I think
pay-per-views once a month.
And then pay-per-views once a month. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a machine. That's a ton of entertainment, man.
Yeah,
that's a ton of stuff.
Plus NXT has their own pay-per-views too, so those are happening I think 6 times a year.
And they're in different cities every like.
They will be going forward. Yeah.
Oh man,
just talking about all this has made me hungry.
Yeah.
Well, we got to get to that, Preston.
We have to.
That's why this man is here.
Marissa is now going to bring in my edible charcuterie board.
Wow.
That drew the attention of Drew Gulak, and we are now going to sample this. Here it is. I don't have any fanfare music or anything like that, but
all right.
Case.
Oh, you know what? Here we go.
Marissa, can I get a knife to cut the brie, please?
Yes, to cut the brie. That's probably something you hear a lot in wrestling.
Is for cutting this. So I'm going to let Drew sample this. And actually, you're supposed to just kind of like grab it and tear it. Okay. Now, keep in mind, I put this in the fridge overnight. It probably would be better if it were fresh.
Fresh off the grill?
Yeah, fresh off the grill, exactly. So...
Drew, that can be your catchphrase, your new catchphrase and phrase. Somebody get me a knife so I can cut the brie.
Cut the brie.
No, but I do like fresh off the grill.
I like fresh off the grill.
Fresh off the grill.
Fresh off the grill, brother.
We can start
I added a little Hulk in there, but
this bread has all sorts of little cheeses in it.
And what did I call the honey divot?
Where's the honey divot?
Charcuterie. All right, so I'm gonna
let you ask to have the first taste.
A little corner you can grab some play for today. Us, the Preston and Steve Show. That is lots of music. It's what we do at MMR for your day. It's the soundtrack of your life.
It truly is.
This is what it is. Yeah. 10:40 and the Preston and Steve radio program coming to a close. I would like to thank the guests that we've had on the show today. I'm going to say it now. I'm in love with Whitney Cummings.
Yeah.
She's awesome. She's wonderful, sweet, funny, beautiful, smart. All the things you want, and entertaining as hell. She has got a show coming up. It's the Touch Me Stand-Up Comedy Tour at the Miriam Theater on September 9th. It's now the Miller Theater.
Yeah.
And you can go to whitneycummings.com to get the ticket information and buy your tickets and all that good stuff. And she's kind of an adopted Philly gal. I mean, she went to Temple and Penn.
She's put in her years here. She knows her stuff.
It was cool having her on today. Let's see. Thank you to Chef Jen Carroll. As well, the Sisterly Love Collective, highlighting women in food, August 15th, Monday, from 4 to 8 p.m. at the Story Factory. And tickets available at sisterlylovephilly.com. And I'm sure we have posted information on our socials and websites and things.
These kinds of things.
So make sure to check that out. But a cool event, like $75, and you get like the best chefs in Philadelphia cooking for you.
cocktails, the whole
Hennessy.
thing. You would spend way more than that going out to a really super fancy schmancy restaurant
What
anyway.
would you expect to pay for such an amazing meal package?
More than $75. Yeah, definitely. Pierre Robert is here, and we welcome him.
Where's the cap to this Sharpie?
It's hanging here.
Okay.
I was just using it.
Because whenever you take the cap off of a felt pen or a marker or a Sharpie, it's starting to die.
I know.
And it's like taking a fish out of water. You can do it for a short amount of time, but then you've got to put that cap back on because otherwise that poor fish starts to die. I started like scribbling, and at first it looked like, oh, poor thing, it's
losing it.
But there's still some life left.
A little bit. It's mostly dead.
So put that fish back in the water.
Your friend is mostly dead.
I always feel I use the highlighters a lot, the oranges, green Z's, purple Z's, and different colors. And then I invariably misplace the caps, and I start panicking because the felt is starting to die. It's like a fish out of water.
That's
And
right.
I think I've got to get the cap. I've got to get that fish back in the water.
Wow, that's beautiful.
I stopped and moved a turtle the other day, and I saved a bird the other day.
You moved the turtle into the way of oncoming traffic.
No, I pushed him with my foot into the green, and into the green thing. And
Man moves turtle into green thing.
Man moved turtle into green thing. And I have a bird hit my window the other day, and I went out with a little shoebox, and he was still moving, and I put him in there, and I put some water in, and I petted him for a minute, and I said, it's going to be okay. And then I'm thinking all the animal rehab centers are closed. There's a great one in Roxborough.
The Schuylkill.
A rehab, wildlife rehab
I've
center.
dropped off a number of animals there that you find injured along the street. They do a great job. You
Great
just make a
job.
donation if you can.
Yeah, and but they were all closed. I put him in a little shoebox, and then a couple hours later, I went and meditated. And a couple hours later, I lifted it up, and he wasn't moving, but his eyes were open and his mouth was open. And a couple hours later, I went outside and opened the box, and he flew right away.
Thank you, Pierre.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Wake up, Preston. Wake up. Come
He's
back.
trying to. You painted the story, and he's just living it right now.
Taking it in.
Taking
Yeah,
it in.
yeah. I got to get on with my show, Jiggy and the Worm.
Hurry up, Preston.
Jiggy and the Worms got to get going, so we better do the letter of the day.
I was thinking that.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
R as in regional.
Regional. All right, and we have one more letter to go, and then we give away the $500 from the bag. It is by far the most convenient and affordable way to help with your home cleanup. You can go buy it at any home improvement store. Fill it and simply schedule your collection, and it is gone. Clean it up with the Bagster dumpster in a bag. So we give away that $500 tomorrow.
I've used the Bagster. It's
pretty cool.
It's great. Yeah.
Yep. What's up on the show today?
Many things. We'll have another pair of tickets for Alice in Chains, Breaking Ben and Bush. That show is tonight. Some tickets remain at Ticketmaster.com. Jackie's going to broadcast from there. It'll be Jackie's first live broadcast from a show, I think, in quite a while, from 7 to midnight. And we'll do blocks of all those bands in the workforce blocks. Breaking Ben and Alice in Chains and Bush. There's a great story about how Bush got on this bill and how Ben Burnley from Breaking Ben did this glorious introduction of Gavin Rossdale at a Breaking Ben show, which we'll talk about. And we'll talk about it with Gavin Rossdale, who's coming in the 2 o'clock hour to visit with us.
Nice.
So
Excellent.
it's only my second guest since the end of pandemic, second live guest.
Oh.
You guys have had a fair number of people and bands.
It feels good.
Yeah, it's great. I had Mike Campbell, who is a very talented gentleman, but this is only my second live guest, so I'm excited.
Well, he's a good one.
Yeah,
It's gonna be
he's
a
great.
Definitely a good one today. All right, let me thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, Acme official grocery store, the Preston and Steve Show, and also brought to you by Dunkin', the official. Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. That's what we do. Tomorrow, is Friday and all its Friday glory.
Wait, is it? It's currently No Sad Bro.
Yes, so we're officially at No Sad Bro territory. We will celebrate No Sad Bro tomorrow on the program, and we'll give stuff away. We'll have a good time, and we'll head off into that beautiful weekend, and the weather's looking better, too, which is great. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.